So repeat set.
I don't mind that play. I wish more of the mixed teams would do that. Got the male player dumping for the female. She's going straight down the middle. Almost caused a bit of confusion because they weren't expecting a fast scooper there in the middle. You don't always see that, so I'd like to see a bit more of that. It definitely can make generally the middles defending are both going to be male, and they're sort of looking across at their male counterpart while they've got a female scooping at them causing trouble. So it's a bit of a trick play, something a bit different. I wish I see more of it.
Abby Gomez wearing the number 25. She's got to team the penalty as well. Now doing a bit of ball playing. She's holding it. Position here in the middle. Now early release on the run. Had a good look at that. And these slippery conditions are going to help those dives getting in at the line. And it's the Lower Blue Mountains who get on the board first.
Sensational try. And again, I wanted to give another rap to Abby Gomez, the one you mentioned. So what happens, Scotty, is when a female moves to the middle and starts being the ball player, like on that occasion, you've then got mismatches. Because you've got males opposite, females out wide. You've created a mismatch. So it's a really good way to play mixed and test the opposition defence in different ways. And if Abby Gomez can keep getting in the middle, creating opportunities like that, I think Nelson Bay are going to have their hands full this morning.
They haven't had really too many opportunities with the footy. They got a pretty good one here from the restart. Oh, touch in the corner. And been missed. So nice hit back there from Nelson Bay. After leaking points down the other end, straight away from the tap restart, they lock it back up.
Yeah, best way to settle your team if you've let the early tries come straight back. They run that conventional play, the middle dump with the link coming on, sometimes called a middle link or an ML. And then rather than hit the flat runner, Scott, he's gone deep there. Give him a chance to use the ball. The deep runner often's more effective in mixed as well than in men's and women's. So there's a few little intricacies, Scotty, in playing good mixed footy.
Yeah, we're seeing it on show from these two teams now as they've worked their way into this game. Now the Lower Blue Mountains looking at options. Jones gets it back. Oh, big space through the middle. Well, now we're starting to open up. We've seen 3 tries in the last 3 sets. Lower Blue Mountains, they're hanging in.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot happening early, but they've just sort of found their rhythm now. We'll see here, you'll see he's done a quick release towards the shorter side, or towards the top side, 3-on-2, and then he stepped back. And Nelson Bay needed a bit more support from the inside defence there to protect the offside player. It didn't come. And the Lower Blue Mountains get out by.
Okay, Redmond plays it from the restart. It's Nelson Bay. And we continue to see this trend of points every set. Good defence in the middle again. Gomez. She's been good with ball in hand. That time makes a big touch. They go towards her again and puts the hand straight to the sky. What a start it's been to the game for this young lady. Abby, she's in everything.
And she's having a good game there. Defending that middle as well. So that's a little bit different as well. But she wasn't too worried about it. So Abby Gomez showing all the females how mixed touch can be played. She's definitely got some good smarts out there.
Oh, and the ball just going over the sideline. If it wasn't a boot as well. So Nelson Bay get the footy back around the halfway line. Meters through Jade Ballard. Not able to pick up too many metres as they made some changes there. Just getting the ball away. Plays out of position here for the Lower Blue Mountains, and Nelson Bay are looking to strike. And a nice diving effort in the corner, but good scramble defence.
How did they not score there?
Oh, they look like they were in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, the D was scattered everywhere.
And the last touch of the set. And Lower Blue Mountains, they hang on. They need to be a bit cleaner this time around. Went over the sideline. As Gomez sends it back infield. Getting away from the first defender was Fitzgerald. Now we'll pick up from Jones. They hurt him around. Oh, he does the dipsy doodle, 360. Can't get away. Good defence.
Yeah, good D from Nelson Bay there. That'll be a bit of a settler. They'll be looking to get the next one, the next try in this game to lock this one up. They don't want to be trying to run down the Lower Blue Mountains if they can help it.
Just rolling through the middle at the moment. Someone still needs to pick up and get them going forward, as often plays it coming into the last. Nice little short ball, big hole through the middle, and good speed as well. Kicking away. I think it was Bailey Ray's giving the high fives there. Good footy towards the back end of the set there. Nelson Bay, lock us up.
Yeah, good drive. Got in a bit of a one-on-one there. So if you are going to defend with your female in the middle, Scotty, then the outside, you've got two males at links, right? They've got to come in and help. They can't afford to hold width and leave the two middles isolated. So bit of a technical type error there from the Lower Blue Mountains, holding their width when they need to be coming in and helping each other, particularly in that sort of formation. So we'll see if they can make the adjustment.
Shifting early and coming off the legs. And Nelson Bay, they're on their side of the field. So we'll just plug it down the left sideline as they get some changes out onto the park. Nice little release. Picks up. Still going. It's about a 20-metre run in the end. Really get some big meters going downfield as Redmond, they hold off him as well. No Blue Mountains at the moment just holding their space within the 7. Last touch of the set. Good footwork. Good hands. And no touch made. The referees are happy. And Nelson Bay get over in the corner. Good set in the end.
Yeah, super finish there from Nelson Bay, but it's all about that drive you mentioned. I think they were just coasting down the field. 20 metre, 25 metre gains on the previous dumps. It just put Lower Blue Mountains under a lot of pressure, and they never really recovered. Great work from the Bay, last 2 tries.
Yeah, and in front now as well, 3 tries to 2. Like we said, it's an important game for them. They're sitting quite a bit higher than Lower Blue Mountains on the ladder in their pool at the moment. They're in second position. The 2 top teams go through. A win here will lock up one of those spots. A loss or a draw, and they might be then in contention for the next best ranked team, but you don't want to leave that to chance. As now Lower Blue Mountains again getting into the in-goal area. Nelson Bay respond.
Yeah, great defence there from Nelson Bay, showing how it's done. When the dummy half or the scooper gets in the in-goal, they can't score, of course, so they just mirror it up, player for player. And the offside player, rather than panicking or diving or something, he just sort of ran with the scooper all the way, pushed him into the corner. Nelson Bay showing how to defend the scooper there. Did really well on that occasion.
Little mistake, though, as they were transitioning to their box. Lower Blue Mountains in good attacking position again. Jones will get it back, flat from half, takes him on himself. Blake Jones going to get sent back.
I detected a little bit of a slide there. Is it drizzling out there? He just seemed to keep going on the dive. He got a bit of extra. Yeah. I'm wondering if the grass is a little bit wet. He seemed to have a bit more extra purchase there on the ground.
Now this time picks up and goes from half and finds the support, and Joe Kitchling with a glorious head of locks flowing in the background.
I wish I knew what that felt like.
Oh.
Even when I had hair, I didn't have it that long, Scotty. So
preach.
He's got all the skill there, and he's got the looks as well to go with it. It was awesome here that he actually ran into the in-goal on this occasion because his defender held the line. So almost the opposite of some of the discussion we were having yesterday. He's read that the D wasn't following the scooper, so he's gone into the in-goal there.
Oh, look at it.
Great job. What was it, Joe Kitching, is it?
Look at it.
Great try, and he's got the look to match. Good work, Kitching.
Someone get that kid a shampoo endorsement deal ASAP.
Well, always get the Father's Day grooming kit. I don't know why. I've got no
It's
hair.
wasted. At least half the kit can't be used for anything.
That's
Now
it.
Nelson Bay, they're not going anywhere. Nice little hit back again. And after Lower Blue Mountains lock up the score, they're just finding a way to come up with points themselves.
They keep bouncing back. Just the amount of tries in from dummy half from both teams. It's obviously really good scooping, Scotty, but it's sort of showing that maybe the D's not helping each other out. There's just a lot of dummy half like Scooper who can't score, just getting in the in goal a lot from both teams. So I think whichever team can get their defence right in this last 10 minutes probably going to come out on top. They're just got to be a bit more supportive, a bit more connected.
And Haxton scoring the 4th try for Nelson Bay to keep them in front. And Bricknell, not much on offer coming into the last. Not a bad ball and coming from outside in there. Marisha Tandon almost slicing through.
Pretty big day here, finals day. It all happens pretty quickly too, doesn't it? As soon as the mixed draw starts to form up of who's going on, already the men's and women's have got through their quarters, and then you've got 3 or 4 hours of top level touch to finish the day. It's not a bad day to sit in front of the box, is it?
Absolutely, yeah. It's going to be a good day. We've got Mixed Open A quarterfinal action coming up next, so straight into the finals. Little local derby. The teams are starting to warm up. Maxville and Warhope. Oh, great diving finish and a good diving touch as well.
Was that Bricknell? Super touch. Great save there, Nelson Bay. Could have gone out by 2, so it's in the balance. Very hard to pick a winner here. Both teams showing their ability, particularly on the back of a good drive with their dump scoop play. Both teams looking good.
Here's Jones again, who's been looking pretty energetic for this Lower Blue Mountains team. Gomez will play it. Jones again from half. Picks up, goes, gets in between them yet again. This time finds the support, and they get it down just before going over the in-goal line. Another try here to the Lower Blue Mountains. Locked up yet again.
Another try for dump scoop. So I'll talk you through this. When the scoop is running through, it's essentially a 4-on-3. He can't score. So generally what you want to do as a team is bring your 3 defenders all to come in together to support and force the scoop on that occasion. Who was that? Was that Jones, was it? On that occasion, force him to throw, halfway across the field to hit the winger. That's generally, whether it's a collapse or a shutdown, that's what both teams are not doing at the moment, and it's allowing the scooper to be, carving up between the 2 middles.
Big meters on offer again. They'll just take their time to get in position. Lower Blue Mountains, can they go back to back and get in front in the game? It's been Nelson Bay who'll be the ones that have been able to get themselves in front throughout this game. Can't happen in this set. Scores remain locked at 4 tries apiece. Who's going to crack this game open? Just over 10 minutes to go. A crucial 10 minutes. Nelson Bay now looking to flow. Often plays it. They got a lot of time to work with, and a looping ball in, trying to get it in behind the defensive line there of the Lower Blue Mountains. Here he is. He's in the box at the moment. Barking instructions to his team. He's getting ready to get out there. Lead the charge. They're a little bit isolated. They had nobody in position there coming out of the box, and it's made so much more difficult when you are still trying to make changes behind your 10-metre line to then get looped in around, but also you've got to wait for those changes to get to you in the box first, and they were completely isolated there in the Lower Blue Mountains.
Yeah, it makes it difficult.
And, big touch. Had the overlap down the right. Often takes a touch again. Working with Ray. Bailey from half. Open side. Ball just behind.
Yeah, with those subs, you really got to break that 10-metre dotted line, like break that plane, or even getting up towards the halfway, because you'll see here the Blue Mountains coming off the back on the edge of that 10, so it's a little bit of pressure. And when you come on, you often get met from the defence, whereas if you can get up over that halfway as you're doing your changes, you're generally sweeping on at retreating defenders.
Penalty here to Nelson Bay over the mark. So haven't been able to complete their last 2 sets. The Lower Blue Mountains. There's Nelson Bay, a little pop out. I will play it short of the halfway line. Fresh legs here for Nelson Bay. Looking to get back in front. 8 minutes to go here in this one. Final round. Mixed open B. And I'll get a repeat set. Redmond hovering around, will get himself into half. Short ball, early ball. Pretty close. Referee says touch. Boys working through the middle yet again. And pretty comfortable defence on the line.
Yeah, they seem to have that sorted. When they run like a quick release play, they tend to support. It's more just the scooper where they tend to just give a bit of space.
Almost lost it there coming into the last. Good ball work in the end. Did she hold on to it? Well, ball lost, bounce. She thought, well, I'll have another go just in case no one was watching.
Yeah, get away with it sometimes if you're quick.
Well, she almost convinced me that she must have held on to it.
Play on.
Maybe she plays AFL or something like that. Went back into previous modes.
Yeah, a bit of automatic mode there. See, he's the same with the subs, where they're sort of subbing a little bit too early. Like they've got to get really up towards the halfway a bit more. So that's something they might work on as they go deeper in this tournament.
A bit of space to work with and a diving touch on the boots. Needed to be made.
Game sort of settled a little bit. I haven't really got a winner, unfortunately. They're pretty evenly matched, and see who's got that last push, that last big effort in coming into the last 5 to see if they can get over the line.
Nice running here on the sweep. Good ball, good hands. They wisely hold it with one more touch to work with. Do they look to shift? Down the other side, a good defensive read. Ball just held up. Gave him a chance to come in and make the touch, but it doesn't really matter in the end. The very next play, they turn it over. And this could be a big set here for both these two teams.
Golden opportunity for the Bay.
Look to come down the left straight away. Ball back on the inside. Still some touches to work with here for Nelson Bay. As they come out to Dixon. Dixon draws and passes nicely. And finds Alexis Green down the right edge. And comes off the back of that mistake from the Lower Blue Mountains. Nelson Bay back in front.
Yeah, great execution there. Lower Blue Mountains, probably a bit of a drop in concentration there. There wasn't a lot going on. They really had to shift down towards the bottom of the screen, but they allowed that one-on-one matchup. You'll see here in the replay, there's not even a dump here. It's just through the hands. And they didn't adjust. And great work by the Neptunes. I've got that mascot sorted.
Oh.
Nelson Bay Neptunes. You know it's my hobby.
What a name.
You got to tell me who the Lower Blue Mountains are now.
Are they the Lower Blue Mountains?
Mountaineers?
Yes.
I don't know. That's been my, for all of our viewers, it's been my little pet hobby. I think we've got to try there. So many good clubs now. It's really hard to get. I love the mascots. It's hard to keep up with them.
Did we find out about Taree? Surely someone's reached out.
It was some
overnight.
type of flames or something. James Preston, but I think it was a guess.
Yeah.
Or fire. Taree Fire
Taree
or
Fire.
something. But I think it was a guess from James Preston. We still.
It's not a trusted source.
Yeah.
Ooh, little show and go. Good defence, though.
So Neptunes is a good one.
Neptune's a ripper.
Nelson Bay Neptunes.
Great little pocket in the world, Nelson Bay. As is the lower Blue Mountains. A couple of iconic venues battling it out here in this mixed Open B. Big match. Got some implications, more so for Nelson Bay. Oh, show and go.
Great
the touch was made.
Great save. That could be the difference in this one, because I think we're all expecting the hit back there. I think it was Jones there, which would have locked it up at 5-all, but great D. Great D from the Bay, and they're still out by 1, coming into the last 3 minutes.
And we'll be sticking with mixed action at the conclusion of this game into the A division. Quarterfinal time as well. Maxville versus Warhope. Three minutes still to play in this one. Another try to Nelson Bay. Will definitely help them to secure this game. Oh, but throwing to the wrong person. It's Jones who's starting to kick away. Diving touch on the boots. Redmond. Well, it must have been a sneaky play there from Blake Jones, because he threw it straight to him. The old one where you go, yep, I'm open. Oh, wait, you're on the opposite team. And he was gone.
Well, 2 big defensive efforts from Nelson Bay. We did talk about defence being the difference. They've come up with 2 very big stops here. Let's see. I think Joe Kitchen might have one last throw of the dice at him here. See if he can lock this game up.
Oh, they've gone the big knockout play. Doesn't come off for them. Out to the corner there of Iverson. It's a tough ball to take. They take into the box of the Lower Blue Mountains. Can they get themselves into this game and lock it up again? 2 minutes left on the clock. Nelson Bay hanging on at the moment. One more try. Might see them across the line. Ooh. It was shaping up. It was shaping up nicely where they have the option to play short or play out the back, and they did choose to go out the back, but the execution of the pass goes away from them.
Yeah, I probably would have just stuck with their dump scoop. That's what's worked for their last few tries. But you mentioned the upcoming game, Scotty, so I'll lead off with the Warhope Wedgetails, and I'll leave you to work out who Maxville is.
Maxville.
Maxville. You like the alliteration. Like
yeah,
you want
I
some
do.
sort of, yeah.
But you got to look at their strip as well. So they've got the green and the black. So if there was black and white, I'd be going Maxville Magpies for sure. But I'm sure some fans at home can help me. They're throwing me in the deep end here. You can't be asking a Queenslander all the logos of these.
Here we go. This should be the game here.
And it will be a big try. And you can probably hear the Nelson Bay fans in the stands. They know that was a big one.
They're happy about that. Why not? They come from behind. They showed some good resolve there. That'll give them a bit of a boost for the rest of the finals day. Again, there wasn't really a dump. It was just through their hands. And a great finish out wide from Hannah Haxton. And Nelson Bay will continue through the tournament into the finals. The reason why we asked you about the mascots, because we might get something exciting, like fresh ideas.
Yeah, gotcha.
That's why, you know. Something out of the blue.
I'm trying to do some research in the background.
As we go.
For my team, the Maxville Falcons.
Falcons. Wow. See, I'd never would have picked the Falcons. There you go. So 6-4. Probably deserved winners, I think, in the end.
Who are about to sound. And they might have just a chance of maybe getting one last final consolation try, but a big victory in the end for Nelson Bay. We'll see them roll through to the championship quarterfinals later on today. And talking of quarterfinals, we've got more mixed action coming up next. It's the A division that will be hitting your screens. Maxville taking on Warhope. Mixed Open A quarterfinals up next.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That completes our first round matches for the day. Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Got a shorty clean the business, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the business, I'm a diamond and to run it back. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent but the kids don't listen.
And it goes a little something like this.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
We're in the quarterfinal action here for the 2025 New South Wales State Cup Mixed Open A Division. Maxville taking on a Warhope. Now, Maxville finished second in their pool. 3 wins, 2 losses at the end of the round robin. Warhope finished in third position in Pool B. 2 wins and 3 losses as Gabros joins me for this one, though. It's got a little turnaround here for Warhope. They started the competition in great fashion, 2 wins, but they lost their next 3. They need a big bounce back here in the quarterfinal.
They sure do, and they've started with a flurry. They've gone straight through them here. They're looking to score in this first set of 6. Little juggle of the ball, but as you said, Scotty, Warhope started on fire on Friday morning, and they'll be looking to do the same again today.
And stepping in, coming into the last, looking at options, all stacked out there and just dipping away on the end. But yeah, like you mentioned, very positive signs. Good start. They've come out of the box here with a lot of energy.
And we just see an error there from Warhope. The ball could be a little bit slippery in these early games. I know we've had hot weather, but there'll be a little bit of dew on the ground. You can see on your screen there's still a little bit of smoke floating around the place with the fires we've had over the past few days. But Warhope are going to get a first opportunity here down on the Maxville line.
Side come down the left. There's plenty of green and black jerseys there. Sharp off the foot and into the in goal and just off the fingertips. Gee whiz. This is a good start. Doesn't come off with points for them as of yet. They just need to keep this energy up.
Yeah, you can see there, he went behind the line there, the Warhope player, and the pass was probably a little bit too high for his winger to reel in. We see here that the sideline referee's got his finger pointed up in the air. It's going to be a second change over here, so that's 2 sets Maxville have had trying to come off their line and 2 incomplete, so that'll definitely be something they're looking to fix, Scott.
Yeah, some early jitters here in this quarterfinal. Now, our other quarterfinals in the mixed open A division, Sharks taking on East, ADF who've been probably one of the standouts so far, taking on Panthers who have hit some form towards the back end of the competition. So that's a big quarterfinal between ADF and Penrith. Wallsend and Manly taking on each other as well. Pretty evenly matched this time. They won't be denied. And this start from Warhope has been super impressive, and they finally come up with first points.
And you'll see on the replay, Scotty, it's that weight of possession there. So they've had 3 sets down on the line. And it's Tyrell Scott, the number 23. He just glides his way through. He knew what he wanted to do, gets it back from the acting half, dives through, ball down, 1-0 Warhope.
Great start. Couldn't have started this game any better. Warhope, they're going to have to continue to be on now. And defence, oh, that was a lovely little hole. And Tristan Scott just couldn't help himself. It almost looked like it bounced off his chest. Whether he got hands on it, definitely had to play at it. I don't know whether he intended to, but it was just passed straight into his direction.
It bounced off him, but then the hands just automatically went up as we said.
Oh, wow, that was a big chance. And a big hole to go through, and just a bobble there from Maxville stops him from getting the first try. It was actually called forward regardless, so that helps just a little bit, knowing that it was dropped over the line.
You mentioned those other quarterfinals before, Scott. They are all cracking matches. Often in quarterfinals, we see a penalty here in the field. In quarterfinals, you often see there can be a bit of a mismatch and scores blow out. But based on what we've seen the last 2 days, I can't pick a winner in any of those other 3 quarterfinals. So the mixed open division, wide open at this point.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing who's going to progress through to semi-finals. Big day in finals action coming your way. Warhope looking for their second. It was a slow play the ball, and that just flowed on to the next play. Good job there from Maxville in defence, just to hold them up as they're looking to attack within the 7.
Yeah, it's been all defence for Maxville so far. They had that one little opportunity a moment ago. This is a better set. They're going up the field. They're going to get some fresh players on, running on at speed.
Trisley played it as now they go through the hands. Doolan into half, arcs back through the middle of the field, bit of space to work with, and again another late pass at the line. They're creating opportunities here, Maxville. It's just not quite sticking at the moment, but there's positive signs for them.
He did a good job there, Doolan there for Maxville. So he looked like he was going to pass. He double pumped, held it up, but unfortunately the player running through the hole couldn't quite grab hold of it.
Changes onto the field for Warhope. Nice exchange of passing, picks up a good 15 metres. Now they can flow off the back of it as they come to Blair, and that will be a repeat set. Flying out of the line, getting hands on the footy there, Leighton Doolan.
And that came off the back end where they recycled the ball back here near the halfway line. But you see here, it was Scott again, drops it back in, and he got his whole body in the way then. Oh, beautiful take there from the winger there. Touch has been made. But Leilani Granger, she came from nowhere, took a beautiful catch.
Try scorer, Terrell Scott, get it back. Incorrect play the ball, not facing square. He'll be facing towards the try line.
We'll see the repeat here. So he throws it over, catches it on the flight. Excellent dive, but equally good touch there. Out on that wing by Bryn Trisley for Maxville.
The ball fell into the hands there of Warhope. The play has been called offside. Maxville will get the touch. And they'll play it in Warhope's end of the field there on the first.
And they're going to get some good field position here, Scott, and get an opportunity to see the Warhope line.
Worked their way into the game nicely. Had a good couple of cracks at the line. No points as of yet. Shifted early out to the left edge. They've got some touches to work with for the setup. And coming into the last now. Oh, great read outside in. Ooh, late penalty though. Might have been a call from the sideline, offside.
She might have left a little bit early there, Granger, but doing her job in attack and defence for her team.
Is this the set for Maxville? Sharp and getting in between the middle defence. So they went the tap. Had a nice early crack at the line, but Langford gets there first.
Again on the back of a repeat set, quick dump, drops it back to the roll ball, and he just steps inside him. But again, it's just that foot race. You're running backwards against forwards. Forwards will win most times.
So locked up now in our quarterfinal. Warhope from the restart. With the football straight back.
They're working their way into this match, Maxville. At the first few minutes, there are a few errors. They let a try in, but this last few minutes, they're certainly getting the run of it, Scott.
And they're getting the run of it in this set as well, flowing downfield nicely. It's a great starting position for the set. Now, great ball with space out on the edge. Riley Maxwell threw an absolute peach into the corner. And back-to-back tries as Bryn Trisley scores their second.
Excellent work there. Beautiful cutout pass. Maxwell to Trisley. She's standing out wide, pops it over the line. And just like that, Maxwell ahead 2-1.
They've weathered the storm early. Now swung the momentum in their favour. Finished second in Pool A. Warhope looking to hit back straight away. And the touch is made. Nelson Langley on the line and confirmed now from the ref as we take a look at the replay.
It was a beautiful dive. It was Nixon on that occasion for Warhope, but ref was in perfect position to say touch was made, change over. It was a nice deep running onto the ball there, Scott.
Very deep. Did a good job to keep the legs pumping and pick up some metres as well off the back of it. Now pick up and go from half. Henry throws a lovely ball. And Maxville are on a roll here. 3 tries on the trot. And now they're up by 2.
You can see the replay and watch here again. Fitzhenry double, triple pump, throws it over the back of the incoming defender. And on this occasion, it's Zane Doolan. But watch this. Dummy, holds the defender off and then decides, you know what, I'll just flick it round your back. Timed perfectly.
Yeah, tricky ones to throw in behind the defensive line to still get them coming out of the hands backwards. Done to perfection. As Maxville get their third. Warhope desperate for points to keep them in this game. Might have just lost control of the footy coming into the line there, Scott. He's trying to spark his team back into this one.
He lost a little bit of control. He was claiming the defender going back was offside, which caused the error, but the referee said play on. And Maxwell, they are really on a roll here.
Looking to continue to roll downfield here in this set. They decide to come out by picking up good metres. They're on the back foot again. Warhope now. They've got options. Lowry pop over the top. And Scott, did he take it cleanly? I think they're going to come back for the forward pass first. Lucky for the young man.
He couldn't help himself, Scott. The ball, they're trying that sinker play, which nearly worked to perfection again. But, yeah, he couldn't Again, we talk about that cookie jar. He had to just get his hands in it. Little morning snack.
They're just competitors, aren't they? As soon as they see a football around, I need to have it. I've got to have it in my hands. I need to go.
It's instinctual.
Not a bad response here in this set. It's Maxville. Ooh, must have just been onside there, Nelson Langley. Good crowd watching this one as well. Early here on day 3. Got a bit of a local feel about it as well. Oh, now mistake from Maxville. Around the box. They might have had 7 on.
And they've been close to perfect probably the last 7 or 8 minutes. Maxville giving themselves this 3-1 lead. But that's an error that we could see as a turning point. And Warhope would love to get a try on the board here and close this gap.
Skipping away. So this is a big opportunity here for Warhope. Good field position. Their attacking opportunities have been pretty limited over the last 5 or so minutes. Got a good look this set. All pushing the pass it again, and another one as well, the boot.
They just leaving to that last minute to pass those balls for both teams, but they're executing it so well, and they've got themselves a penalty here, Warhope. Repeat set. Fresh players on the field. They brought Brent Nixon into the attack, and we'll see what he can do out here on this left-hand side.
Ruben Trick comes to him. There was players being called offside for Maxville.
He nearly snuck through there, Nixon, but that's going to be penalty number 2, Scott, so they won't want to give away a third one here because they'll be playing 6 on 5 for the next set of 6.
Here is Nixon again. Decides to send it out to the right edge through Donovan. The boys are conjuring something up in the middle. Now Flanagan takes off. Oh, and unfortunate. Shelby Granger out here on the left. He was sent to her like an absolute rocket. And a tough one to reel in, but they did create an opportunity down the left edge.
Yeah, Flanagan created an opportunity, but you're right. It was probably just thrown with a little bit too much force. What should have been a simple 2-on-1 became a little bit more difficult for the winger to catch, but that is an opportunity we'll mark down as lost.
Oh, loose one back on the inside. They continue on in this set, now looking to kick away and getting the ball down. It was rolling around in there. They continue to play on. Maxville getting a little bit of the rub of the green. Can they continue it on? Still no contact made as they dive into the corner.
Is that a try?
Unbelievable try.
Smile is on the face of the try scorer there. He can't believe what's happened. His team's gone out to a 4-1 lead. It's Riley Maxwell with the try. Let's just take a breath, see what happened. Hot skipping, back over the top, double cutout pass, drops it back inside. I'll just slice between the two players and nobody touched me. Well done, Maxwell. That's called keeping the ball alive, Scott.
Well, that looked like it was dead and buried about 6 times in that set. I thought the touch was going to be made here. He thought, oh, I'm under pressure. No, I'm not. I'll have a crack at the line. Goodness me. Entertaining way to get your 4th. Gives him a nice buffer now as well. 4 tries on the trot to Maxville. Thank you very much. After an amazing start from Warhope, they really responded, just took their time. You do have quite a lot of time in these 30-minute time slots. You don't need to stress too much. There's big opportunities for you to work your way back into the games, get a bit of momentum. And Maxville have got that in spades at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a shame for Warhope because they did start so well, but as you said, Scotty, 30 minutes, people might think, oh, it's only a 30-minute turnaround. It goes for a long time when you're out there, and you don't need to panic.
And saying that on the other side, Warhope, they don't need to panic too much at the moment as well. They definitely want to be the next team to score. Don't worry about that. They've got some work to do, though, at this defensive set to stop this Maxville juggernaut, which continues to roll on as they switch. They send it. Still no contact made. They're in 6s and 7s. Both teams in this set.
I was waiting for the through the legs there at the end of the set. It had everything, and they're keeping the ball alive. And we see here Warhope going one side to the other, and that's an excellent run there. Josie Boys doing the job out there on the wing for her team. It's
a great start to this set. This is one that they can build on. Warhope, and I was just going to say before, they're down by 3, but they still have enough time to do exactly what Maxville have done. Get a try here and start to get some momentum and swing things back in your favour. They can get themselves back into this quarterfinal. A try in this set would be great, and a try in this set is what they will get. So that's the first little tick in the box here for Warhope. silky ball work there on the back end and finished off nicely from Bella Ronan.
All right, well done there. That was excellent. So we saw here, it was Tristan Scott here for Warhope. And we see the replay coming up in a moment.
Yeah, and
Here it
apologies,
is.
it was Josie Boys scoring there for Warhope in the corner.
So you see Scott over the top. And then Josie Boy started the set with a great run down this end of the box, and then she finished it with an exclamation mark on top. Off the left, over the right, beautiful pass, 2-on-1. Josie Boy's plenty of space, nice little dive to boot, gets her team back into this match.
And Maxville coming up with the error. So next box ticked as well from Warhope, defending their line after coming up with points. And they need to be clean and try and get down the other end. Changes onto the field. Granger is just a little isolated there. Now Terrell Scott comes back in. Ooh, just getting that down on the mark.
Oh.
It's a razzle dazzle. They didn't punch too far downfield in that set. Maxville straight on the attack here, ball in hand.
They definitely would have liked to got a few more metres out of that set. They defended well after they scored, but only got just over the halfway mark. Thought I heard a whistle there, but it must have... Oh, I did hear a whistle. So it's Maxville. They're going to get a chance here, and Warhope will be desperate not to leak any more points.
Big set here for both teams. 13 on the clock. Maxville in front by 2 at the moment in the quarterfinal. Oh, wow. Sharp footwork. And the field probably still has a little bit of moisture on it as well after some showers overnight. A little bit more this morning.
And you'll see here, it was Bo Langford. He stopped, he propped, he dived back in. The defender looked in vain, so somebody inside. Not this time. But you see here, they go wide. He just stops. Goes straight back in. We'd call that ankled, the kids would. And that takes it out to 5-2 Warhope. Maxville over Warhope. Still plenty of time, though. Just under 12 and a half minutes to go.
Impossible from half. Early release. They skip over the top of him in a big hole to stroll through for Ruben Trick.
That's going to look, and that nice on the replay. Was exactly what they needed. So they come through the middle, the split of play. Tristan Scott. And then it was Ruben Trick with a nice little trick of his own as he scored the try. Beautiful put down. Roll over the top. 10 for the dive afterwards. And it's now 5-3. And that's how quickly the game can change, Scott. Yet mixed opens there. Traditionally very big scores and very exciting finishes.
Doolan looking on the inside. It's a tough ball to take. And support players pretty much unsighted. He was just hoping that there'd be someone popping up on his left shoulder.
Yeah, so what you'll see happen there was he tried to open up the space on the inside with a little boy play, but the defender was up to the task and just closed that hole immediately.
Nice extra pass and good meters. Got a little bit more energy about them in this set. Clean pick up and go from half and skipping away. No contact and the supporters there. Leilani Granger pops up at the perfect time to get Warhope's 4th, and now the margin is back to 1.
How good. You mentioned it, Scotty, the energy. And he just slices through the gap. A bit of a goosey if you don't mind. Calm. Yes, skips out, times perfectly, drops it back inside. And the momentum has certainly shifted back towards Warhope.
Well, a little fight back this has been from Warhope. Maxville's still in front though, 10 to go. Plenty of time to unfold here in this quarterfinal. These teams fighting to stay alive in the tournament as Maxville diving in. Has the touch been made? I think it might have been claimed, but whether he was onside or not is a different story, and Maxville hit back to go back in front by 2.
I'll tell you what, I'm loving the speed of Kim O'Donnell here out in that link passage. Referee must have called the player offside. Beautiful long pass there. It was Bo Langford. Out wide. She showed some speed, Kim O'Donnell, and they've given her team a 2-try lead again, 6-4.
Can Warhope go punch for punch?
That's what it feels like a bit at the moment, doesn't it? Heavyweight clash. Whatever you can do, I'm coming back to, you're not getting away from me just yet.
Now against the grain. That just looked like it drifted forward. Right idea. Possibly had a chance if it was a bit cleaner for a bat back on the inside.
Yeah, he's coming into his own at the back end of this game, Tristan Scott. So you got Tristan Scott, Tyrell Scott. You got the skills there of Stephen Blair. They're working well together now, Warhope. And with about 9 minutes left on the clock, 6-4, it's still anybody's game.
Now taking the space, bringing it out down the right. And we'll have to go back to the mark and play it. Now pick up from Doolin, short ball, nothing there.
No, well defended there by Warhope. They're going to be a penalty away on the last, so they'll get a little bit of a piggyback. And they're taking it straight away from their own box, is Scott, and then they'll bring it out here, trying to spread that defence. So often teams now won't go directly to their box. They'll try and get the defence going one way, bring it back the other way.
Nice ball back L on the inside to Granger. He scored that last try for Warhope. Takes another hit up going forward. Now Smith goes direct into the line. Lays a good platform. Sharp off the feet from Scott. Just needs someone to get open and will. Great try from Warhope. Back down to 1.
This is going to look fantastic. He skipped, he hopped, he went straight through, did Scott. And he finds the winger there, and it could have been Josie Boys that takes her second try. He waited, threw a little dummy. And yeah, it's Josie Boys. She gets a double. And it's now 6-5. How good.
Just over 7 to go. They need to start coming up with some stops, though, Warhope. It's Maxville looking to sort of play out the back, but players not fully into position, but still had one more touch to work with in this set. There's a few plays here from Warhope, and there must have been players being called offside. Advantage being played. Moving forward off the line, looks like it was the call.
They did a good job there, Warhope, because it looked like they were going to go wide and have an overlap, but they didn't bite in. They went across, but they didn't panic. They just held their space.
Maxville with a full set to work with, forced to come back out at the moment. And Langley just had to reach for it from half, so he'll pull things back in. And Langford, he's been one of the danger players for Maxville. They've got him contained at the moment. Someone needs to get in the half. Now Jones plays it. Langford again loses his feet.
Let's hope he's okay. He's going to go off because he's very light on his feet. We've seen that throughout this match for Maxville, Bo Langford. But a very strong defensive set there by Warhope Scott. And it's moments like that that can help you win these big games.
Yeah, they needed that. Now they're trying to shift and get it down the other end of the field. Can they lock up the scores? They're down by 1 in this quarterfinal at the moment. Semi-final spot on the line. And off the fingertips.
And they could see a little overlap out there. They just didn't know which channel to pass it through. So well defended. We'll see the replay here. So it's Scott again. He looks, which gap do I find? But again, the compressed defence came in from Maxville.
Men's Open B quarterfinal coming up next. Canterbury and Northern Beaches. All finals from here on in. Now look like there was players offside for Warhope. Advantage played. Questions being asked of the referee whether there was going to be a penalty forthcoming.
Yeah, they were claiming there should have been offside plays and they should have got a penalty. There was no advantage there. But they got the ball back in their hands, Warhope. It's becoming a bit of a grind, but they're going to need just under 5 minutes to go, so they want to be next to score. Oh, that's a great run there by Scott.
Yeah, really carrying this team on his back at the moment, and will get himself in the half. Releases early this time around, and on the outside. It looked good from here. Warhope, they're high-fiving because they've locked up this game.
This will look excellent on the replay. The eventual try scorer was Stephen Blair. He dummies out. He's got good ball skills, but he says, I'll do it myself this time. Got the little ball from Tyrell Scott, who's been instrumental in his team's comeback. He's happy with that.
Oh, he's been good, Blair, as well for Warhope. We saw him set one up not too long ago. This time he says, give me the ball. I'll get us across the line and lock up the scores here in the quarterfinal. Of course, if we are level at full time, we will be going into extra time as well. Or is there more to unfold here in this game with 4 minutes left on the clock?
Yeah, he nearly got over there. Maxwell, but excellent touch for Warhope. And they're just happy to roll that out. Looked more like they were playing lawn bowls than touch there. He rolled it towards the sideline, get his team back set in position.
Good touch. Some fancy feet. Now the little dummy. Ooh, speculator pass. Out into the corner. They've still got the football though, which is the important thing here for Warhope. If they're going to have a crack, it's going to have to be deep. Breaks on. No touch made. Decides to turn back in. Oh, and they play at the footy. Riley Maxwell couldn't help himself.
Oh, if he only had known there was actually no attacking player behind him, so he didn't need to put his hands up. But again, it's right in that channel. Your hands are there and you can't help but have a grab at it. This is danger signs here. It's 6-all. Warhope have got the ball in hands and they've got that man, Tyrell Scott, on the field.
And Blair as well, who has the ball in his hands now. Good job to hold on to that one. Tough ball to take. Now Smith from half comes to Blair. Good read. They came up early. They've gone the big play and tried to bat it on straight away. Doesn't come off for them.
They did have an overlap. We'll see here on the replay. But excellent defence there by the winger. It's Pippa Nugent, but we've seen an error here, Scott. And with only about a bit over 2 minutes to go, that could be costly for Maxville.
And the Warhope fans are up and about here in the grandstand in front of us. And they know this could be a big moment for them. Just over 2 to go. Can they get in front here in the quarterfinal? Oh, and lost. He had an unmarked play, but his body was turned in there. Tyrell Scott.
He wasn't sure whether to pass or hold or dive, and end up the ball just slipped out. So save there by Maxville. And they've got the ball now coming down that field, and they'll be looking to ice this game in the last 2 minutes.
And they've got Langford out there as well, who scored 2 tries in this quarterfinal. Oh, that looked pretty speculator.
Oh,
and
they got it.
Forward.
It was a try otherwise. They'd gone through the gap, but you're right, Scott. It was definitely forward and well picked up by the referees.
Just getting timing wrong. Just missed it there. It was the prior pass in the ruck.
Are we heading to drop off? We've got just over a minute to go. They're throwing the ball around both teams. Play on there. There's a little indiscretion in the ruck as we see Kira Donovan. Excellent run for her team.
Can Warhope get this at the death? They'll have one more to set up with here as they look to sweep around the back. Diving ball. Oh, did they get it away before the pass? Yes, they did. Warhope with 50 seconds on the clock are now in front here in this quarterfinal.
Oh, have a look at this. It was Scott over the top. Passed it over. And it looks like it might be Josie Boy's got a hat-trick. We'll look at it again on the replay. A pass from Ruben Trick. And Josie Boy's 7-6, 30 seconds to go, Scott.
Oh, they got a genuine opportunity here. Maxville straight away from the restart to lock it back up again as they look to take them on. The touch is made. 20 seconds on the clock. They'll only get another couple of plays at best. It's Doolan who will get himself into half. Last play, it has to be now. And the ball goes down. Penalty.
Oh, it's not over yet. They'll get one touch, like backyard touch. Hooter in the background, Scott. What are they going to do?
What do they go with? Doolan taps. He comes to Fitzhenry. He sends it. Maxville, they've got no options at the moment. They're throwing it around. And they make the touch. Warhope are through to the semi-finals.
Wow, I've got goosebumps. That was such an amazing game. It was Josie Boy. She scored 3 tries for a team. She came up with the final touch. It looked like it was all going to be Maxville. And then all of a sudden, Warhope came home and got the chocolate 7-6.
What a quarter-final. Warhope roll on. Unfortunately, that's the end of the tournament for Maxville. They threw everything out there in this quarter-final. And a great way to start our final action here on day 3 of the New South Wales State Cup. Warhope into the semi-finals. We've got more quarterfinals coming up next. Canterbury taking on the Northern Beaches. Stay with us.
Thank you, referees. Referee Smith Scramble. The next duty you'll hear will be the commencement of the national team. Please take the field. Thank you.
I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna stop her. I'm gonna work harder.
Referees ready?
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Got a shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Got that shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and to run it back. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. The birthday got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Got a shorty clean the business, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth, but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the business, I'm a diamond and to run it. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. Happy birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Championship Sunday. Men's Open B quarterfinal action between Canterbury, who topped Pool A with 5 wins and 1 draw, up against the Northern Beaches, second in Pool D, a very big division. The Men's Open B, Northern Beaches with 5 wins and 2 losses. A very good morning across KO and Sky Sports New Zealand. We are underway now. So Northern Beaches getting first use of the ball. James Preston and Jason Stanton to bring you all the action. And this one between two red-hot teams in the Men's Open B division. So Northern Beaches on the attack now. Lovely delay on the pass, eventually linking up with Harry Britton, who was shut down just as he was about to get over that try line. Back to the 7 they go. Now Charlia for Plimmer, and then wider still for Allen. Allen trying to squeeze through. The touch is made just in time. So back to the 7 he goes. Last one brought up. Allen, little stutter step and then taking off on the right-hand side. Good defence first up here from the Dogs, as we say a very good morning to Jason Stanton.
Good morning, James. Excited to be with you here on Grand Final Day. This Division 1, or the Men's Open B matchup, plans to be, or promises to be a really big one. Just the standard of play's got better year and year, and just the speed of this one out of the blocks has been great. Looking forward to it.
And of course, up next we have another quarter-final coming your way, this time from the Women's Open B. So well and truly into the final swing of things. Nothing but finals here on out. It's now Northern Beaches through Harry Britton down to this left-hand side, and then finding support back to the middle with Forsyth. Then Marshall. Mayo caught here on the 7. Plays it quickly. Now long floating pass. Good chance to finish, but very well done from the Dogs, who shut down the space brilliantly.
It's a pretty big finals day, isn't it? You mentioned the Women's Open B up next, and then all happens pretty quickly, doesn't it? The quarters into the semi and finals this afternoon. Have you got a tip yet? I was leaning towards Bankstown as a bit of the dark horse in the Premier League earlier on Friday, but I think maybe a couple injuries, maybe they're not quite at their best. Maybe that's a dud tip, James.
Now, I still think the top 4 going through. Parramatta probably to beat Manly in a rematch, that Vorden Cup Grand Final. Dawson will be there for mine, Newcastle and Central Coast. And I think it's Bankstown up against the Central Coast. So,
yes, that's this morning's one. And Newcastle overcoming West, I think, in the other quarter.
So I still think our likely top 4 that we talked about on day 1, they will be there. And for the women's division, I think it's going to be pretty similar as well. I think Canterbury, East, Newcastle, and probably Manly going through. So no real changes there. The most open division for mine is the mixed opens. Without Wollongong being there, with a bunch of those players from Port Macquarie shifting to Wauchope, who we just saw get up
it's
over the Maxville Falcons.
Very even competition. They're good games to watch too, aren't they, the mix? It's very open this year.
So turnover here from Canterbury. About 3 minutes gone. Still no change to the scoreline. First try could be all important. These two teams wouldn't have come up against each other as of yet, so there will certainly be a period where they're feeling each other out, getting an understanding of how each team plays. It's now Plimmer. Sends it quickly here for Allen, up towards the 7. Allen bouncing, now sends it a little bit wider. Still good speed. I think he's got all the way through. Put the foot down, did Fretton, and Fretton has them fretting. Gets the first try here for the Northern Beaches, 1-0.
Great finish. Just sort of come out of nothing, really. They looked like they had him. They had the numbers matched up, and it was just a turn of speed and a superb dive. As I mentioned, wasn't much of a play. It was just a one-on-one. Look at the speed. Look at the dive. Nick Fredden. And Northern Beaches take first blood here.
It's a good start for the Renegades. Dogs with a bit of work to do. Undefeated coming into this one. 5 wins and 1 draw. Northern Beaches finished second in Pool D with 5 wins and 2 losses. Now the Dogs on the attack will stop up with that run there. Eventually shifting back to the middle. Late little emphasis. Oh, lovely switch on the angle. The Dogs drop a man back on the inside and manage to go through.
That's a good hit back there. You'll see there, he just had the nice split, just the switch. They've got to stay connected. The defenders have got to come across and help. Bit of a lapse in concentration there from the Beaches. I just noticed the Canterbury coach, the great Steve Roberts over there, high-fiving his team. He'll be happy with the hit back.
The former men's Australian captain is now Northern Beaches with Hoy, puts the foot down. Has he got all the way through? Yes, he has. He follows suit with the work of Fretton for the first one. Good speed here, Stanto.
Yeah, that's one of the things I just noticed. The speed's amazing. It's incredible. I'm a little bit flabbergasted. Out of nothing. Just a one-on-one. One-on-one, just a big... I don't know, just the Northern Beaches. It wasn't that long ago they were a bit of a developing affiliate. Now Premier League, men's and women's. They've got the Div 1 teams coming through in both those categories, and there's a lot of talent out there at the Northern Beaches.
A good step here from Farhat, and then Farhat opens them up as easy as you like. That bang off the left foot, creates some space, and then the change of gears, through he goes. Here it is on the replay. Looks lovely. Big left foot step. Nothing that Plymouth could do about that one.
Boom, straight down. It seems to be quite explosive. It's not like there's any little, feathering or twinkle toes or nothing. They're just sort of charging straight at him, whacking the step down, diving into the line. It's really explosive touch from both these teams. Almost like a Premier League game, isn't it? Just so fast.
Frenetic opening here. 4 tries already inside the opening 6 minutes. So this is exactly what you want for quarterfinal action. It's part of the 2025 New South Wales State Cup. Now, quick release again here. Then a lovely ball out towards the sideline. Not much room to work with, I should say. And Harry Britton does a great job having a conference here, the referees, but that should be cleared through. So terrific finish from Britton.
Yeah, again, it's just that quick release from the ground, and it looked like they had the numbers. It's just, this is what we're talking about, that explosive finish, that the diving, the catching and diving in one motion. You'll see here on the replay, they're just numbered up. It's 3-on-3. These first few tries, a lot of the times you wouldn't think there'd be tries. There's no real overlap being created. It's just raw speed, one-on-one, footwork, and acceleration. Great to see. Oh, tap on there, a little bit forward. See, I said a little bit forward, even though it was 5 metres. I'm being very generous to the boys this morning.
Yeah, that one, I think you're right, Stander. That might have even been 6 metres.
I said a little bit. This is a really good game. But like these clubs, both these clubs have got great developing programs. Northern Beaches, a little bit probably not at their best in the men's this year in the top grade, but definitely their B team. Look at the speed here. It's amazing stuff.
It's Charlia who nearly got away from them, but the Dogs just managing to make the touch before he could put it down. Evan Flynn on screen as well. And draw and pass from the Dogs, but the final man wasn't ready for it.
So you mentioned coming up today, I think it was Manly and Parramatta will be the TV game. Have you got a tip for the men's yet, or are you still pretty even competition?
I think I've narrowed it down to a top 3. I think Parramatta are quote-unquote the outsider of the top 4, if you will. So I think Parramatta will defeat Manly in that quarterfinal, but still think they're going to be chasing the likes of Dawson, Newcastle and the Central Coast. I don't know, Central Coast is a tough one to pick. They've had a bit of a change of roster. The Moffat boys have shifted to the Northern Beaches Renegades. They still seem to be a very cohesive unit, and the form that Chris Lennon is in, I think he's one of those players that can really pick up an entire team, carry them on their shoulders, and potentially do some great stuff. And speaking of great stuff, Brad Fountain with a big dummy, then the dive opens up a bit of breathing room here for the Northern Beaches Renegades. 4-2.
Yeah, they're just looking so sharp. And that actually was a play there. You'll see him stepping back the opposite way. It's a difficult thing to do. He's sort of coming to do the dump. You almost expected him to come towards the bottom of the screen. but he's gone towards the top, caught Canterbury off guard, and a great finish and put down. Was that Brad Fountain? I think it was.
Yeah, it certainly was.
It was a really good finish.
So 4-2 the score as it comes into the hands of Parata. Parata up towards the 7. Quick pick up here from Taylor. Oh, Taylor was looking for Parata once again. You can just see the little conversation they had there, but now the Renegades getting on with things quickly. And they just got back on side in the end there, the Dogs. And shifting out to this left-hand side into the hands of Ritchie. That was a mess in the ruck, and as a result, Renegades will get the ball again.
Yeah, the Renegades definitely kicked these last couple of minutes, haven't they? It's only early days, but we're still in the first 10 minutes. We've seen 6 tries already. So certainly there's a lot of energy bringing into this one.
Apologies as well for our Canterbury fans. We had the wrong team list initially. That's now been provided to us, so we'll get them sorted. Good footwork coming out here from the Renegades a couple of times. Just touched in the end was Fretton, who nearly went in for his second. Renegades again, scooped up here from Allen. Looking for support, came up with a flick pass, but it was well shut down by Sarah Cold.
Yeah, it looks like Canterbury's given, maybe they're respecting the opposition a bit too much. They seem to be giving them a little bit of space. A little bit of space where they don't need that. They need to be getting a bit tighter with each other. A bit more of a connected defensive line. You know, if the middle's going in, the link's got to go with him. They're giving a bit of space, and Northern Beaches are hurting them just with raw speed.
Now, a little short release here from Shannon Borg. Borg gets it back and then floats a pass over the top. Good carry in the end. So they take meters through O'Brien. Followed up by Borg. They might well get a look at the line here. Dogs building nicely in this set. All lovely pirouette. Now Borg takes off, opens up some space, needs support, but they're dropping like flies, the Dogs. Well, there has been some rain overnight. Still a little slippery underfoot, but they were cruel by the conditions there.
It's a nice little rotation, bit of hokey pokey there. He turned around the other way. Look at that, round the back. Whoa. That's what it's all about. In he goes in goal. Just had to find a vacant player. It didn't happen. But the Dogs, they'll get a bit of confidence from that. They opened up the Beaches there on the short side.
So Renegades up towards halfway. Oh, that pass was forward according to the referee. I've seen worse ones let go so far, but if they're going to pick them off, I don't mind that. So 4-2 the score, 18 and a half to go. A long way from home. You do get the sense that Dogs need to be next to score, though.
I think so. They actually started the game well. I've been impressed from what I've seen with the Dogs. Like I said, it's just been a couple little lapses in concentration, given these Renegade speedsters a little bit too much space, but I'm sure Coach Steve Roberts will be over there making the correction. We're not even at the halfway mark. There's plenty of footy here, James. This is good signs if we're going to see a touch like this today.
So Tandek coming up with the drop ball there. Good meters now from the Renegades, picking up 10 on the fly. Catch and pass once again. Last one brought up for the Northern Beaches. Now hopping a skip from Hoy. Hoy splits them, looking for support. Can he find the pass? Eventually he does. However, they were outside the in-goal by the time they put it to ground. So a lucky escape there for the Dogs.
Yeah, and it's the same thing again. Sorry, James. It's the same thing again where the Canterbury defenders showing a bit of space on that shorter side and Renegades just hurting them with speed. They've really got to make that correction if they want to get back in this game.
So now Dogs up towards halfway. Now across that threshold. Quick roll ball here from Sarah Cold. And turned back on the inside. Parata with the run. Heading out to that left-hand side. Quick roll ball as well. Parata from distance. Good little dive from Parata. Didn't quite get there though. Northern Beaches shutting him down. Back to the 7 go the Dogs. Into the hands it comes. Slowed down here momentarily by Myberg. Now picked up from Parata once again. Into the hands of Sarah Cold. Found a pass and then attempting to get the flick mid-air. But the rushing defence of the Renegades shuts things down. Here it is again on the replay. That would have been some pass from Dion Taylor, but there's only so many miracles he can perform.
It's a strong teams in this division as well, though. It's been one of the hardest ones to pick, hasn't it, the Men's Open B? I think it was at 30 teams, I think, in this competition. It's very hard to pick a winner as they build and they get better through each day 1, 2 into 3.
Now, good little charge here from the Dogs. Up towards halfway they go. Now, flat pass provided for Dion Taylor once again. Oh, that was flat as well for Borg. Let go by the referees. Now straightening the attack and then linking up with Forrester. Forrester plays it quickly. Options out on this right-hand side for Borg. Oh, nearly found the right pass there for Forrester. Just got there a little late in the piece. So it remains at 4-2. Nice little stalemate developing, though. We haven't seen a try in a bit of time. The Dogs have now muscled up. I think they're just gradually gaining back the momentum here, Stanto.
I think so. It's good to see. Canterbury's, I think they're coming into this. I'll see if I can pull it up. I think they're coming into this one undefeated. Might have had a draw, maybe.
5 wins and 1 draw, top of their pool. Now draw and pass from the Renegades was sublime. Fountain dug right into the line, slipped a pass right at the death. And there is a 5th one on the board for the Renegades. So well and truly some breathing room now.
Look at that, just scooped straight through, short ball. The number 20 again there, Brad Fountain. Too easy, big finish as well. So Northern Beaches, what I was sort of talking about before, was trying to allude to, is over the 3 days, a lot of the teams do develop and they improve as they get their combos right. And that's probably what we're seeing with Northern Beaches here, where they're sort of coming in not as the top of their pool. Canterbury would have been favourites, but they just got out of the block so strong.
There's a golden opportunity for the Dogs to continue on this left-hand side. All of the Northern Beaches were offside, so either they could have scored directly or got the penalty, but they've gone away from it. So I'm sure those are those little moments that Steve Roberts would be talking to his team about. Has to do so on the fly, of course. No half-time break. We are now into the second half of this match. There's another penalty in favour of the Renegades. So the Dogs in a bit of a hole at the moment, having just wrangled back momentum. Probably over the last 5 minutes, they've lost it immediately.
Yeah, they've got to be next to score. There's certainly plenty of time in it, but they've got to sort out the D. Again, they're given a bit of space. It's been the tale of the game so far. It's been the story of the game. They're just given these speeds, there's too much space.
Now Fretton, short ball here for Plymouth. Up towards the 7. It's a bit of a passive defensive line at the moment for the Dogs. That's better though. Now the high press, and they'll make the touch outside the 7 and slow down the play enough to ensure there's no striked up. Still could be something building here for the Renegades, but better defence those last couple of touches from Canterbury.
Yeah, a little bit better there. Hopefully they can make that correction. So I think the stadium scoreboard, I think it's 1 down. It's 5-2. I think we've got Northern Beaches, so with 13 minutes to go, plenty of footy. Canterbury just got to really tighten up the D and, of course, have to be next to score.
Now floating a pass and then tapped over the top. For mine, it went forward regardless of hitting the deck. So nothing really working at the moment for the Dogs. Northern Beaches will head up towards halfway now. It's nice jamming pressure from Sericold just to stop the advances of the Northern Beaches side. Little dummy and now a jinking run. They'll try and keep it alive. It was never meant to be thrown. In the end, it comes into the hands of Parada. He comes away with it, but that was a mess from the Northern Beaches.
And they're the sorts of things that invite the opposition back into the contest. When you're up by 2 or 3 at State Cup, more so than other tournaments, you've got to be getting up and down the field, completing your sets, making the opposition go the full 70 metres to get back into it. You don't want to be giving them early ball like this.
Now O'Brien distributing here for Forrester. O'Brien and Forrester once again trying to evoke a penalty here, the Dogs. O'Brien at speed, late angle switch into the hands of Borg. Again, nothing doing though. Northern Beaches been resolute defensively for probably the last 10 minutes. It's been a long time since the Dogs have put something on the board.
Yeah, they're doing well, Renegades there. A bit of extra contact there. The referees are right on top of it. Again, Renegades guilty of giving the Dogs a bit of an invitation. Back in this one. Let's see if they can capitalise.
So 11 and a half minutes to go. Down by 3, the Dogs, needing something on the board pretty quickly. Renegades in control as it comes into the arms of Forrester. Works it forward, met there by Hoy. Then for Borg. Borg will now straighten. It's all in slow motion though from the Dogs. There's no real propulsion in their attack. It's a little better. It's just easy pickings here for the Renegades. There's no sort of flow to the sets at the moment for the Dogs.
Yeah, the speed's gone. They started off really quick, and then now that they're looking at these more structured plays. They're doing them a fraction slower than what they need to be. If you're going to run a split, they're trying to set up for a split there, but if you're going to run a play, it's got to be at speed. This is a bit better. Quick release, the return. Winger should be on. Couldn't get it away. Good save from the Renegades.
He's smothered there from Evan Flynn. Another set to work with though, so less than 11 to go. Stanto has pointed out that scoreboard is wrong at the ground. It's 5-2. Northern Beaches trying to hold off this Dogs attack from that 7-metre mark. Back in the arms it goes here for Springer. Got an early try. Now that is 2 penalties inside the 7. And a slap down as well. So next one will go to the bin.
And they need the advantage here. So Canterbury really got to use the whole set of 6. Don't go for it on the first play. Make sure you're getting the whole defensive line up. You might be able to extract a 3rd penalty, which will result in a 6-on-5 scenario. This is better. Run at the offside player.
Oh, the late little pass there didn't need to be thrown from Springett. They'd already worked over the Northern Beaches side. And as you mentioned, you've got to try and use the full complement of touches in the set.
Yeah, a dump there is almost an automatic try there, James. Had a beautiful play. Bit of disconnect between the attackers. One thought the wrap was on, one thought the dump was on, and unfortunately, the wrong option was taken for the Dogs.
Now Charlie popping a little pass. Allen was pushing through, but ball goes to ground. And the standard of this match has dropped a fair bit from that opening 10 minutes. It's been tough going that middle portion, and now Canterbury, for mine, that should go against them. Well, the man was backpedaling the whole time. He's quite literally been barreled over. I don't know what they want the Northern Beaches Renegades to do there. Here it is again on the replay. Well, that's engaging the contact and then fending away.
It's a bit of a weird one. Lucky one for the Dogs to get that one. Probably a bit unlucky for Renegades. But the defence has been resolute so far, hasn't it? They've handled most of what Canterbury have thrown at them. And this is what happens, like when you've got such a big competition, James, 30 teams, you might have won your pool, but you know there's 4 pools, so there's 3 other teams that won their pool as well, and then there's 4 other teams that might be second in their pool that might have had an unlucky game on Friday or Saturday. So you're coming into the quarterfinals, and these sorts of upsets on paper always possible in the Div 1 division.
So Northern Beaches still leading 5-2 up towards the 7 they go. One more here would make it very difficult for the Dogs. Now to this right-hand side, a ripping pass, and now a chance to finish here for Britain. Just can't quite get it done.
Again, really good execution from Northern Beaches. I like what I'm seeing from these young boys. A ripping pass there, and the finish, wow.
It's
just been impulsive
touch there, Stando, because he certainly kept his little balance inside the sideline. There wasn't much room to work with. That was how he scored his first one, Britain.
Yeah, you're 100% right. So this is where the scoreboard, or the time clock starts to work against the Doggies, because they're looking up there, seeing 7 or 8 minutes to go. If they are going to mount a comeback, they'd almost have to get a try in this set.
Referee just having a talking to both teams here.
He has to send him if it's a phantom. He's calling it. He's saying that there was a touch called without someone being touched, or a phantom. And if that is the case, he has to go to the sin bin, which is what's occurred. So it's 6-on-5 now. And this is the opportunity that Canterbury needed. They must get 1 try out of their 2 sets, if not scoring on both times. So this will be their last chance for the Dogs. They've got to capitalise here, the 6-on-5.
That could be a massive moment. That time I thought the Dogs weren't actually touched and they played the ball. So that could have easily gone against Canterbury. Certainly the Northern Beaches Renegades. They went up in arms in the box. Jeez, they're not doing much with this set, given they do have that numerical advantage. Now popping a pass over the top. It was well found. However, the touch is made. Geez, Britain's had a great game both sides of the ball, but it's a very disappointing set from the Dogs.
Yeah, it's a shame there. Sometimes when we're playing 6-on-5, you get caught in trying to run around them because you think you've got the overlap, or you do have the overlap, but you think, the space is out wide. But often the opportunity is to go through the defence, even though you have 6-on-5. So Canterbury a little bit guilty there of trying to run around the defence.
That's a ball down there, so that will favour Canterbury as well. Now, they've got to go on this set. They're not going to get too much more time with that man in the bin. So if they can't come away with points with that numerical advantage, you can pretty much call it.
Yeah, I agree. They've got a 6-on-5 for the second time here on the line. Really good ball. They have to be able to capitalise here. This is better.
Brian to Borg, stutter step, and then stretching out, gets the try. Well, Canterbury are back in the contest. A little bit more work to do here. They now trail by 2, but at least they managed to work things here. Borg with the stutter step, reaching out. Plenty of work still to do. And he has done it well there, Shannon Borg. So 5-3 the score with 5.5 on the clock. Quarterfinal action for the 2025 State Cup at Port Macquarie. And now it looks like the Northern Beaches Renegades only have, one more set perhaps that they have to contend with that man being in the bin. In fact, here he comes now, so that is the set completed.
Yeah, they've had the 2 sets each, so the players back on. But Canterbury with good ball, so it's still okay. Going 6-on-6, they're down by 2. As you saw with the last set, I think you called it, James, it's going to be a must-score scenario for him here to get back in this one.
So O'Brien setting it. Borg is the danger man. Has the ball in hand now. Not a great release at all there from Springer. He's come up with a few questionable passes in this game.
Yeah, they had the play too, James. They set it up beautifully. Coming back against the grain. A nice little lofting pass to the winger there would have got him back to 5-4. So unfortunately for the Dogs, they've had 2 or 3 like that where it's sort of half a chance, not converted to a try, and the Beaches scrambled in defence and got away with it.
Good touch from Borg. Last one brought up here for the Renegades. Good pressure, though, from Michael Forrester. Shuts it down. So just over 4 minutes remaining. I think they need to get it to 5-4 with, at the absolute least, 2.5 still to go. So maybe, if not this set, the very next for the Dogs. And unfortunately, it's all come unstuck for this particular play. It's not convincing here for the Dogs. I must say, Stanner, for the last 10-15 minutes, based on what I've seen, I don't think the Dogs deserve to win. Last one brought up here. They'll float a pass over the top and then the bat on. And you call the last one a little forward. I think that was a lot forward.
Just a tad forward. I can't quite make out if it's haze or if there's a bit of a drizzle. I can't.
It's definitely haze.
Just haze, is it, coming from the bushfires?
Yeah, quite a few fires floating around Port Macquarie. Also a major one about an hour and a half south on the highway. That's burning hundreds of acres in Bulahdelah.
I tried to get Scotty to call the weather just to see how he matched up against you, but he was a little bit less than desired. Look at the speed here. He did have a go at the weather, Scotty. He had a go.
Out of 10, what do we give him?
I want to give him room to improve. Let's just go right in the middle. Give him a 5. He was just too generic. Possible showers, possible storm. Like
you want the in-depth analysis.
Me, yeah. I would have let off with the fire in New South Wales, hundreds of acres.
You're an alarmist.
Don't worry about the umbrellas. Let's talk about the fire trucks.
Yeah, maybe get the hazmat suit out. Now the Northern Beaches Renegades come out to this left-hand side. Baum out there now, hasn't seen too much of the action. Allen will simply take the meters here. It's all very slow for the Northern Beaches, intentional. They're just trying to wind down the clock.
Yeah, a little bit of game management now from the Beaches. Look at the speed here again.
And that was played out by the Dogs, and all the attempt to reel it back in was a very valiant one from Robinson. And I think he would have got it if he wasn't impacted by his own teammate.
I think so. So Renegades, what do you think from here? They'll go into the semi with a bit of confidence. Are we going to see them playing the final later today? What's your tip?
Look, it's hard to pick. It depends who they match up against. There's a lot of strong teams.
Always strong, aren't they?
That's what I'm thinking. If it's a Parramatta matchup, then I'd probably still back the City team. Great ball over the top, all just in behind Britton. And the reason why is because it was touched in flight, so that just deflected it. But yeah, look, without knowing who they're going to play, I can't tell you too much.
Yeah, Norths were pretty strong in Vorden Cup as well. Parramatta, of course, there's no Hills now because they moved up to Prems. I think the same with Maitland. So there's a chance there for Beaches, depending on exactly what you said, depending on what the matchups are. But I think Parramatta, you would think, would feature.
Well, I think, for example, in the men's Open A's, that's the the big demise, if you will, for Bankstown, having to match up against Central Coast, one of the top 3 heavyweights, if you will. They were in this State Cup final just 2 years ago. Chris Lennon has, in my opinion, now become the best player in the world.
He's amazing, isn't he? Yeah, definitely the best player in the world at the moment. But they're without, you mentioned the Moffat brothers, you mentioned some of the players not there. I noticed, is it Luke Kane? He's not playing this weekend. So Central Coast a little bit of a different look team.
That's why, for me, I'm still not sure where they sit.
Yeah.
So 40 seconds to
Bankstown
go
can cause
here.
the upset. I wouldn't be surprised. I do think Bankstown are the dark horse this weekend. No reason why. If they can contain Chris, to your point about Chris being the best player, if they can contain Chris, I think Bankstown can come up with the upset this morning.
Yeah, a lot of changes over the past few years. Raina Badior as well, also playing for the ADF, for example, in mixed opens. He's a former Dolphin. He's been there and done some great things over the past 4 or 5 years. But this one is well and truly done as a contest. Northern Beaches will be playing semi-final football. 10 seconds on the clock. The margin's still at 2. Both teams have known the result for a little bit of time now. O'Brien works it forward up towards halfway. Final play of the match. There's the siren. Touch is made, and the Northern Beaches, they're one step away from a grand final appearance in the 2025 State Cup, and they've earned that victory, Stanto.
They have, and there's definitely they've shown they've gone a couple gears extra from what we saw Friday and Saturday. So who knows? Like you said, we haven't seen a lot of the other teams, but Renegades definitely are good enough to go all the way here today.
So a great start to quarterfinal action with the Northern Beaches Renegades victorious here over the Dogs. And up next, it's the Hills District taking on UNSW in the Women's Open B quarterfinal. Don't go too far. All the action at 9:45 Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time on KO and Sky Sport New Zealand.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee. My son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport. And now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, you know, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Got a shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and to run it. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. Birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
Back into more quarterfinal action now. Women's B division. We got Uni of New South Wales taking on Hills as we take a look at the scenes from the crowd. Big crowd starting to make their way into the stadium, watching some finals action. It's been a good start here on day 3, Stano.
Yep, these are the. We're getting into the pointy end of the tournament. The quarterfinals. They're all sudden death games. Any draws go to a drop off or extra time. So. Plenty of excitement here. Looking forward to see how it all plays out.
There's already been some games out in the backfield, so we've gone into extra time this morning. Haven't seen anything as of yet here on this stadium. The women's B quarterfinal here. Bit of a jittery start to UNSW. So Hills get a good look early doors. Coming into the last now. They look to turn it back on the inside. Plenty of jerseys there to make the touch. A completed set.
Hills have got a good development program. We've been talking a fair bit about their younger male teams, but the female program's strong out there as well, and that's evidenced here by their women's team into the quarterfinals up against the Bunnies.
Yeah, this jittery start from the Bunnies continues. Another mistake there straight away. Both teams finishing second in their respective pools. For Uni, second in Pool A, 3 wins, 2 draws after the rounds. And Hills, second in Pool C, 5 wins, only the 1 loss so far. So a pretty good tournament leading up into this quarterfinal here for Hills. Look to strike first. Fox plays it. Come back in towards her. They're liking their chances coming through the middle, but good defence so far at the moment.
Has been a good start with the defence, just with the ball as you mentioned. They've got to complete their sets, get down the other end. Haven't really been able to get it going just yet, the Bunnies.
And looking at options again, just struggling to get forward. Last touch and they played the ball in their own half. Having to throw it around, still no contact, play on. This is valuable meters. And they'll finish it off on the 10-metre line. Picked up about 10, 12 metres off the back of that last play there after playing the ball in their own half. It all helps, but it's all Hills here to start this one.
Yeah, Hills are definitely, they've got to try and get some value from their sort of field position here. They've had the first few minutes, the run of the game so far, but nothing on the scoreboard.
Is this the set? They crack him open. Vandenberg played it again. They come through the middle. And there must be a reason why they're targeting through there. They had 2 cracks at it. They get it on the third. And number 33, and Phoebe Hunt scores the first.
A beautiful trail there on the inside and a pretty good ball there from McCurley. I really like the trail plays coming late in tournaments, Scotty. You get into day 2, day 3, bit of fatigue, bit of tired legs. You can often catch that inside defender being a bit, maybe not lazy, but maybe drop in focus. So you might see a few more of those inside balls today on finals day.
And the Bunnies looking to get themselves into this quarterfinal. They've got their numbers on the left, bit of space, and a beautiful late ball at the line and play on. Got it away before the defence came across. I think the referees have made the right call here. Bunnies into the game.
I like to see that enjoyment after a try. They're enjoying it. Why not? A great little out ball there. A dish. I think it was the number 11 there for the Bunnies, Hannah Townley. Great little ball and a great finish. And they're excited about it. And that's what we like to see. I think when you execute a play, that one that maybe you've done at training and you get the result, there's a fair bit of excitement around that. It's one of the good parts of our game.
Scores locked up here in this Women's B quarterfinal. Hills now with Fox, looping ball, finds the turf. So the other quarterfinals taking place in this time slot in the Women's B division. Wollongong taking on East, Wagga taking on Beresfield, and Balmain taking on Norse. There was quarterfinals in the plate division within this Women's B division as well in the previous time slot. This is the championship division everyone's got eyes on at the moment. Semi-final spots on the line later on today. Hills get another look here after the Bunnies get the footy back.
Almost all the divisions, you've got to win 3 on Sunday. Doesn't matter how good you go Friday, Saturday. You've got to be able to string together 3 good games on the Sunday.
Nothing available for Hills so far in this set. Go away from the sweeper in Fox, pick up and go. Ball nice and early, wasn't held on to and put down cleanly. That's what the referees are having a quick chat about. They say ball down.
Wow. I thought that was a try. I was marking it down on my scorepad, Scotty. Let's check the replay. Looked like they had the numbers. A great long ball. Try or no try?
Ooh. Let's have one more look at it here. Oh, man, I almost think she maybe got enough ground and then it spewed forward. It was right in front of our sideline referee. We check with the on-field. They say ball down. A tough ones to rule on when you see the ball rolling away from the player who had possession. Another mistake, though, from the Bunnies. They shoot themselves in the foot with their mistakes. Coming out of their end, sees the Hills back on the run and back in the attack. They go straight back through that middle channel again. Work for them for their first try, and it comes up trumps and yet again here on their second.
Yeah, same thing again. You'll see on the replay there, the sweeper coming around the corner, and then that trail on the inside, catching the outside players, not helping out. Look at that. It's a little bit, you've got to stay connected. If one middle shuts down, the Lincoln wing have got to come with them. You've got to have a connected line, and the Rabbits there, for both the tries that Hills have scored, have had a bit of a broken line, and Hills have made them pay.
Phoebe Hunt scoring a second try. She's got both of them for Hills to start this game. 2-1 the score.
Hills have definitely driven better, haven't they?
Oh, yeah. You can see it off the back of that last run. Nice and direct through the middle. Lays a good platform for him to then shift and get some changes onto the field. Standing nice and deep. And rolling into the line yet again. Coming into the last. Great footwork. Ooh, almost finding the space down the left. The contact was made as the pass was being thrown, though. Again, another good set, and they finish it off down on the 7-metre line down the other end.
Yeah, a bit of a warning there for Uni New South Wales, because he was pretty good drive through the midfield, and if they're able to put a scoop or, a sweeper or maybe a quick dump on the end of that, it's going to be very hard for them to contain Hills. So they're going to have to try and play a bit better through this midfield, try and compete a bit more with the Hills Hornets.
Last touch of the set. And they'll finish it off. So Hills now rolling over the halfway line, winning the territory battle as well, but not in this set. A little over the mark penalty.
Yeah, good pick up from the referee there, but a bit of a coach killer. The Bunnies have dropped it on the, not even the first touch, the 0 touch. And just rolled the ball and turned it over. So Hills will be looking to capitalise here, but they've returned the favour, said we can drop it as well. So probably running the first 10 minutes, probably fair to say both teams can drive a little bit better maybe. Hills will be a bit frustrated with turning the ball over there. So, but you can see that they're meeting them in defence. So they're doing so well in this midfield, the Hills.
They just need a completion. Here the Bunnies moving down the other end too much. They do complete the set, but don't pick up too many metres.
It's definitely been an area that they're going to have to improve in this next 20 minutes. We're only 10 minutes in, but Uni New South Wales don't seem to be getting up and down the field well enough. The scoreboard's looking good for them, but only down by 1. You'd think Hills have had the run of this game.
Doesn't work for them there in that set. Again, Bunnies, I'll take it back and roll it here on their 7-metre line.
Struggling again on the drive again. Sorry, Scotty.
Yeah, I was just going to say, not too many metres gained on that first touch, which is such an important touch. Sometimes you can burn that first touch and not pick up much, but as long as someone's getting it going forward and then you're getting that next drive off the back of it on touch 2, they're going to get a fortuitous penalty. But as I say that, they tap it and they lose it. Might be some nerves here in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, there have to be a bit of nerves or fatigue because way too many errors. Uni New South have to make some corrections, Scotty, or Hills. I can see Hills scoring 3-4 on the trot and this one blowing out. They've got to adjust.
And they're just starting to build a bit of time to work with as well. And on the outside of the defence. And it's just off the back of these errors that are compounding. The Uni team here in this game, too good. Too much time with the ball. They get their third.
I think that's Bloomfield coming around the back, and the touch was made on her foot, but the ball looked like it was down first, and plenty of smiles. Seem to be enjoying their footy, both these teams. When they get the try, there's a lot of joy. Lots of high fives and smiling. It's good to see on the big stage here.
Little Bogle did a good job to hold on to it. Last touch. Finish it off in the corner. Hills get the footy straight back. You can see that difference. I was just going to say, though, on that first touch, picking up a bit more purchase. A loose ball, though, on touch 2.
It's a good chance to see what they come up with here. They've really got to run their plays at them at speed. Get the Hills girls right up to the 7-metre line. This is better. And that's close. Depends if the 14s hit the scoreline or not.
Oh, the crowd's getting into it. You would have seen the shots before. Big crowd here watching this one.
He was a little bit loud in the crowd there, but he's got half a point.
Yeah.
If you're making the touch anywhere inside that 7, you've got to get 2 feet to the line, and that's what Uni New South are trying to exploit with these plays.
almost scored there. Getting in underneath. The penalty came for offside, so one of those two players had to have been on the line. We have another look.
So they've got the right idea, the Rabbits, but I think they've got to get the Hills players right up to the 7. They're getting a little bit close to the line. They've got to bring them right up.
Now a bit of time. Nice ball out in front and off the fingertips. Another penalty, though.
And that's 2, I think, or is that 3?
No, I've got 2 as well.
So the
players,
third
I think.
penalty, you'll be 6 on 5. Sorry, Scott.
Yeah, I was just going to say it looked like the link. Right link there for Hills. That's the play that was called back. Ooh. Awkward one, slipped. Little tackle over the top. Jump back up to their feet. They need points here, repeat sets. And Hills need to be disciplined. Oh, wow. Losing the footing, but did a pretty good job. She fell down on the line, but just held there with her hands out, hoping that she would slide straight into it, and that's pretty much what happened.
Got the save.
Yeah. Doesn't matter how you do it. Now a juggle. And good defence again. They just can't crack this Hills wall.
So you'll see when the dumps are being made, the Hills defenders are anticipating the touch, and they're able to almost get back to the scoreline. So what you do when that happens is you've got to get them right out past the 7, maybe even to the 10, because the defenders have to keep moving forward until the touch is made. They can't just stop on the 7. So you really got to get the line up, and I think the Rabbitohs will try and hopefully they can make that adjustment, give them a chance to get back in this one.
Flat ball there from half, followed up with another flat ball from half again. The referees continuing to roll on, but good defensive set. They start on the 10-metre line. We just need some punch and some direct getting down the field. There's a little swing in favour of the Bunnies here. They've got to earn the right to get down the other end first.
Yeah, very much so. We're only at the halfway mark, so I think that's one of the good things if you're in the Uni New South camp. Only down by 2 and probably been outplayed for the most part of it, but they're still in this one. If they can get a bit better drive, obviously not on that occasion, but they've definitely shown some little patches of really good play. If they can string them together, they can easily get back in this one. If they can't and they continue to turn ball over, Hills will certainly kick away from them, but a few errors from both teams now.
So they'll start this set in pretty similar position to the last. A little bit further downfield this time. Now nice little offload. Much better start to the set this time around. They actually push forward to the 10-metre line of Hills, which allows changes to come on. They're sending another 2. So they'll take their time here as they're still getting players into position.
And the shop owner is calling a tow truck to have your car removed. It will be at your expense. Toyota Land Cruiser.
Someone's about to get their car towed. Better get onto that. That wasn't your vehicle, was it?
I don't think so. I'm trying to think Land Cruiser, yeah, but I didn't drive that car up here. I drove a different car. I was nervous for a little bit there. Anyway, I'm more scared about Adam Collins there.
Oh,
On the mic. I don't want to get on his wrong side.
When he wants a car moved, that car will be moved. Don't worry about that. Controlling things in the box next to us here. In Port Macquarie is Hills. Oh, yeah, it was a nice little ball. I think it might have copped it off the chin.
Yeah, I think so. So both teams probably the last 5 or 10 minutes been guilty of turning over the ball during the midfield, not completing the set. So a bit of the energy has gone out of the game in that little period, and whichever team can now compose and kick on going into that last 10 minutes, they're going to come up with the result. At the moment, it certainly looks like being Hills, but they've had a few challenges of their own.
Hills just burning a touch here as they get their replacement players on. Ball back on the inside. Good chance for him just to wrangle control back in this game. Bunny's been throwing plenty of questions at them. This inside ball. This time they respond nicely in defence. Claps on field. Claps in the crowd. Oh, she actually thought she scored it there. Kicked it back to the halfway line.
That's a good 70-metre beep test now. She's got to run all the way back to halfway, then all the way back. I was actually didn't actually catch what happened there. Did you think she was a try and give it a kick?
Yeah, could have been the only reason. Mustn't have felt it. There's some space. Oh, and I think the support player just next door got in the road. Might have even taken a little bit of a deflection as well. So they hang on, the Bunnies. Now they're rolling downfield. Pressure here from the Hills in the middle.
It's one thing that Hills have done well. They've had some struggles at times, but they've always been coming up in defence, and that's what's kept them in front in this game. They've been very active in their D. And a chance. The Bunnies almost look better when they're unstructured.
Yeah.
When they're just chucking it around or having a run, sometimes they look better. I'd almost throw the settling patterns out the window. Another forward pass. We're going to get one. Yes, we got one. Sorry, a flat pass. Is that right, Scotty?
Pass. That's the code. That's the code word.
That's the code. But yeah, the referee's right on top of that one. That was good to see. And now a chance for the Uni New South Wales Rabbitohs. What can they do here? Down by 2. This is probably one of their best opportunities to get back in this one as we come into the last 10.
Yeah, they've done a good job just to hang in there. They haven't really had too many try-scoring opportunities, but they've been down this end of the field enough to create one. Definitely their best look. Hills' defence is on point again. Take their time and get restarted. Back into the set now. Pick up, go. No options right, nothing back through the middle.
It was good D from Hills. I think the Rabbitohs almost have to do one of those, like a quick release or a sweep and go the other way. Go against the flow or against the grain, try and catch Hills out because they are staying quite connected, Hills. They're squeezing up to where the ball is. So Rabbitohs have to try something different for them to get their second try.
This is the last touch of the set. They're just over the halfway line. The Bunnies are doing a good job again defensively. And the referees did pick up a forward pass. There's a few groans from the crowd. It's actually 7 on. So they must have made a couple of late changes in the back end of that set. And they desperately need a try here, don't they, Jace?
Yeah, I think you mentioned about, maybe sometimes you do the first touch, like burning it or just accepting it and going forward. I feel like maybe Uni New South are trying to go a bit lateral too early. I think they could heed your advice there. Maybe go a bit straighter on the first couple, get a bit of momentum going and then move laterally.
Just almost conditions the rest of your teammates to follow suit as well. When you see, righto, we've set the platform, we've set the tone, we're going forward here. Lays the foundations for the set. They're down the right end of the field, though, at the moment. Sharp off the left, but again, this defence is hanging on, but players offside again from Hills. How long can they continue to defend their line? They look pretty comfortable at the moment, but still, when you're back-to-back sets in a row, it's got to be taking a little bit of juice out of the legs.
I think so. Well, they're active and they're staying quite squeezed, so you've got to use that against them if you're the attack. Fake to go one way and go back the other way. You can see there, that's the Hills winger in midfield.
Yeah.
They're super squeezed, Scotty, so Rabbits have got to try and run something against the flow, against the grain, the opposite way. Here's a chance, winger.
Good ball, good hands, gets it down, but defence comes across from the inside. They still can't get in. They've got one final play here in this set, and the Hills just press up nice and early, almost squeezing through. The Hills defend their line yet again.
Yeah, shout out, I think it's Phil McElraith over there, barking orders in the box. Shout out to the Hills crew. They've got their defence is bending, but it's not breaking. They're hanging in there. We're getting the crowd involved now. It's starting to fill up the grandstand. You're starting to get a bit of a finals day feel now as the grandstand fills up.
Absolutely. There's quite an eerie feeling out there as well. We've got a bit of smoke haze coming around. There's not much natural light punching through. And this game is on a knife's edge at the moment. After a pretty fast start with tries free-flowing. It's been a while since we've seen some points.
it's been a bit of a stalemate, largely due to the good defence from Hills, and probably a bit of a inability from maybe both teams, or maybe not inability, but I think they both would agree that they can drive a bit better through the midfield. And I think those things combined we haven't had a bit of a drought on the scoring, so to speak. But Hills' defence definitely keeping him in this game.
Now for the first time in what seems a long time, they're down the attacking end of the field. And after withstanding a mountain of pressure and defence down the other end, if they can roll downfield and come up with some points here, that would have really got them on the front foot. They went the big pass out to the left. Bunnies continue to hang on.
Bunnies are hanging in there. That's been one of the good things, that they've been quite resilient hanging in the game, but they just haven't been able to take their chances. I think there's been 2 or 3 times they've had a gluttony of possession right on the scoreline and haven't been able to come away with a try.
Here's O'Connor. Picks up the penalty for her team. The crowd is happy about it.
Look at the cheering.
They got a really big contingent just in the left-hand
like
side of the
it.
grandstand.
No one used to cheer when I got a penalty, Scotty. Particularly when I was up in Queensland playing against your crew up there.
Yes.
No cheers for the Blues getting penalties, but it's good to see a crowd coming in. Really like the support from family and friends at Touch. It's awesome to see.
That's what it's all about. And if some of the other teams from Uni finish off their campaign, they'll stay and hang around and watch. There's another penalty. The crowd's happy again.
Yeah, he was a little bit off their feet now. So this is the fatigue factor. I know there's 5 or 6 to go, but you'd really think Uni New South would have to score in this possession.
Just keep playing through the middle at the moment. There's no room to work with there.
They've got to get him up. That's why you hear the crowd yelling. They want the Hills defenders off the line, but the Rabbitohs have got to step backwards and force them to come up. You can see a couple of the defenders almost back on the scoreline.
Here we go.
That's why it's a penalty. So that's the second penalty. If I've got the ball here, Scotty, I'm just walking back 10, 15 metres, getting them all up.
Again, just tight through the middle. They're just keeping it in that middle channel as well at the moment. This compressed Hills defence. They're sticking with them. Someone's got to run. Someone's got to find some space. And come out to Kate O'Connor again. They're really compressed in the middle as well. The Bunnies, loose ball, did a good job to hold on to that. And again, they just can't get in behind them.
They're trying hard, the Rabbitohs, but I think it's Hills' defence is solid. And Rabbits have been a little bit, maybe, just one-dimensional, I'd like to see a sweeper in there, or maybe like a bump and run or a roost or something, some sort of play with, runarounds or movement just to test the Hills' defence. But Hills have been very resolute, and that's why they're holding on to this lead.
Oh, loose ball in the middle. They just can't quite put the icing on to close out this game. The door just keeps staying slightly ajar. If they can just get one here, the Bunnies. Just one. Watch them lift off the back of it, and this game will explode.
The crowd will explode, we know that for sure.
Oh, it's clunky down the sideline, though, for them. They're still making changes. Hills press up, put pressure on them. They go back to the mark. Referee just getting things back under control. Now Boyce will play it coming into the last. A pick up and go. This time they bring it out to the edge. Nice little late switch. And the pass and release. There it is.
Look at their crowd. The crowd's on their feet, and why not? What a super try for the Uni New South Wales Rabbitohs. It does not get better than that. They ran the sweeper. They went against the flow exactly on cue. Gave the ball. You thought it was going to shut down. And look at this late switch around the back. And an extra pass to the winger. Try of the day so far. I wouldn't mind it getting better than that.
Well, we've just seen them in the middle. The first time they actually switch and get players running on the out, it comes up with points for them. And they're back in the game. 3 minutes to go. Down by 1 here in this quarterfinal. The tournament is on the line for these two teams. looking for a semi-final berth as now the Hills find some space, but a big touch from Sarah Cullen.
The Rabbitohs cheer squad, they're in full flight. They're standing up, they're jumping off their seats. That was a super try too, a whole string of passes, and there was a fair bit going on. Actually ran a sweeper and went against the grain, the opposite way, and then you thought the play was shut down, and there was that eyes up footy we're talking about.
Ooh, they're in big trouble here, and now a shot. Referee had the arm out and does blow the penalty. Well, they were lucky to get away with the forward pass. Now we're into all sorts of trouble. Hill smelt blood in the water as we take a look at the replay. Just a little bit too much contact.
I think the Hills need to get their fans and down here cheering as well, because the Rabbitohs making plenty of noise.
Oh, they just pushed the pass there over the top.
There we go.
They're
the Hills
getting into
fans.
it now.
They're into it. What a game, 3-2. Had that little middle period where it got a bit deflated, but it's ramped up, hasn't it, the last few minutes?
Yeah, that tries really spark things here in the quarterfinal. The clock is ticking down. A try here for the Hills now will close this game out. They're still in front by 1 at the moment. Looking for one more try to send them through to the semi-final. Gwyn from half. They come back to her again. Well, that has been the theme of this quarterfinal for the Hills. 3 tries through that middle channel. And when you need one to close out the game, why wouldn't you go back to it?
Why not? Very clever play. Good footy IQ for Hills, going back to the same. The sweeper with the trail on the inside. It's worked 2 times before. Why not work a 3rd time? And a super dive. You can see the touch is made on the foot, but the ball's definitely down first. Great referee call there. And the Hills probably just a little bit smarter on that occasion. Apart from that, the teams are pretty well balanced.
Bunny's still playing here. Nice little switch back in. 45 seconds left on the clock. Down by 2. They have to take some sort of miracle from here. They've got to score here on this last play. And the Hills are there, and a couple of their players running into each other. But they're going to make their way through to the semi-final. They had to work for it in the end.
Yeah, they definitely did. So they've got little patches of really good play from the Hills. They'll have to put them all together if they're going to go deep into this tournament. A few nice plays there, like with the sweeper with the trail. A few little moments of drive, but there was certainly a 10-minute patch there where they really invited the Rabbitohs back in the game.
Rolling downfield pretty nicely here, coming into the last. The Hooter about to sound a pick up and go from half. They're looking to put some icing on the cake. Ball over the top and just had a little bit too much on it. It doesn't hurt them in the end. The Hills get the victory by 2 tries, but an intriguing game here in this quarterfinal. Good contest.
Yeah, it was a good one. I think if Hills, like I said, if they can bottle a few of those moments, string them together, no reason why they can't go deep in this tournament. You'll be seeing them later today, maybe in the semis. So good work for Hills. Good tournament from New South. They'll get some learnings from that. And I think we're continuing. Is it more women's footy coming up?
Women's Open. We get into the big girls now. Quarterfinal coming up. Canterbury taking on Wallsend. This is going to be a big match. Stay with us. More to come.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing, and I wanted to give back to the sport. And now my youngest son's refereeing, we're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. Wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it.
Into quarterfinal action now, the Women's Open Division, and what a game we have here to kickstart this quarterfinal. Canterbury, who finished in second position in Pool B, 4 wins, 1 draw, just the 1 loss after the round robin games, will be taking on Wallsend, who've had some pretty impressive moments throughout the competition so far. They finished in 3rd position in Pool A, 3 wins, 2 losses along the way for them. Our other quarterfinals, as you can see, Canterbury making their way onto the field.
Players and referees ready.
We've got Newcastle taking on Doyleson, Manly taking on West, and East taking on Norse, all to try and get a semi-final spot. We'll see semi-finals in the Women's Open later on today, 12:40, but a big match coming up here as Gabrielle Rose joins me in commentary.
Sure is, and you can see Wallsend got the ball, and they'll be looking to that girl with the player, ball in hand at the minute, Zali Chippendale. And the question will be, can they stop Zali? Yep, this is going to be a cracking match, Scott.
System from half, who does come to Chippendale, back to Kirkpatrick. Ew, the final ball just goes in behind. Stevie Bouldery out here on the left wing.
It's certainly a very open division. You know, any of these teams in the quarterfinals can get through to the semi and then grand finals. A good catch there by Andy Law, and that's one that the Bulldogs will be looking for this morning, along with the likes of Sailor Parrott, who just had the ball in hand there and dishes it out to the wing, and they make some easy meters there, Scott.
We were talking this morning in the pre-game show, and James mentioned Wallsend seem to be a team that can just scrap, and they're always competing within games, but you could almost put the same tag on Canterbury as well. They've just got that typical Bulldog-style football that's always going to compete in games, as we see them now roll downfield. Last touch in the in-goal, looking for a blue and white jersey. No one there in support. Wallsend did a good job just to keep him pinned in that corner.
Yeah, took her into the corner, Indy Bowers. She did a good job of getting over the line, threw the ball back to where the gap was, but unfortunately we'll see on the replay, slices through. The Wallsend players defend one-on-one netball style perfectly, and no try there for the Bulldogs.
Nicholas, good meters. She'll take another one forward here for Wallsend. They skip her out the back. The Dogs are holding their space nicely. You can probably hear them communicating on the field coming through the FX mics. Good chat there for the Dogs in defence.
And that's a key, communication in attack and especially in defence. Not panicking, knowing who's taking who, and that was Lauren Thorne that was leading the charge there. Plenty of experience and a beautiful, nice, clean shirt for Lauren as well on Sunday morning.
Must have had the nappy sand out last night, I'm sure. All our players, mums and dads, and washing machines have been getting a workout over the last couple of days. Now Law will get it down. I'll finish it off in the corner. Another set completed.
And as expected, Scott, these first few sets, they're just going blow for blow, testing each other out, trying to see where the gaps are. But what's been good is that they've been all completing their sets.
Wallsend shifting and bringing it down their sideline, coming into the back end of the set now, and they're still in their end of the field as Foster does a good job to kick him away. She'll take another one forward, and they'll bring it down the sideline. So Canterbury, though, good job. They'll start their set here on the 10-metre line.
And interesting to note, we've got 2 very experienced and successful coaches as well that'll both have a game plan they think can outsmart each other and their players. So for the Canterbury, we've got Coach of the Year, Peter Forrester, and we've also got on for Wallsend, we've got Nat Little. So when you're talking about coaches, you have the great players on the field in finals day, but you've got some amazing coaches as well.
Let's run down the sideline. Indy Bauer. Some touches to work with. Oh, contact, and there'll be a penalty. A little bit too much coming in there from Wolves End.
Yeah, and it was Eden Fraser that got knocked off the ball for the Bulldogs. So you see Claire Tandek in hand, the ever-experienced, one of the greats of our game, working there with her daughter, Lenny. And there's my commentator's curse. 4 minutes into the quarterfinal. I apologise, Claire. Sideways, play the ball. Didn't cost them much. They're going to get the ball straight back, Scott. Are they? No, they're going to give it back to Wolves End.
Must have tapped it from the start instead of the roll ball. So they get sent back. Restart the set. Nice release. That helps them to get forward. Bouldery gets them over the halfway line here. It's Wolves End through Searston. Straighten up through the middle again. She gets good contact there. Just slowed Chippendale up momentarily. Had that familiar hop, skip and a jump.
Yeah, we've seen her score plenty of tries already this weekend. There's a penalty there against Wolves End, so they get to march up the field. They're going to be about 20 metres upfield. They're not rushing to get to the ball. They're just going to get their subs off and fresh people on. It looks like Steph Winchester coming into the frame.
Tandek takes one forward. Flanagan follows. Get herself in from half. Decides to pick up and go. Players offside and earns a penalty. Smart experience from Flanagan there. Left, right. Took him in different directions.
Yeah, Logan was toying with him there. She knew exactly. She heard the offside call. And now she's peppering that line again. And we know Logan can throw a bullet long pass. So they'll need to be on the lookout for that as well.
She's again another touch. Looking to shape. Oh! That was the first try slipping through the hands.
That was opportunity number one. Unfortunately, when Logan did, as we were saying, she has the ability to get out and then throw a long ball. The link punching through the hole, but she couldn't hold on to it.
And poor old Nola Baker, who comes up to make the touch. There in that previous play. But a good opportunity. They cracked the defence there of Wolves End. They've done a pretty good job to roll downfield. Last touch again. Blue and white jerseys. Pushing forward, get the football back.
And again, it was Lauren Thorne there. You could hear her talking and pushing up in defence. So there's a lot of, definitely more experience there, as we see a great run from Sailor Perrott there. More experience on the Bulldog side of the team sheet, but so much speed and talent and potential here in this Wolves End team. So it's definitely going to be a good battle this match.
They kept it down the right-hand side. Got some changes on. Got their complement now coming into the back end. Law feeds it early. Mitchell comes back in. And Wolves End, though, holding nicely as well. Gee whiz, this is tight. Start this game as expected. 2v3 quarterfinal.
There's been a couple little half opportunities, but nothing solid yet. And I've no doubt that Canterbury will be trying to get Perrott and Law into the game and use their speed and skills as against some tired, fatiguing legs.
And they made a change on the last play of the set. There, Wolves End. So took out any attacking opportunity for them. Now Canterbury shift. Could have possibly gone back on the inside with shaping. Still better to hold the ball and get it cleanly down on the deck, which they did. Flanagan and Tandek back on the park now. It's Claire. We'll get it down nice and cleanly. Good pick up for Flanagan. And a little late switch in.
Yeah, Logan, she kind of went one way, came back the other, and potentially wanted Tandek to stay on that short side in that left passage. We see a little opportunity here. You do not want to let Tyler Brown run because she has got some speed. Excellent touch there by Logan Flanagan. Otherwise, she was going to be off for the first try, Tyler.
Yeah, nice little change up from Wolves End. And now they're going lateral to try and bring it across the park again. Get some changes. Chippendale on. Shaping to go back on the inside and does so nicely. Searson will go straight into the line. Just shy of that 7 metres. Zali was punching through a hole.
Play on.
Great evasive work and a looping ball out to Brown. No.
Oh, they've come back. They've ruled a penalty way upfield. A touch pass. Must have been well back at the start of that touch, Scotty, because otherwise Tyler Brown was going to get the first try for Wolves End. That was a let-off for Canterbury.
Yeah, it looked like Kaya Little busting through from half, and it was great work. Dancing away. Must have been a Canterbury player. Make contact. She got through the defensive line. Penalty given.
And that was one of those 50-50s. Could have gone either way, but Fraser got the benefit of the doubt there, and she's been given the penalty.
Good opportunity here for Canterbury. No points as of yet here in this quarterfinal in the Women's Open. But they'll come right now. As Sailor Parrott just had too much room to work with. A little show and go. We know how quick she is. She went straight in between the Wolves' end defence.
Yeah, and they needed to inject her into the game, Sailor, and we see it here. And it's Steph Winchester, dishes back to Sailor Parrott, and she does the rest of it. Goes one way, Steph does a really good job, engages the defender. Parrott a little step and straight through, and you're not going to stop her that close to the line. 1-0, Canterbury.
Dogs take the lead here in the quarterfinal.
You can hear that talk still, Scotty. Even from up here in the commentary box. They're willing each other in the Bulldog side to get up off the line.
Foster will play it. Gets it back. Shapes it back on the inside. They're going to get a relief penalty here late in the count. On the final play, Dogs moving forward. Repeat set. Then looking to level things up. After leaking a try and defence. They won't get it in this set. Incorrect play the ball, not facing square.
And it's those little errors when you've got a fresh set of 6. It's first touch, 5 touches up your sleeve, attacking the line. In these big games, they're the moments that matter.
Meters here from Canterbury. Brought it again down this left edge of the field. Now they'll look to shift it back to the right. Through the hands they go.
They're playing some enterprising play, Canterbury. They're shifting it from one side to the other, and then looks like they're coming back. So see a gap here. Out to the wing. Oh, she possibly could have gone. Yeah, that was Tyler Brown there. But I tell you what, Indy Bauer for the Bulldogs has had a cracking first 10 minutes of this game. She's been dangerous.
Yeah, I like that play. Almost got caught napping. And a ball down. Canterbury respond with solid defence to start the set. They're going to get the footy back here, right on the 7-metre line.
They're inviting him in. We saw an error when they had the ball down that end of the field wall's end, unfortunately here. And now they're going to exaggerate problems. It looks like it might be Jules Kirkpatrick's been penalised for being a little bit too eager in defence.
So Canterbury playing within the 7 and contact again.
Yeah, they're going to make change of referee. That's 2 penalties. They don't want to give another one away here, Scotty, and make matters very difficult for him.
Now they come to the open side and they've exposed them. Zali Austin rolls over untouched. And a nicely orchestrated try there from Canterbury, and they made them pay with those penalties on the line.
That was first class from Claire Tandek. She fakes left, was always going right to Andy Lauren. Oh, no, it was Bauer there, and she handed it on to Zali Austin. Just have a look at this. Preconceived play and executed perfectly. 2-0, but again, it's those little errors, Scott, that's costing Wolves End at the moment.
Desperate for points at the moment. Canterbury just doing a really good job at not going that extra step over with their contact, but they're being physical in the play the ball at the moment and slowing things down for Wolves End, but they haven't been able to here, but they will come back into the midfield again. Forward passes the call. It's just the little things at the moment that are stopping Wolves End from getting their first points on the board.
That's pretty much exactly the same what we saw happen to Wolves End a few minutes ago. They sliced through behind the line, but unfortunately there was an indiscretion with a forward pass this time. But if they can get those little things right, they're creating opportunities at the back end of that, Scott. So there are opportunities for Wolves End. They've just got to be a little bit better in the execution.
There's Kaya Little again from acting half. She's the one that's causing some dramas at the moment. Just need to tidy up that lead in. Law a little bit isolated. As Canterbury still making replacements. She'll drive it forward now. Flanagan back on the inside to Law. They come back to the short side. Running out of room. Last touch. Finish it off in that corner. Again, they went the distance. It was then start on the 7.
It was clever play by Andy Law and Logan Flanagan there. They worked together, but well defended by Walls. And you can see this enterprising play right out to this left-hand wing. Looks like there it's Stevie Bouldery making some metres, but both teams willing to play some expansive touch footy.
A much better start to the set for Wallsend this time around. They'll have one more here as they look to shift early. A bad little option. The contact made there on Richards coming into the last. Brown will pick it up. Worth a crack.
That was a much better set by Wallsend. They went from the far corner, and by shifting the ball early in the set, they opened up the defence and got Canterbury running backwards. So you can see here now Canterbury having to work hard to get out of their own line. Looks like Nola Baker there straightening up for her team.
So Canterbury get over the halfway line. Tendek receives it back. Now Perrott picks up, goes. We've seen her score one.
Oh.
This time she'll set it up. And they can't match her speed at the moment. Sailor Perrott, she's causing them all sorts of dramas.
Yeah, she's injecting herself at the perfect time, Sailor Perrott. And who better to have on the wing to finish that than Keely Silver? So she just went right across the sideline, but Sailor Perrott out like a rocket. Keely did the rest. And now it's 3-0. It's an uphill battle here for Wallsend. They need to stay with them because, as I said, they're creating opportunities. But every time Bulldogs get an opportunity, they're icing it, Scott.
Yeah, that's a real big difference between the teams at the moment. But a try would definitely help their confidence here, Wallsend. Foster just out in front, potentially looking to get players into position to turn it back on the inside. They were covered. And they'll finish it off there. Kirkpatrick.
Yeah, and with the NRLW flavour we've got here at State Cup this weekend, Jules Kirkpatrick, she made her debut this year for the Knights in the NRLW, so she's come back to play touch footy and she's doing a good job out there for Wallsend.
The Dogs shift. Tendek again. Racking up those metres. Short ball there to Flanagan, who does a good job to get it down nice and cleanly. And gets another penalty for the team.
You can't buy experience, can you, Scott? So they half had him, and then instead of trying to take it, Logan just ran straight at that offside player. They'd been one half through the ruck, and now their team's going to get another opportunity, and they'll be looking to take it to 4-0.
Just game awareness, isn't it? Oof.
She knocked her own player out, I think, there, Logan. I think there was a little bit of, might have caught each other's feet in the ruck.
Just giving you a rap. Now you're taking out your own teammates. That won't affect him too much. As Logan comes up to make the touch there. Chippendale feeds it. Just hasn't had any opportunities so far in this quarterfinal, Zali. Can she be the one to crack him open? Flanagan comes up out of the line, but she's called offside. There is no worse feeling when you've got open pastures in front of you and you hear a whistle blown behind you.
She was already working out which blade of grass she was going to put on at the other end of the field, Logan. She's a bit of an intercept specialist. The referee said, no, you are not. You are coming back here to defend another set of 6.
Comfortable touch in the middle. Steph Winchester there.
We've seen that a few times this weekend where people have got the intercept, but the refs are not letting them get away with it if they've left early.
Short side Chippendale. Good touch. But the pass has gone forward first.
You're right, Scotty. They just can't seem to get Zali an opportunity in this game as of yet. But as we know, the talent she possesses and all the players with the skill levels around them, I've no doubt in the next 12 minutes we'll see her opportunities come.
They've got to be the next team to score Wallsend. They just need a little lift, a little spark. They've got to hold out this Canterbury team, though. It's a tough task in its own. Give them a little bit of space coming into the end. As Law feeds it. The touch made there on Mitchell. Penalty again, back in. Oh, it's a dagger through the chest.
Yeah, that was a hard one. They kind of took off Canterbury. They couldn't do much else, Wallsend. But now they're going to have to defend because you're right, Scott. They cannot give away another try here.
Mitchell scheming at the moment. Gives it back. Zali, for half a second I thought she was going to be called offside.
Might be a
So if she's onside, she just come up and make the touch. Yeah, the only other thing it could have been was there a forward pass from the ruck. We've got referees just confirming the call. Obviously, our on-field referee, now all 3 referees are mic'd up. So our on-field referee has heard a call from one of the referees on the side, and it was a forward pass from the ruck. So nice work, nice communication. You don't mind the referees just taking their time there, getting their comms right to get the right decision in the end.
Yeah, we want to make sure the right decision was made, and the referee over the sideline there was adamant it was a forward pass. So Wallsend escape on that one, and now they're working their way down the field, and this set's looking good. So we see there Hayla Presswich, another one they could get into the game. She's very crafty with the ball. Well, that's a good run.
Good run from Searson. Little show and go. Now they're on to running, coming to the line. Searson rips long to Brown in the corner, but the touch has been made. Beck, pretty comfortable as well. Put the hand up straight away. They slid across. Again, that was probably one of the best sets that they've had so far here in this quarterfinal.
Definitely one of the best attacking sets that they've had. They need to do more of that expansive play, get the ball out wide to those players like Brown and Chipperdale. But it was a really good work there by Ella Searston to get that set going.
Still 10 minutes left in this game. Just seems like it's tightened up a little bit over the last few minutes as Canterbury look to take it down their sideline. It was thrown back on the inside. I like that they don't give the repeat set there. Canterbury didn't deserve to get another set of 6, just throwing it back into the hands. There wasn't much doing there on that final play. I think it was another good call from the refs.
Yeah, another good call. We see they're very bunched here trying to get new players on, and that's a good run here. We see there by Bailey Pappas, and her team needed that. Here they can work off the back end of this set. There's an opportunity. Oh, nearly worked her inside out. They just didn't quite have their players in at the right time there. But again, these last 2 attacking sets from Wallsend have been good, but they're going to need them to be great, Scott, if they're going to get back in this match.
Yeah, Canterbury did a good job on that last touch. Foster, who came in and got the ball down. They got contact on her. It wasn't too over-vigorous and took her out of the play. She lost her footing, so there was no option back on the inside. There's now a nice little release from Canterbury. They have to go to the back to the mark, even though it was played in the same position. We continue to roll on. Flanagan picks up, and an incorrect play the balls. There's just a couple of little areas creeping in the Dogs. Again, this door just slightly staying ajar here for Wallsend.
Door is certainly not closed yet, but over in the Canterbury box, they don't need to do anything silly. They've just got to focus on their defence, completing their sets, and then on that last play, take a strike dump. Have your players like Logan, Andy, Sailor Parrott, just try and make their way through and get the ball down the other end of the field. And then just back your defence, as we see Keely Silver pushing up to make a touch for her team. But again, another good set here brewing with Zali Chippendale at the back, Scott.
They've definitely got more running in their legs over the last few sets. Here is Chippendale. Sends it out, space. They just didn't have an option to come back on the inside. Kirkpatrick there coming in, may have just made her way onto the field. But again, another good completion. But now every completed set, though, is time off the clock. We still haven't come up with points as of yet, Wallsend. Dogs still in front by 3. They've got 1 foot in the door into a semi-final here at the New South Wales State Cup. Wow, she was a good couple of metres. They play on and take the advantage. Will the referee come back, though, and play the penalty? They're going to repeat set anyway.
They had to there because that, unfortunately, the defender there could not get back on side. You see Andy Law, wingers come in and made the touch, and a touch that had to be made because otherwise it could have been game over there for Wallsend.
Well, they almost half went to sleep on the line. Canterbury, quick roll, got into it and almost came up with the points. This is a big set here for both teams. The game's in the balance.
It's a play they like, Canterbury. They've used that a couple of times. We see Andy Law go out, throws it back in, but they just need to hold the ball, Canterbury. They don't need to be making touches 2 metres out from the line and pushing those passes. They probably got away with one there. We see Andy Law looks like she's stiffened up a little bit. She's going off in the background. Let's hope she's okay because she's a key player in this match for Canterbury.
Now they rip out into space.
What a put down.
That is an amazing finish from Keely Silver. She's already got 1 try, but this tops a lot.
And again, working here with Sailor Parrott. Beautiful, rips a pass to Parrott to Silver. We'll see here, that is a pass and a half. She knew where she wanted to get, but Keely had a lot of work to do. And as I said, it's the experience and skill of these wingers, and Keely Silva gets a double, and I'm going to say that locks a spot in the semi-final for Canterbury Bulldogs, Scott.
Yeah, they look like they're on their way. Jeez, that was a good finish, because it looked like Stevie Boulder was there. You could see her in the frame when the ball was taken, but the quickness, the catch, the put down. Oh, that's a good wingers finish right there.
Sublime. They need something this set. Here we see Prestwich with the ball. They're pushing up in defence. Here's a chance.
Desperation defence again on the inside, and it's Perrott. He came up with the big play, ball in hand. This time in defence is there and almost slicing in between. Kirkpatrick, who's been heavily involved for Wallsend.
Yeah, she had a beautiful line there, Kirkpatrick. But I tell you what, Sailor Perrott has had a game and a half.
Oh yeah, she's led from the front. As Canterbury have to go back to the mark through Baker.
And that's all they need to do, isn't it? Through Tandek, and you'll see Flanagan coming on now, and there's Winchester. Thorne coming on at the back end. Flanagan going through. She's not done yet. Goes behind. There's an opportunity here. It's a 2-on-1. Silver might pop it back inside. If it wasn't game over before, it certainly is now, Scott. And that is Eden Fraser, who deserves a try. She's had a good game as well. Now, that was probably the try of the game.
Oh, yeah. This is a great team try here. Everyone knew their job. Players in position. Look at this as it comes out into position to get the ball back on the inside. Eden Fraser puts the polish on. Dogs on their way into a semi-final. They'll continue to play until the full-time whistle here, Wallsend. It's been another good tournament for them. Ball out in front, Brown. Again, just keep closing the door. Austin makes the touch this time in the corner. Back into the middle. Nicholas sends it across. Ball hits the deck.
The defence from the wingers for Canterbury is excellent because they are creating those opportunities. And we've seen earlier in this tournament, Tyler Brown scored plenty of those tries in those positions. But they're coming in, but then, they, as we see, beautiful shift of play here. And that's Fraser again on her bike. But they're doing a great defensive work as well, the Bulldogs.
Good meters from Flanagan. Danger signs again. Law just hold things up momentarily. As Law looks at options and finish it off. And the positive signs here for Canterbury is that the way that they've worked into the game, they've just gotten better and better as long as this game has continued on. So they're starting to shape up as a threat in this women's open division. And they'll be giving it a red-hot crack in the semi-finals, which we'll see later on today. We'll have women's open semi-final on the broadcast, 12:40 local time here in Port Macquarie. Men's open quarters coming up next. We've got Manly and Parramatta warming up as we speak.
Yeah, that'll be a great clash, the Manly and Parramatta Men's Open, which we'll see in under 10 minutes. But it has been a polished performance here by Canterbury, and we don't have the results from the backfields of the quarterfinals, but there was some ripping games out there as well. So it'll be interesting to see who's got through those. We'll see Sailor Perrott trying to get through again, working with Tandek. They're just playing smart. There's going to be an overlap here somewhere, Scott, and Perrott no doubt will find it.
Brown does
great
a
touch.
good job to get across. It's been a good battle on the flanks for both these two teams. Brown's been in everything. Keely Silva coming up with big tries for the Dogs. Almost squeezing in behind again. So 2.5 to go.
And they're just content, Canterbury, finish their sets, finish it in the far corner. They will want this to end up with a 0 next to their name and kind of put a bit of a warning shot out to the other teams in this competition that go through to the semi-finals. But for Wallsend, they've worked hard, they've created the opportunities, but against on these finals day, any opportunity you have, you need to kind of turn it into points.
And they'll get the penalty. Which way is it going to go? And we'll go to Wallsend. It's getting a little tangled up in the ruck. 2 minutes on the clock. And they finish their tournament off with a try here, Wallsend. They're searching for one. They've been grinding all game to come up with points. Nice diving effort on the other side, Canterbury, they'll be looking to finish this game with a big naught next to Wall's End. They've scored 5 great tries, but they'll probably be even more happy with that nil on the scorecard.
We've got about a minute and a half to go, and Claire taking all the time she can off the clock there. She knows they've got another big game coming up in a couple of hours. We see Sailor Parrott there getting the ball out to Beck, and as you said, the wingers from both sides have been so good for their teams. It's been an excellent performance right across the park. Steph Winchester just taking it forward. Logan Flanagan, she's been scheming, played really smart for her team as well.
Goes the short ball, picks up, goes again. And the touch is claimed. Good touch as well, Kai Little.
She had a good game, Little. They're going to give away a penalty there, the Bulldogs, but that won't bother them too much.
This will be their final touch of the football for the State Cup this year. Great job to get into the quarterfinals. They matched it with Canterbury early. It's just been a classy performance from the Dogs. We'll see them get into the semi-final. Last touch now. And they just ran out of room, ran out of players. They'll take their time here, Canterbury. A couple of touches. They'll close out this game with a big victory. Keep their tournament alive.
Yeah, they'll be happy just to take the ball up the field. They'll do nothing silly here. They'll run down the clock, and we'll see the hooter in the background. Now, Steph Winchester, she thought about running, thought better of it. I've got a game in a couple of hours, but an excellent performance there by Canterbury, Scott.
Yeah, the Dogs, they roll on into the semi-finals. What a performance here against Wall's End in the QF. Final score 5-0. And now we shift our attention to the big boys, the men's opens. Quarterfinals coming up next. Parramatta taking on Manly. Stay with us.
They just won. Oh, dropping everything. Look at this. It looks ridiculous, doesn't it?
I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna stop her. I'm gonna work harder.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
And it goes a little something like this.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Got a shorty clean the business, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth, but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the business, I'm a diamond and to run. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. Happy birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time, and if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. There is the bird.
The eagle has landed, hasn't it, James?
It certainly has. Hopefully they don't start doing the traditional dance you do with the Eagle Rock when it comes on in Australia. I want to see the full kick kept on. Speaking of the kit being taken off, there's the head gone. The eagle. It's landed. It's been decapitated, Gab.
He's been revealed. I'm not sure if he knows he's on screen, but he's probably lucky it's a little bit cooler today, or that bird would be cooking.
To be in the case of rotisserie chicken instead of the eagle. So Manly taking on Parramatta in our first men's open quarterfinal action. Manly with a frenetic start here, of course. They finished third in their pool. Parramatta in Pool A finished second with 4 wins from 5 appearances. And this is a rematch, of course, of the Vorden Cup Grand Final. And in that game. It was Manly who were dominating for probably 70% of the match, but Parramatta came home with a wet sail.
Yeah, Manly will be looking to get one up on them here. It's the Battle of Sydney here, Parramatta versus Manly, and Parramatta are going to get the first penalty. It started at a frantic pace, which, as we would expect, referee's just having a chat. They're not going to put up with anything today. They want to see a nice, clear game and let the touch do the talking, James.
Let's see if Parramatta can start with some talking right here and now. Lovely pass across the face, finding Liam Simbolan. Simbolan set upon very quickly. Latalevu has been great the opening 2 days. Here he is again, threatening that step and then finding a pass, but the final one, they were trying to link up for Horo, nearly took out the head of Sam Kelly.
Yeah, there was no gap down that side there, so even though they conceded the penalty, Manly, they've muscled up in defence, and there's a good crowd coming in here at the stadium, and why not? Great game, great day of touch footage. See a penalty against Manly there, so they've given away the first 2 penalties, and you just cannot do that in these big fixtures, James.
No, Parramatta, such a classy outfit. They will make you pay if you give them good territory, good ball. And they'll get a chance to do exactly that here. So Horo works it forward on play number 1. Latalevu's still out there, links up with Osborne. Nice catch and pass. He links up with Luke Mansour, arguably the form winger in the world. Kai Simbolan threatening, finds little pass and now wraps around to this left-hand side. Osborne will go back to the right though. Well seen off from Manly. Touch is made. Last one brought up, and there's a big Manly following up along that fence. You can see on that shot there. That's where the Eagle is. He's got his head back as well, Gab.
Well, that is good to see. And you can see there is a big Manly contingent behind there, and they were happy with the touch from young Jake Medved, a star on the rise here at the Manly club.
Jeez, it's a bit of an angry-looking Eagle too, isn't it?
He might be happier by the end of the game, depending on the result.
Yeah, if they can get the worm, so to speak. Now into enemy territory, go Manly. Last one brought up for Nicholas. Nicholas carting it forward. They didn't really have a plan on that last play, though.
No, Manly probably just need to settle a bit. As we said, they've given away a couple of early penalties, haven't been able to complete their set. And it's Parramatta back on the charge and into the Manly half with a few touches up their sleeve.
Here's Liam Simbolan now. Short delivery for Mansour. Chatton's out there in the 9. Scoops it up on the last ward. Eagle hits the deck and through they go. They take full advantage of it. Well, they're pointing to this spot and they will get the result here. The Eels far too slippery.
Yeah, they did a great job there, the Eels. They came on at speed. We'll see on the replay here. We're speaking of slips. There was a slip by the Manly player. And we'll look for the try scorer there. It's Matt Wilson. Ball down, 1-0. He's happy with that, Wilson.
Good start here for Parramatta. So just over 3 minutes gone. They have the early lead. This one is far from being sorted, though. Plenty of time to go. And we know these two teams are so evenly matched. Now it's dropped down here for Turner. Left-hand side they go. Once again, Medved is shut down. Got a little bump on the way back through for his troubles as well. Last one brought up. There is no love lost here with these two rivals.
There will definitely not be any love lost. As you said, they played in the Vorden Cup Grand Final, and they'll be looking to get some revenge, Manly.
So now a little wraparound play here for Osborne, who's been in great touch in this tournament. Mansour hops in at acting half. It wasn't a convincing release, though. That's an uncharacteristic error from Luke Mansour.
Yeah, you don't see that too often. But an error here by the Eels has given the Sea Eagles an opportunity.
Now Masters. Floating just outside this 7th. Such a dangerous young player. Medved plays it quickly. Masters wrapping. Masters looming. Looking dangerous but turned away.
He's looking good, isn't he, Masters? He's coming round on that sweep play. Diving at the line. And he's one to watch. But we see an error there. Change over. No damage done by the Eels.
So many threats on both teams here. Latalevu, for example, with ball in hand. It's been a constant danger across the first 2 days. Osborne with his sleight of hand. Yet to see Pete Norman out there, though, for Manly. Of course, one of the all-time greats of touch footy. Current Emus representative. Off the back of a gold medal winning campaign over in Nottingham last year for the World Cup. Simbolan also featured. Scoops it up now. Simbolan finding a pass, or lovely tip on. Had no right to even get that far.
No, it was a great tip on. Unfortunately, couldn't catch it out there on the wing as we see Pete Norman charging the ball up the field now. for the Eagles, and we're used to seeing him in maroon, but this is obviously a different type of maroon for him this weekend, playing the same club as his wife. And I know you spoke to Danny yesterday about how important it was for her and how emotional she got about it, actually, James.
He certainly did, on the verge of tears for Danny Norman. Big thing for Pete to come and join her at Manly, her childhood club, as now Parramatta work it away from their own end. Caught here on the 7, Liam Simbolan again with good meterage. Now Kai sends it wider still from Mansour. Drives it forward, then directing traffic. Osborne chiming in as well. Chatter now up over halfway. Good set here from Parramatta. Watkins just needed that final little grab. Now, incidentally, he kicks the ball. It will still result in a penalty, though.
Yeah, it had to be a penalty, so it was looking good there for Watkins. Unfortunately, as he went through to scoop the ball from acting half, he couldn't gain control and then kick the ball in the process, so it's a penalty for Manly.
So Manly on the charge now, desperate to get their leveller on the board. 1-0 Parramatta leading. Around about 6 minutes gone in this one. Short release once again here for Turner. Up towards the 7 he goes. Chadden there to meet him, so he fires it out to Masters. Up again quickly is Watkins, but he's pinged on this occasion.
Here he came out to make the sniper touch from the link position, did Watkins, but he left a little bit too soon. He read it well, but he's had to wait another little second before he was played the ball had been affected.
Now Masters drops it down. Lang back to Masters. Oh, he's so good. Maxwell Masters with a mastery of that dive. Down he went. Impossible to stop from that range.
We knew it wouldn't be long before he got behind the try line there. He's peppered them for the first few minutes. We'll see on the replay. He gets it back from the roll ball. Feigns to go left. Come back to the right. Full length dive. Questionable pass from the roll ball, but the referees are in better position and they're going to say that's ball down 1-1.
Masters there getting a little bit of a rehydration. Still reasonably warm even with the cooler conditions here today. Sitting up around the mid to high 20s. Last one brought up. Ladalevu plays it. Now simply kill it away from the Manly box. So not the result they were after Parramatta, but not a bad set.
Good set by Parramatta, but Manly will be happy they were able to hold out that charge after scoring points. And you can see the spring in their step now, James. They're happy to take it wide, and then that's Norman driving it up the middle of the field, and he's going to get a penalty for his team. And that's the experience. You can't buy that.
Well, that's what happens when you play with aggression. It's a very similar style as well, it's worth pointing out, between both Pete and Danny. They're both excellent drivers.
Yeah, so you can see they've played, obviously, for many years. They know exactly what to do, where to run, and they're very fit, so they're going forward all day long.
And Jacob Fong links up here with Nicholas. Little wrap around for Lang, who's looked dangerous in this tournament. Shut down there. Play on momentarily. Well, they had a chance to just reel that one back in. They'll still get the ball here, Manly, so that's why they took the odds to it. Here it is again on the replay.
So you see the replay there. There was a half opportunity. They had 6 to go. He's probably lucky to get away with that one, but they're going to get a fresh set of 6, and they'll be looking to take the lead in this quarterfinal.
You could have easily seen that being called as not played at. Once again, Masters will have the dive. This time turned away by Hickey.
Yeah, that play's very hard to stop as we get a look at the crowd there. And we said the crowd's building up for this match. I picked that up like an egg then.
Fortunately didn't crack it though. Now Masters plays it quickly. Medved found the right pass, but just couldn't get the direction on it. Came forward out of the hands. Now it was touched, but for mine the first indiscretion was forward.
Yeah, Medved knew exactly where the ball wanted to go. The referees have said it's caught a deflection, and that's what caused it to go forward. So they're going to get another set of 6. So a couple of lucky breaks. But you've got to take these chances when they arrive here if you're Manly. And there's a penalty. So it's all Manly at the moment. We're at 10 minutes in. And they're going to need a strong defensive set here, Parramatta.
Horo came flying out of the line. So that's the first penalty inside the 7 now. Masters, late release on just play number 2. Well, he can be such a dangerous competitor, but also maybe that's a little bit of that inexperience coming to the fore there.
Yeah, second touch. They probably need to be a little bit more patient, conditioned to the fence. There's some arms pleading here, Parramatta, trying to get a penalty. They're claiming offside and leaving early as we see Horo just take those metres up the field for his team.
And good metres again from Horo. Now Simbolan off the back of it. Osborne cuts out the back. Good chance here. Slapped down from Manly. Otherwise Horo would have gone in. He was desperate to receive that ball. I'm not sure what else Parker could have done though.
No, it had to be taken down there. It was Porter Sheen, the winger out here for Manly, and he stopped a certain try there.
Now played by Osborne. Quick release back to him. Lovely little pass back on the inside. It was well disguised, but Masters picked it off. So Parramatta throwing plenty at Manly. Back to Simbolan it goes, who works through the middle. Parker now wrapping around Simbolan, takes off. Parker trailing back to the middle. I don't think Masters was ever onside. What are they going to call here? They're going to say the touch was made, but I think Masters was a metre off the line.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think they ever actually hit the line there. So they got away with one there, Manly. See another split of play. Is that going to be 6 to go? No. So a few unlucky calls for Parramatta, I think, at both ends of the field we've seen in this last couple of minutes. Suffice to say, the score's still 1-1, but will that be a key element in the back end of this game that Manly have they're getting a few opportunities and the rub of the green at this point.
So Mansour back on deck now for Parramatta, replacing Horro as the penalty is called here for Manly. Get out of jail free card. Upfield they can go now with a fresh set, and they can also get those troops back onto the pitch too. So play number 1, just shy of that halfway line. They'll cross it on number 2. Quick roll ball. Norman's back out there once again, directing traffic. Now Gibson had a chance to really put on the afterburners there, but stopped shy of doing so. Now Norman, a jinking run up towards the 7. Great fast play the ball. Norman goes again, dives midair. Excellent touch made from Parramatta.
Touch that had to be made there. Norman could see the little gap and he was going straight for it.
Norman simply killing it away from the Parramatta box. Does make such a difference to this Manly team. Already such a strong outfit. You add Pete Norman into it, and that's why they've emerged as a genuine contender in this competition, Gav.
Yeah, they sure have. As we see, this is a good set by Parramatta. They're going to get some flow on the back end of it. They're happy to chance their arm. They've been given a penalty, so that's going to help. He's telling Pete Norman, never onside your team. And here we'll see Parramatta get another opportunity. They've weathered the storm well, Parramatta.
Maybe a little lucky there too, Parramatta. Otherwise, certainly could have been called for a touch pass. There was a couple of questionable ones, but first indiscretion was offside. Now Chatham finds Watkins, who floats it wide. Nothing doing, though, for Mansour. Simply returns it back to Wilson in the middle. Now Simbolan drops it down. Wilson takes off, right foot step, finds a pass. Watkins keeps it alive. Play on for Parramatta. No touch pass is called. Well, there's an issue too, for Medved, Gab.
Yeah, it looks like he's hurt in back play there. They'll need to check on him. We'll see the replay here. He would have come across in cover defence. The referee's called touch pass. Oh, so he might have got kicked, in the face. He's holding his face there, which would hurt with the boot. He's off the side at the moment. We can see the camera on him. Can't see any claret, but a nice swift hit to the head with the boot. It certainly hurts.
So Manly continue to march forward here. Locked up at 1 apiece. Great action so far in this quarterfinal. Nearly already halfway through the match, if you can believe it. Now Fong finds a way through. Not quite, but they will get the penalty, Manly.
He looked likely there, Fong. He skipped his way through. Referee came back and gave him a penalty. So they're going to bring some fresh legs on. I can see Masters coming on, and that'll be the man they're looking for in this set of 6.
Gibson out there as well. Into the hands of Fong. Geez, that footwork between Fong, Lang and Masters is going to be frightening for Parramatta. Here is Masters bouncing around. Turned away by Wilson, so back to the 7 now. 14 gone in this one. Great contest between the two Vorden Cup Grand finalists. Well, very flat pass there for Masters, maybe more than flat. Ball will hit the deck regardless, and that's good defensive pressure from Parramatta.
Really good defensive pressure because there was a lot of danger signs there, Manly, with some of their key players on the field. Pass was forward off the ruck. And so Parramatta, as we said, they're weathering this storm and they're just driving up the field here.
It's been 7 minutes since we've had a try scored. That was to Maxwell Masters from Manly. So surely we're due for one here. Latalevu is out. Parramatta threatening or bouncing through. What about the hop and the skip from Latalevu? Changed gears just before the try line. I mentioned how dangerous he has been this tournament. And there it is on show.
You called it, James. You said we needed a try, and right on cue, a hop, skip and a jump, and he just outclasses, outspeeds the defending player, and it's now 2-1, Parramatta over Manly.
So Parramatta leading 2-1. Manly with a bit of work to do here. Norman on this left-hand side. Norman with a little step and then the flick pass. Hickey was up in the line, though, making the touch. Medved is caught as a result. Could have easily been pinged there for an incorrect roll ball. Now Medved fires wide. Nothing really doing. That all comes back to that mess of a roll ball.
Yeah, it's good to see Medved back on the field. As we said, he copped a boot in the head earlier. Beautiful recycling play there by Parramatta, and it's given them some flow on the back end of this set. They've got Manly going backwards, and they're coming straight for them, the Parramatta Eels.
Have the lead 2-1. Chance to try and get a quick tip on once again. Chip alone shut it down quite nicely, though. Good pressure from Alex. There is Will Hickey on the sideline now. Came up with a great play yesterday. A couple of big dummies and then scythed his way through for an excellent try. So 14 to go in this one. Still too hard to call, I think, Gab.
Way too hard to call. There's plenty more to be played out here. They're going end-to-end, toe-to-toe, and there's all on the line because they want a semi-final position in this Men's Open Premier Division.
Last one brought up here for Manly. Gibson sends it back to a run here from Turner, and then just trying to find support in the form of Nicholas. They run out of room. So Parramatta still with that lead. Manly trying to muscle up defensively now. Simbolan, though, takes the metres on offer. A nice gliding style that he possesses. Osborne, draw and pass. Great metres here from Parramatta to keep this subset rolling. Excellent momentum. Watkins turns it back to the middle for Wilson. Couple of dummies now. He takes the metres. Stays alive in the play, but probably should have taken the touch right then and there to set up the strike dump. Watkins can correct it, though. Now Osborne sends it wide. What a pass from Osborne! Oh, that was top shelf. And Luke Mansour lays the smackdown. Parramatta have a bit of breathing room.
Oh, that set was excellent. They came on at speed. Beautiful pass over the top. And he still had a lot to do, Luke Mansour. But watch this pass. Luke Osborne. He contorted his body away from the incoming defender, and isn't he happy about it? Takes his team out to a 3-1 lead. That was pretty to watch, James.
That was beautiful. That's probably the best overall set try we've seen in the tournament so far. Every single play was with purpose. They just marched their way downfield. So 3-1 the score. Parramatta now really starting to click into gear. Manly need to take it up a notch. They have to get a response here. Masters now finds a good pass. Oh, what a pass it was, but an excellent read from the world's best winger, Luke Mansour.
What a touch. He had to make that. We'll see on the replay. It was a try for all money. Beautiful pass by Masters. Wow, what a touch. He's just scored a cracker of a try and saved one there for his team.
It was really that game against Australia last year with Luke Mansour representing Lebanon, who ultimately claimed bronze. But, you know, Australia, the big dogs of world touch football, and Mansour just shut down so many attacking raids from the Emus in that game. And I think that was really his coming-of-age performance.
Yeah, well, you just saw it on show there, what he's capable of. So Parramatta here, they don't need to panic. They've played quite calm this whole, first 18 minutes.
Oh,
there we go.
Simbolan, that's so special. Simbolan has them looking, staring, pointing, but unable to make the touch. Back through the middle goes Watkins, but take a look again here at the replay with Kai Simbolan.
Look at that, masterclass. Steps off his right, engages the second defender. Easy as you like, and that just opens up the gap, and Finn Watkins deserves a try. But the key in that one was, James, he engaged that inside defender. So he stopped, he propped, and he had two defenders both coming at him.
So 4-1 the score, and it has turned in rapid fashion. It was 2-1 about 3 minutes ago. Now Fong bouncing around, trying to use his speed and then jump over the top of Chatton. Has he done it? No, Chatton just got fingertips to him.
The crowd was trying to get the referee to make the decision and call try, but they're too experienced for that, these referees.
Now Cardigan forward once again. This time it's Norman, turned away. I'll tell you what, they're a little despondent, the Manly fans. The Eagle, he's gone into hiding. He's up in the tree somewhere.
Yeah, he could have flown away, the old Eagle, at the moment, but there's still plenty of time. There's 10 minutes left in this match, and 3 tries is not enough at this point.
Latalevu, who has the only try so far for Parramatta. Out there once again. Oh, there was a real mix-up, though, with Watkins, who then simply threw it into Norman. Now, in fairness to this call from the referees, Norman was up in the passing channel. There's a very despondent-looking Eagle. The Eagle has landed. He needs to go soaring.
Oh, I love seeing those faces of the passion in the crowd as well. You can see how much it means to everybody, these clubs. As we said, Manly trying to get one back here on Parramatta. But they're going to need to be next to score. It's going to be Parramatta that'll be sailing off to the semi-final.
Gab, if you told me that in 2025 I'd be heading up to Port Macquarie and witnessing a depressed Eagle, I wouldn't have believed it. That's on the bingo card now, apparently, for next year as well.
Oh, yeah, it's got to be a...
Masters, here he goes round the corner pass. Good touch made. We'll check in with our Eagle from time to time as well. I think the head might have gone back on. Oh, no, something's gone horribly wrong. The beak's up in the air.
I'll tell you what, as long as he keeps the rest of the suit on, I'm going to be happy.
Yeah, we've seen a fair few of those budgie smuggler ads. I wonder if he's got one of those underneath. Get the talons out.
So amongst all that, Parramatta have made an error, so the door is still quietly a little bit ajar for Manly, but they're going to need to score and they're going to need to do it soon.
Medved now threatening to drop it down. Well, Hickey's claiming that Medved has stopped and there was no touch. Eventually, the referee says, no, simply play it, Jake. Comes out to Simon Lake. Masters. Again, they're just not quite getting this roll ball correct, but there's a little bit of interference in the process, so an extra set to work with.
It's a little bit disjointed for Manly at the moment. They know what they want to do, and they're working to try and get Masters back in the game. She's running through that splitter play. Might get it on the inside. He does. He's stepped around. There's a chance.
Great read out wide from Dylan Bissett. Simon Lang back to the 7. Now Masters. Lang. Twisting, finding a pass off, taken here from Hickey. Oh, they're going to call him back. He can't believe it. That was a brilliant read from Will Hickey. Love to see that again. Hickey can't believe it. Now, if you are an interpreter, I think we can figure out what he said.
He's coming off for a sub. There's no way he's running back to the try line. A little bit of a smile. He read it perfectly. It got into his hands. The referee said that he left early. We saw that in the previous game when Logan Flanagan took an intercept from pretty much exactly the same spot. You're not going to argue it with the referees. But it looks like they've actually... Something must have been said, I dare say, because they've now got one behind the sideline or at the back of the field.
I think it's Watkins. And now Medved heads out to this left-hand side, slapped down again from Bissett. Jeez, they've got some good defensive wingers, Parramatta.
Sure do. Now, if they didn't need to score before, they do now. 6 on 5, and this could be their opportunity, James.
And incredibly, only 7.5 minutes left. This has been the quickest game of the tournament so far. Norman, Masters, couldn't find the pass. It was 2 on none out wide. The Eagles having an aneurysm.
But they've got a penalty here. So they're still in the match, and that's penalty number 2. So they won't want to give away a third one, because they've already only got 5 on the field here. And that would be near impossible to defend with 4.
Gibson, Lang hits the deck, stays alive though, finds Gibson once more on the 7, must get a result here, Manly, oh no, it's a disaster, an incorrect roll ball, there's the turnover, and I think that might just do it. The Eagle, he sees the funny side in it.
Well, I'm going to say the door's shut, it's not locked yet, but it's going to be very difficult for Manly to get out of this. They're in a little bit of a pickle at the moment, they needed to score there, and they did have some opportunities, but they couldn't ice them.
Now Horro, Osborne. Then for Parker, Hickey back out there once again off the back of that non-intercept, if you will. Chatton now straightens. Last one brought up. Wilson threatening through the middle. Good touch made from Manly. So they're not quite done with yet. They've got 6 minutes on the clock. They've got a pretty good start to their set here, about 10 shy of the halfway line. If they can get a try in this set, they might just start to believe.
Yeah, it was a good start to the set there. It was Sam Kelly, made some good metres for his team. We see Fong there, and they're coming on at speed now, James.
Now Nicholas carting it forward. That was certainly at speed. And strong contact from Wilson, but in fairness to him, Nicholas went careering into him. Not sure what else Wilson could have done. I would have been happy to see a mutual infringement. Instead, it's going to be a forced sub.
Yeah, that feels a little bit excessive because the speed that he was running on at, suffice to say, Manly got an opportunity, but they had to go a little bit faster there, James.
Yeah, didn't take any advantage of that extra man. Now Fong back to Masters. Backpedaling once again. Plays it inside the 7. And once more, Manly come up with an error. Masters hits the deck. I think there's a little bit of gamesmanship about that. 4-1 it remains. So Parramatta seeing off all the advances. And we're going to have a Manly player called out here, it looks like. It's going to be Jesse Miknovich.
Yeah, I think the referee will maybe have a chat to both teams and just tell them to calm it down. It's been a good game, obviously competitive, but we've seen no silly stuff yet. But he's actually going to get time here, Miknovich. Now, I don't know whether he said something. Our time here again, so perhaps both players have said something. So we're going to have 5 on the field, but the referee's having none of it. So it's Jesse Parker for the Eels. And Jesse must be in the name because it's Jesse Mikovich for the Sea Eagles as well. So 5 on 5 for the next few minutes, James.
Yeah, bad day to be a Jesse. Into the bin they go. Simbolan coming forward. 5 on 5 now. Watkins, great footwork, nearly stepping himself in the end. Simbolan, fingertip control. Last one brought up. Simbolan threatening. Simbolan dangerous. Good touch from Manly.
Yeah, so it's firing up here. It's 4-1. There's only 4 minutes left on the clock. And Manly going to nearly need a miracle here. They're going to have to score in this next set or it's going to be game over.
Manly, good meters in this set. Playing through now. They'll get a strike dump here on the last. Building nicely. Norman can't find the pass, though. I was just about to say, I think this 5 on 5 situation probably favours Manly, really. And now Hickey once again gets away. He's had some good moments in this game, Will Hickey.
He has, Hickey, but what I've been impressed about most with Parramatta is they're just stuck to their processes. They're calm. They've weathered those storms as they've come through from the Eagles, and they're just playing their game. And the way they're driving forward and getting the talent off the back end, they're looking good, Parramatta.
Now Liam Simbolan sends it back to this right-hand side. Played on the 7. Oh, there was a foot in the ruck. Manly were a little bit sloppy. So too, in fairness, was Parramatta, but I think probably the right call.
Yeah, and you can see the Parramatta fans on the screen there. They're not looking too nervous, but they're not cheering just yet. Another try here would certainly see those Parramatta Eels fans excited in the stands.
So, little turnover there. Now Manly can start to work it away. We're claiming a touch back to the centre of the field. Oh, little bobble there, but another indiscretion in the roll ball. Manly, their own worst enemy now, and then Cuban Porter-Sheen walks through the play of the ball. That could have easily been marched as well.
So both plays that were both Jessies are going to be called back on. Well, they're getting out of the sideline and a fresh play will go on. So we're going to be back to 6 on 6 now. There's only 2.5 minutes to go. And they're looking for an opportunity out wide there. I'm not sure the Manly player had got back on side. It was smart play there. It was Finn Watkins. He did a good job. He knew the Manly player was offside, so they either had an opportunity or they were going to get a penalty with the oncoming Manly player. So they're in no rush. You can see Parramatta there, James. They're just walking their way to the ball, checking the mark, making sure they're on that right millimetre, chewing up a few more valuable seconds.
And a forced stump here for Manly as well. So a 6 on 5 situation now favouring Parramatta for just a moment, but Gibson now enters the action. Simbolan just eating up time on the clock. Well, Manly have to press forward here. Osborne now takes off, tries to squeeze through. He's out of acting half, so Manly do get the result, but I think they're going to run out of time. It's still a margin of 3. Less than 2 to go, so Parramatta have done enough. They will play in the semis.
They have done enough. That was only a second touch there, so I think if they have their time again or this situation presented again in the semi-final, they might try to play the set out a little bit more. They didn't need to score. They just needed to wind the clock down and save the energy for the next game.
So Manly with Nicholas once again drives forward at serious speed. Fong takes off, late switch, back on the inside for Nicholas, who then links up with brother Charlie. That's a special one for Manly. The Eagles have had their wings clipped, but they might just take a bit of flight from that one.
I'll tell you what, put it down to Sam Nicholas. He came on at speed, and that started it for him, and then he handed it off for his brother to finish it. They're down 4-2, but they'll be happy with this. See there, Nicholas to Fong to Nicholas, back to his brother, pops it back inside. There's plenty of space there. Fong takes off, drops it back in, and you see Charlie Nicholas gets the prize. But with less than a minute to go, 4-2, Parramatta, they might want to hold the ball this set of 6.
So 4-2 here in favour of Parramatta. They're simply winding down the clock now. Wilson floats a pass out for Chatton. And a man's gone for the try line here, 7 metres out. Well, he saw a line and just thought, well, it must be close. I think it was Bissett. Yes, it was.
He's coming up for a sub now. No doubt his mates will have a few words to him about that one. But it's not going to matter because there's only about 10 seconds to go and they are marching their way through to the semi-finals, Parramatta Eels.
So now Manly on the attack. One final raid here with a second to go. There is the siren. Parramatta. Well, I think it's fair to say that's their best showing of the tournament so far.
Thank
So
you.
they're building
Referees,
at the right
please signal
end
any drawn matches.
of the 2025 State Cup gap.
They sure are. For me, it was just a clinical performance. They knew what to do when they had to do it. They took the metres forward. They were calm in defence. So the end of the competition for Manly, but they'll be happy with how their 2025 season has gone. But for Parramatta Eels, they're moving on to the semi-finals, James.
Yeah, same result as the Vorden Cup Grand Final, which was taken out by Parramatta in extra time by 2 tries. They've won this one against Manly, once again by the 2, but didn't need the extra period. Off to the semi-finals they march. Great to have our Men's Open a quarterfinal action across KO and Sky Sports New Zealand. Up next, it's our Mixed Open semi-final with arguably the team of the tournament in that particular division so far. The ADF up against the Sharks. A fair few players that used to be with Wollongong. Don't go too far. That's coming your way from 11:30 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time across KO and Sky Sports New Zealand.
Something like this.
Those fields with drop-off, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Referee.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Got a shorty clean the business, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the business, I'm a diamond and to run it back. First order of biz, no snitching. I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. Birthday, got another hit, no flinching. And tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
Wales would have to win every remaining division. Once again, New South Wales hit the front of this. It's out here.
That is the Shinneries. That is the shield for New South Wales.
Feels like the first time I made time in a minute. Rock with it, I'm in attendance. How could we pair feelings aside? I got to match the fires to the flame. The feelings just got attached. I got the days fall, the straight fall away, small. The waist started dancing on me. Had to take it back home. Time moving slowly, fast forward. Butterflies in the belly, your signs is angelic. And mind through my aesthetic, and most to try get it. Love it without limits, the message is over it. Round and round with me, the baby don't mind spinning. Word, put it work in the referral. Shorty could be my girl. Look at this so thorough, she precious like little pearls. Hair straight of them curls, beautiful cause you earned it. Making this thing work.
After that, of course, New South Wales would have to win every remaining division.
Blues have done it. The impossible has happened.
The siren goes, the celebrations begin. The men's side, they have won the series. They have won the shield for their state. The class of this brilliant Blues team could not be denied. What a comeback from New South Wales. Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium semi-final action in the Mixed Opens division. And perhaps an unusual matchup here. We were potentially expecting maybe one of these teams to take on Warhope. Our team that, of course, beat Maxville in that quarterfinal. Instead, it's the two undefeated teams that topped their respective pools. So the ADF, 4 from 4 in Pool A, plus a quarterfinal win over the Panthers. The Sharks, 4 from 4 in Pool B. And that quarterfinal win over East in the drop-off. So ADF get first use of the ball. Price, short delivery, now floating over the top. Nearly found the right mark, but Thompson ultimately hits the deck, as we say. A very good morning to Gab Rose.
Good morning, James. This is going to be a great match. We've seen ADF. They've been flying all the way through this tournament. But the Sharks are highly fancied as well. They've got plenty of players coming from that Wollongong successful team over the past few years, and they are keen for a victory in the 2025 State Cup. But that is not going to help their cause. An error off the first set, and it's ADF that's going to get the first opportunity at the Sharks line.
And ADF has certainly been the team to watch so far. They humbled the Vorden Cup Grand Final winners, Penrith Panthers, in that quarterfinal 10-4. So a massive result to keep their perfect start to this tournament alive, as now Price, who's been the danger man all tournament, steps back off the left foot, tries to find support out wide, but once again that hits the deck. So the Sharks have been hemmed down this end of the field in the opening minute and a bit, but the ADF unable to come away with points thus far.
Yeah, the Sharks will have to, and you see here another messy start to the set as Leah Ayoub takes a few metres down that left-hand side. But Price has definitely been the man for ADF in the round games, and we'll see what he can do in this semi-final clash.
Short release here from Taylor. And taking the metres on offer is Maeve. Back for Maeve once again. Pops a pass. Beautiful ball from Maeve into the hands of Taylor, who will finish it in the corner. Well, the Sharks, against the run of play, strike first.
Yeah, it came on the back of nothing. The first few touches in that set were not great for the Cronulla Sharks, but you'll see at the back end there, held up the pass beautifully, and I don't think Jimmy Taylor could believe it. It just opened up for him. He's gone all the way to the corner, put the ball down, and it was just that little pop pass there from Kane Maeve, and they've taken an early lead, and as you said, James, it was probably against the run of play.
So 1-0 after just over 2 minutes of play here. Cronulla have the early strike, and now Diesel Richter around the corner pass, but it was deflected by the Sharks, so another set coming up here for them.
Yeah, and Richter has been another one for the ADF. It's really, you could name a few of those players, but it's really been an all-over team performance for them, and they've been clinical in these first few rounds, and now they're in the big show here. They're in the semi-final. They've still got to touch up their sleeve here, but you can see Price there. He is scheming behind the scenes.
Yeah, always considering what options he has, Drew Price. Raina Badior out there at the moment, though. Holmes floating a pass for Richter. Good footwork again from Richter. Now, he thought he'd done enough to beat Maeve, but Maeve made the touch in time. He's been the other really impressive performer for this ADF side, along with Drew Price. So great to have that kind of pod where one of them comes off and the other one can launch the raid themselves.
Yeah, it's a good position to be as we see Jai there. He's knocked off his feet, but they bring him, and that's his wife there in Leah. She's at acting half. It's a real family affair here for the Sharks, and there's plenty of people in the stands watching, but they're going to need to be good to beat this ADF train.
Now, Colvin into enemy territory. Quick release there from Fifield. And then eventually popping a pass over the top, but there is the turnover. No way to link up with Sean Street. So ADF still behind on the scoreboard, but they certainly have had the better of the field position and probably the better of the motion of this match as well. Sands now plays it. Price is back on deck. Up towards the 7 he goes. Quick release for Sullivan. Back to Price. Floats a pass out wide. Good footwork and then stepping back on the inside, but well met there by Colvin, who makes the touch just in time.
Yeah, she did a good job there, Colvin, because the winger there in Hamilton, we'll see she'd stepped inside, but Colvin was there to sniff out any opportunity.
And then Price with electric footwork. Nearly created something out of nothing. Was playing in the Queensland Cup last week as well.
Fitness certainly not going to be an issue, is it, with these ADF players, James?
No, I wonder what the minimum beep test requirement is these days for the ADF entry.
I'm going to say quite high.
Oh, good touch over the top there from Price, who accidentally collected the man rushing through as well. A little bit of a scrape on the elbow, but the Sharks still holding firm here. So ADF haven't broken them up as of yet. Had nearly 5 minutes of play. Good pressure coming in once again. This time from, I think that might have been Corey Brown just jamming in on that left-hand edge.
Yeah, so he's only young Corey Brown. He's first time in the mixed open. He's come through the junior ranks, through Junior State Cup for the Sharks. So a local juniors. You might see a penalty here. It was Maddox Wright. Now, he has got toe, and he's been one of the key players for this Sharks one. So he's one, you put your circle around his name because he's one to watch in this match.
Now, Raina Badior waiting for it, gets it on this left-hand side. Carts it up towards the 7. Back into the hands of Holmes. Holmes finding Raina Badior. 2 defenders there to meet him. Back to the 7 they go once again. Roll quickly, Raina Badior stepping off that left foot. Well met there by that young man in the form of Corey Brown. Just a diminutive stature about Brown, but certainly up for the task.
You know, he's only small, but he's all effort. He loves the game of touch. He's been playing since he was around 7 or 8. So he knows the game. But, yeah, a big opportunity, big occasion for him on the main stage in the semi-final of Mixed Open.
Now Taylor. Carts it forward, all very flat pass there for Maeve. Taylor once more scoops it, takes off. Comes back to this right-hand side. Colvin under pressure. Good read, though, from Miranda Hamilton. So it's quite a small side overall, this ADF team. So does that have any impact on things as this match goes on? We know they're very fit, but Sharks have an extra 2 or 3 players on that bench.
Yeah, it can make a difference on Sunday, obviously getting through those rounds, which they've done, seemingly quite easy, as we're going to see a 50-50 one that's going to go the way of the Sharks there. But fitness definitely plays a part on Sunday. How many players you can get through to the semi-finals and finals fresh and ready to still be able to run.
Now Ayub in an acting half, looking for support. Eventually links up out wide here with the run of Chamberlain. Quick distribution, then linking up with Wright. Does have that speed, but doesn't use it on this occasion. Sullivan out to meet him. It's a very disjointed set here from the Sharks. They'll finally get going in the right direction on the last, and then Wright trying to bounce. But if there's one man you can't beat for footwork in this ADF team, it's Diesel Richter.
Speaking of footwork, you see Price there. He was racing down that right-hand side of the field, and he started the set perfectly for his team, and they're following it on suit here, the ADF, and this is looking likely at the back end of this set.
Great drive from Holmes, and now squeezing through with a chance here is Green. Green looks to link back up with Holmes, does exactly that, and they do find a try, the ADF. At long last, they've levelled the score after 7.5 minutes of play.
And they deserve that, ADF. You can see they ran on at speed. He went through Zach Green, waited patiently, and it was a beautiful try there. Outstretched, took it, rolls over, and they're now 1-1. Stephen Holmes. So we're all locked up. And for me, the Sharks, they're looking very disjointed. They just don't seem to have much flow. I know it's 1-1. They had that lead. But for me, it's a very disjointed performance so far, and they'll be looking to fix that in the mid part of this game.
Certainly will be, as Van der Velde has it about 8 metres away from the line. Now drops it on the 7. Ayub rushing back to the middle. Oh, what a flying effort that was. It nearly paid off for Donahue. Even he's surprised with himself.
He looked like he jumped off a mini tramp there, did Donahue. We'll see it on the replay. Pass came back. I don't know if Leith thought he was at Port Macquarie Beach there. He was diving straight into the pool.
That was off the high board. So 1 try apiece now with around about 9 minutes gone. That was extravagant from Donahue. Now Holmes carting it up towards halfway. Raina Badior sends it out to this left-hand side, taking metres. Holmes switching it back underneath. Good little run coming in from Bailey Nix, and now Richter beats one, still going with that good footwork. Price and Richter out there at the same time. This is dangerous now for the Sharks. Price takes off. There's Richter, tries to squeeze through. Excellent read from Ayub.
Yeah, Jai Ayub there. He used all his experience. He came across again and also get given a penalty. We'll see on the replay here. Sucks him in beautifully, but Jai came in from the link position and saved a try there.
So 1-1 it remains. We knew this would be a good contest. I still had the ADF as the favourites for it, though, based on the form they've shown in this tournament thus far. But the Sharks are really holding their own and, of course, had the early lead. So now meters on offer. Played quickly. Back from Taylor to this right-hand side. Trying to squeeze through was right. I mentioned he's quick. We haven't really got to see it as of yet, though.
No, we haven't yet, but he's looking like it. It was a good touch there by Bailey Nix. She came in off her wing. Saved the day for her team.
Now great meters here with this driving set from the ADF up into enemy territory. Brown makes the touch. Holmes certainly can motor. Carts it forward. Sullivan in an acting half. Still Holmes off his hip. Brown misses the touch. Sullivan goes through. Links up with Alicia Sands, who will dive over the try line and put the ADF in front.
Yeah, and Alicia Sands, she's been great coming out of the box for ADF, so she gets rewarded with the try there. We'll see on the replay. It was a diving effort by Brown. He couldn't quite get there. You see Sullivan wait patiently, and Alicia Sands, all she had to do was catch and put the ball down, and she's given her team a 2-1 lead.
Just a speed mismatch there. Sullivan very quick. Brown, of course, still just a teenager. A bit quicker as the years go on, but on that occasion he was left a little wanting. So the ADF take the lead at long last. 2 tries to 1 after 11 minutes of play. Maeve drops it down. Now Ayub wrapping around, threatening to pop a pass back towards the middle. Donahue is potentially looking to jump off the high board again.
He might have seen a weakness in ADF and feel like that's his best way to get through. He certainly would be doing well in those plyometric testings for his team if they're doing them at training.
Look, it's the ADF, it's not the Air Force, so maybe they're not that good in the air. Donahue certainly is. So now Holmes carts it up towards halfway. Nice little pass for Richter, who again takes good meters here. Now Ayub, I didn't think he actually made a slap at that ball. It just sort of came out. I'll say a neutral infringement, so play on. Richter. Now for Price. Directing traffic, scoops it up, and now watch for the speed. Price takes off. Can't beat the man, though. Excellent touch from Maeve.
Touch that had to be made by Maeve because Price was flying through that gap. But as you said earlier, James, Maeve's been very good for his team. We see the replay there. Took a full-length dive because Price was through, and he had Zach Green in close pursuit.
Now Leah Ayub. Richter there to meet her. Taylor hopping in and acting half. Links up now with Kane Rangi. Now Wright with a chance to use his wheels. Quick release back for Taylor. Geez, if he could have got that quick tip on to Leah Ayub, there was space for the Sharks.
Yeah, Leah's fast out here in the link, but the other one that they also need to get into the game is the number 2 in Kane Rangi. He's very clever with the ball. He's one of the ADF players just pushed right over the sideline. At least he didn't have far to get to his box and get a drink.
It's almost helping him there. Now Holmes carts it forward. Sullivan picks it up. Little dummy. Sullivan set up the last try. This time tries to link up with Bailey Nix, who's been very busy, but can't get away from those Sharks defenders. So approaching that halfway point in the match, ADF certainly looked the smoother of the two teams. I feel like it's going to be something unusual that gets the Sharks over the line.
Yeah, it's going to have to be something against the grain. As I said, it'll be looking for Wright. And you got, speaking of diving into the box, Leah Ayub's just gone flying into the box. But yeah, the ADF are definitely looking smooth, and it's on players like Sullivan. They're just controlling the tempo for their team.
A nice little scoop here from Maeve once again. Brown's in open space, and they find the young man. What an introduction into semi-final football in the State Cup. Unfortunately, there's an issue here as well for it might be Bailey Nix, but take a look again here. Maeve, lovely work. Links up with Van der Velde and Corey Brown on the spot. Yeah, she's just been collected in the process, still on the deck here.
Yeah, she might have got a hit to the head. It was all accidental. In amongst all that, young Corey Brown will be happy with a try on the stadium. He had to be in the right position, so it's now 2-2. And you're right, it was Bailey Nix. She's been up to everything in attack and defence, doing a great job for her team. She put her body on the line there. Unfortunately, caught the boot of one of the Sharks players. And it was all in vain, but she's up and walking around, and I dare say she'll be back on very soon. But 2-2, well done, Corey Brown.
So great battle here. Youngest player on the field coming up with a try is now Drew Price. Bounces out on this right-hand side. Strong contact on Price. Price then sends it wide. What a ball that is. Plenty of work for the Sharks to do, and they do it with aplomb.
Yes, she did a good job out there. The Sharks win it, but there's still one more touch here for ADF, and Price has got the ball, so it's never dead.
Oh, Price, big left foot step a couple of times. Now off the right, setting things up. Oh, he'd done all the hard work. All that needed to happen was Green to reel that one in, and he scores for certain.
Oh, I don't know if Green will want to see this replay. He went right, he stepped 2, he came back in, engaged the defender, and he snatched at it, Green, and that was a golden opportunity gone begging for ADF.
So it remains 2-2. Geez, this really does have the feeling of a grand final already. I know it's the semi. Now Wright hops in and acting half. Last one here for the Sharks. They were offside through the middle of the ADF. Catch and pass. The Sharkies will score. Oh, wow. That's a turn of events. It should have been 3-2 the other way.
Yeah, 2-try difference here now because of that. But you see there, beautiful pass. And Johnny Van der Velde again throwing the last pass. But it was all right. He threw the cutout behind Street over to Van der Velde, and it was Jamie Hemingway giving her side the lead, an unexpected lead at that point, and it's now 3-2 Sharks over Defence Force.
Oh, there's an upset brewing. Seems a little cruel to call it an upset. Of course, Sharks are undefeated in their pool, but the ADF have just been so impressive thus far. Now Richter with that big left foot step. He thought Taylor was offside, but back to the 7 he goes.
There's still 14 minutes on the clock here, so they don't need to panic yet, ADF. They've got plenty of tries in there. You've got Sullivan there working well, working out wide. Leah Ayub up to the task there. She's not going to let him round her there. Wanting the ball back, but a really good defensive set there by Sharks. They might get a penalty here. No, referee's just going to say play on.
I kind of agree with Leah Ayub there, though. That was intentionally thrown away by Thompson. As now they'll go very lateral on this play, the Sharks. Ayub then straightening things. Quick roll ball. It's a high defensive line from the ADF. Just trying to jam them into this corner. Now straightening there is Vandervelde. Quick roll ball himself. Oh, are they going to get away with this one, the Sharks? Yes, they will.
No, it's going to go against the Sharks, and the referee was quite firm in his decision on Vandervelde. It's one of those, the hook around they call it, so it looked like it could have gone either way, but the ref was there and he was very adamant in his decision.
Yeah, I'm happy with that one. I thought there was an issue from both players there. Richter sort of strafing across instead of directly pedaling out from the play, but they definitely put that ball behind him. So now Wright, bouncing once, bouncing twice. He does have that speed. I wouldn't mind him doing a couple of those little bounces, then taking on his opposite link. That speed mismatch between the man and the woman. As now, it's worked here for White. And then Donahue. Donahue off the left foot, turns it back towards the middle. Quick roll ball. Donahue hops in an acting half. Back to Wright once again. Right, bouncing around, wanting that penalty. Draw and pass. Lovely work again from the Sharks. It's all down to Maddox. Right, superb play. And now Phoebe Chamberlain has another one for the Sharks. They've opened up a 2-try buffer.
Yeah, it's gone to a 4-2 lead. We'll see on the replay here. And it was right. He was just toying with him. You spoke about his step. Then he put the afterburners on. Handed the ball on to Kane Ranger, who gave it to Chamberlain. But there wasn't really much doing there. They engaged the defenders. They bit in. Kane Rangi passed to Chamberlain. And now it's a 2-try lead to the Sharks over ADF.
Well, 3 tries in 6 minutes now for the Sharks as Richter tries to get one back. He believes he beat his opposite man, but the Sharks aren't having a bar of it. So back to the 7 he goes. They do have Price and Richter out there at the same time, so that is dangerous. Here is Price. Ayub left very early, floating sinker pass from Price. It was a well-identified ball, but he just couldn't execute.
It would have been the perfect pass. Kaylee Wallace was coming through on that sinker line, but it sailed over her head. Could it have gone to hand, ADF would have been in for their 3rd try.
I could have easily seen a penalty being called there, though, for ADF. Ayub was off the line very quickly, and I think that almost forced Drew Price's hand.
Yeah, he probably had to pass a little bit early. As we see right here, there's space out here if he wants to take him on. He's gone straight
right now
through.
With a big right foot step and then the speed. Well, Maddox thought he was all the way through. They might actually play on here because the sideline official has had a word with the man in the middle, and Maddox Wright will be able to capitalise. So the Sharks, wow, they've now got 4 in about 9 minutes and 5-2 the score.
You could see that coming. He came on and he identified there was space out wide. He looked like he was going to go and try outside the female player. Instead, he stepped back in, and who would you know? It was Drew Price. You wouldn't have picked that. He's pointing around. He's done that a few times this weekend. Raced away. I was worried he was going to go over the dead ball line there. He went very close. He knew what he was doing, and it's a 3-try lead to the Sharks.
Well, you wouldn't have picked that based on the early signs in this match. As now a long pass is provided. Finds the hands of Sands. Then Raina Badior, Holmes, catch and pass, but they've got all the numbers, the Sharks. Now Holmes scoops again. Space on this left-hand side. Sands a tough one to take. Good pressure there from Hemingway.
Yeah, Hemingway was all over her there, so she scored a try and doing her job there in defence. But, yeah, we're 2/3 of the way through this match. We've got 10 minutes to go. Oh, and all the work to do there. Australian Defence Force. She was knocked off the ball there, Sands, but she's straight back up.
Yeah, they're tough, the old ADF personnel.
Just counting her teeth there, Sands. I think it was accidental there by Jai Ayub. But anyway, back to live play. Sharks are giving away the ball, and ADF have it on the halfway line. Oh,
they're up very quickly. That was almost a hug from Donahue. Now Thompson carts it forward. Donahue there to meet him. Richter straightening. Price out there with him once again. Great footwork, as always, from Diesel Richter. They've got to set up for this strike dump, though. Now Nix is back into the action, so she has recovered from that injury. Richter, short delivery. Price, back to Richter. Shut down again from the Sharks. Great read from Leah Ayoub.
Excellent read. They've given away a penalty. One of the players inside Leah was offside, but the touch had to be made. You spoke about it earlier, James. Could it be the legs are getting a little bit fatigued with those few less numbers coming into game 7 or 8 of this tournament?
Now, Price once again. Speed from Price. The Price is right. He gets it over the line. Just took off. And he is electric, Drew Price.
And that's what he can do. They gave away a penalty. They had a repeat set, ADF. And it was Price there. And you'll see on the replay, he just burns him. Again, he placed his body in a good position. You'll see here on the replay, you could see the defender coming in. So he dives with his body to the right-hand side, away from the defender. And there's now 2 tries in it. They're certainly back in this game.
So 8:20 on the clock. Sharks, their run of 4 straight tries now ended. So up towards the 7 they go once again. Holmes there to meet them. Distributed on this left-hand side into the arms of Kane Rangi, who has been kept rather quiet in this game. Back to Rangi once again. Runs out of real estate and heads over the sideline. So 5-3. Still down by 2, the ADF. They haven't really been in this position the entire weekend.
No, it'll be interesting to see how they cope with the, time pressure. I mean, I'm hoping they're very calm in pressure situations, James, so I don't think that'll be an issue for them.
Sands with a dummy, takes more metres. Oh, then the pass that was meant to get into the arms of Price. It was a shocker, unfortunately, from Sherlock.
No, it was too low there, and it's going to be doubled down here for the ADF because Sharks are going to get a penalty. So there's still plenty of time on the clock, a bit over 7 minutes. Sharks are up by 2, but you can see here Price, he is racing up. He's desperate to get the ball back for his team and see what he can manufacture.
Now Taylor links up with Ayoub. Taylor once again out to this right-hand side. Holmes steps up and makes the touch on Ayoub. Middle of the field. Last one brought up. Taylor cuts out Ayoub. This time goes to Wright, trying to use his speed again. Oh, had he simply taken them on, I think Wright scores, but an excellent bat down there from Sherlock.
Sherlock did a wonderful job out there. So Wright saw an opportunity, kicked off the left, had a 2-on-1, tried to pass as his winger, but Sherlock was in the way.
Still danger signs, though, for the ADF. Ayoub now for Wright. The draw and pass was spectacular, but they just couldn't find the finish with Hemingway.
No, she batted it down. It kind of popped up out of Wright's hand. There wasn't much space to work with. You can see he gets it on the little link punish. Out he goes, pops it up, and it kind of hit her in the head as it kind of flew up into her face. Unfortunately for Hemingway, she couldn't put a cherry on top, and we'll see what happens here. There's hands going everywhere. He's having a good chat to the referee. There is the Sharks player. He's going to get penalised. They're going to have to go back. Doing a really good job, this referee, out in the middle of the field here, James.
I don't think they have a leg to stand on there, the Sharks. It was Maddox Wright who ran straight back through the ruck, and the pass went into the back of him. You can claim he didn't know what he was doing, but we know better than that. It's now Holmes for Green. Holmes threatening. Wanted to try and find Nix out in that link position, but Ayoub made a good read and shut down the pass. Holmes with a little pass here to Green, who juggles it. Holmes now just flinging a ball out there for Thompson. Didn't even look, but he needed to.
Yeah, he knew what he wanted to do, but he didn't turn the body, so he just went straight from half. It's the back end of a big tournament, so they are getting tired as Ayoub's trying to get through some fair bit of traffic there. Still time, 5-3, but they're going to have to be excellent if they're going to get out of this one, ADF.
So now Chamberlain in an acting half. Wright is really coming to his own in this second half of this match, so to speak. Oh, popped up there. Holmes wasn't really looking at it, but it was there for the taking as an intercept.
Yeah, there was a half opportunity there for Holmes if he could have seen it. We see Sean Street, one of the more experienced players in this campaign. He'll be looking to get his team home in this semi-final. But they've got to stay solid here.
Oh, there it is. The left, the right, the jump. But again, he's denied here, Donahue. He's come up with 2 big bouncing efforts.
I'll tell you what, that is his pet play. off the left, off the right. Oh, how good does that look?
Holmes must have got him by the barest of margins. Now a second effort here from Taylor. That was close as well. It's more than close. Taylor collects the try, and that will do it, you'd imagine. There's 4 minutes left. The margin back out to 3. Sharks 6, ADF 3.
We'll see you on the replay again. They went that little short side, back towards male versus female. They did a valiant effort, both defenders from ADF, but Taylor just slid underneath them. 6-3, 4 minutes to go.
They must score here, the ADF, if they are any chance of pushing this one to a drop-off. Price is out there, so they've got the right man. Bouncing on that 7-metre mark. Drew Price once again. Oh, footwork on Ayub. That's special from Drew Price. Bang off the left, then straightens and dives.
They needed a try, and they needed it in that set of 6, and who else to deliver but Price? Ayub came out, he knew what was happening, he just couldn't quite get there in time. It was a nice little step off the left, but he still had work to do because oncoming traffic from Sharks, and he's given his team the slightest of hopes, Price.
There's a little glimmer. Can they capitalise on it? Must turn the Sharks away here. Fortunately for the ADF, Wright is out there, and he's been the real danger man for them. He's got the hot hand, not to mention Donahue is jumping all over the place like a cat on a hot tin roof. Here is Wright, now floating it long. What a pass from Wright into the arms of Chamberlain. Geez, he's got all the skills. Nobody on the ADF saw that coming. He's whipped that a good 25 metres.
Oh, and that's certainly the ball game here for the Sharks. And it's right, he's come into his own as this game's gone on, and he's ripped that a good, I'm going to say 30 metres across. He could see where the gap was, over the top of about 3 of his players, and Chamberlain collects a double, 7-4, and they'll be rolling on into the grand final, the Sharks.
The ADF, they'll be licking their wounds, undefeated up until this point, 5 from 5. Now Sullivan turning it to Thompson. Price has that never say die attitude. Here he is once again, turns it back on the inside. Well, they keep hitting back. Thompson will go over 5-7 with 2 minutes to go, so they need a turnover.
Yeah, they need a stop, they need an intercept, they need Sharks to make an error. We'll see the replay here. It was Price again. He didn't even need to use his footwork there. He just looked one way, went back the other. Because he's so dangerous, he attracts 2 players automatically, and then he could use his pass. I'll tell you what has been a key moment, that one where they didn't get a try down there, Sharks went down the other end and scored, and that could be the difference in this match.
Well, that made it 3-2 in favour of the Sharks instead of course, them trailing. Now Maddox right again finds a brilliant pass. This time Ayub latches onto it, but wow, this is one of the great mixed open performances from Maddox Wright.
Maddox Wright puts it on a platter, and you saw the big smile come up. They ran the splitter play. He didn't have to go long that time. He just went to Ayub, and Leah will be extremely happy with that try for her team. The big smile on the face. The kids will be watching in the stands with mum and dad, and she's happy with that one. But Maddox Wright, what a performance.
Probably took him about 10 minutes to actually get into the game, but from that point, it's just been a 12 out of 10 performance.
Yeah, he's certainly, by his name, he's done everything right for his team. As we see an error there, and unfortunately for ADF, it's been absolutely amazing watching them this weekend. As you said, we've seen plenty of tries. They've led from the front. They're going to have to go back here and play the Ball Sharks, but they don't mind. But to the ADF team and all their coaching crew, it's been a great effort by them all weekend, James.
Yeah, it certainly has. Well, who can stop the Sharks now? That's the real question. Warhope have been impressive, and they've emerged as a bit of a dark horse in this competition, knocking off, of course, the Vorden Cup winners in the form of Penrith. Now meters are taken, and then Hemingway hops in an acting half. Short release now for Sean Street. Up quickly was Richter. Now the flick pass comes out. Ayub wanted another, but that one hits the deck. 5 seconds on the clock. Last throw of the dice here for the ADF. They'll come out to this right-hand side. Green takes it forward. Price hits the advantage line. In fact, will go around the outside of them and take it away into the corner. Well, Price will end up with a hat-trick, but it won't mean much to him given they have been knocked out here, the ADF. But what a stellar tournament it has been for that man on screen.
Sure has, and he deserves a try there at the back end. So the final score, Sharks 8, ADF 6. But that had a grand final feel about it. You said it at the start of the game, James. It delivered as promised. And I don't know who won that other semi-final in the mix, but they're going to have to be good to beat the mighty Sharks in the mixed grand final later on this afternoon.
Yeah, of course, it was Warhope up against Walls, and that's happening the exact same time. We'll get that result coming through shortly. We'll try and keep you updated through the course of our next match, but all wrapped up here. The ADF have been knocked out. The Sharks become our first team into the grand final for today. Up next, it's our men's 20s semi-final with an all-hunter battle. Maitland, the Redbacks, take on the Newcastle City Knights on KO and Sky Sports New Zealand next.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 minutes, please, referee, 2 minutes.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Got a shorty clean the business, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the business, I'm a diamond and to run it. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. And birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit.
We have a drop-off. My apologies to those games about to commence. There will be no commencement until the drop-off. Field 15, 30 seconds. Please, referee. The next siren will be the commencement of a drop-off. The next time slot do not start, please. Please, referee, ready. game until the drop-off is complete. I'll give you over to the report.
First time I made time in a minute. Rock with it, I'm in attendance. How can we pair feelings aside? I gotta match the fires to the flame. The feelings just got attached. I got the days fall, the straight fall away. Small, the waist started dancing on me. Had to take it back home. Time moving slowly, fast forward. In the belly, the signs is angelic, and mine through my aesthetic, and most to try get it. Love it without limits, the message is over, been round and round with me. The baby don't mind spinning word, put it working over proud. Shorty could be my girl. Look at this so thorough, she precious like little pearls. Hair straight of them pearls, beautiful cause you earned it, making this thing work.
After that, of course, New South Wales would have to win every remaining division.
Blues have done it. The impossible has happened.
The siren goes, the celebrations begin. The men's side, they have won the series. They have won the Shield for their state. The class of this brilliant Blues team could not be denied. What a comeback from New South Wales.
Back to live action. A slight delay. We've got games going into extra time out in the backfields. Drop-off drama taking place here at the State Cup. We now revert our attention to the men's 20s. Haven't seen too much 20s footy across the weekend, but this is a big game to hit your screen. Semi-final action, local derby. Maitland taking on Newcastle. This one's going to be good. We love watching men's 20s footy here at the State Cup.
Yeah, it'll have everything this match. And as you said, we haven't seen the men's 20s on the main stadium, but what a great game to start off this here. We got Maitland versus Newcastle, local derby. There's no doubt, Scotty, these teams would have played with and against each other all the way through these junior ranks. And with men's 20s, we know we're going to see everything.
Maitland made their way through to the semi-final with an 8-4 victory over Wagga in the QF. Newcastle a little bit tighter, 7 tries to 5 over Wall's End. Sees them get through to the semi-final, grand final spot on the line. Maitland undefeated coming into this game as well. 6 wins on the trot. And for Newcastle, just the 1 loss. That was against Central Coast in the earlier round. Central Coast actually bowing out against Wollongong in the quarterfinal earlier on today. It sets up the scene nicely. As both these teams, little jittery start there for Maitland. Newcastle now get the footy. First touch for them here in the semi-final.
I think they confused themselves there, Maitland. There was 4 players all in and amongst around the ruck, and then when they looked to go wide, there was actually nobody there. So there will be nerves. Semi-final, looking to get through to the big dance later on today. But they've started fast, Newcastle.
And the touch made. Pass was thrown well and truly afterwards.
Yeah, I feel like there the Newcastle player was claiming there wasn't a touch made, so it would have been play on. But you can see the speed at which they're moving up there. Yeah, it's Cooper McKenzie.
Yeah, absolutely. Came out of a cannon and try and put pressure on. Nice work from Maitland, though, just to dance away from him. And continue on. Nice flow heading down. As Riley Barnes got them going forward. Now, Crampton here from half. And not much to work with on the back end of it.
No, so they'll just be sussing each other out. As we said earlier, they certainly will have played with and against each other on many occasions over the past few years. And we're going to see first real error there is going to come from Newcastle, and it's going to give Maitland a nice opportunity 2 minutes into this match.
Throwing the footy around nice and early. Maitland now long out in front. Nice hands. Referees are happy. Ashton Porter finishes it off nicely out in that left corner. Gee whiz, they didn't wait long.
That's going to look spectacular on the replay. First opportunity down at the Newcastle line, and they ice it. I want to have a look at this pass. Double cutout. Charlie Bury, take a bow. That looks good. Yeah, and the crowd in the background, they're pretty happy, the Maitland supporters.
Couldn't have scored that try in any better position, right in front of the punters. In the corner here on the stadium field. Now Newcastle looking to hit straight back. Oh, there was half a chance to try and get it back on the inside. Just ran out of time. Now Davies looks at options left to right. Lovely ball and spinning in behind the defensive line, but the contact was made. He did a good job firstly to hold it and then almost dance his way across the try line.
Kynan Jackson, he pirouetted his way through and nearly got a try to even up the score. Well defended in the end by Maitland. And you can see here that's a really good run there by Riley Rostron.
Takes another one going forward for them as well to get them into Newcastle's end of the field. Donald plays it on the last, gets it back now, looks at options, trying to skip away, and Newcastle come back at him. A good diving touch there from Nate Jackson.
And it's pretty good conditions here today, Scott, isn't it? There is a bit of a breeze, and the cloud cover, it is remaining around. So whilst it's still warm out there, it's probably not quite as hot as we've seen over the past couple of days.
Newcastle now with changes out of the box. Good contact there coming into the last touch. Bit of space for Stone, who's skipping away on the outside. He almost just threw the ball over the sideline. I'm not too sure whether the touch was actually made on him first.
No, and it's resulted in a penalty for Maitland there. So whilst they're nice and fast here and it's all in a flurry for Newcastle. Oh, speaking of making some meters, he's gone straight through.
Keep going, son. He's been looking to try and get that ball down on the grass for about 25 metres.
He fooled them all there.
I think he fooled himself. Wasn't sure what was going on. He had some space to work with. Now McDonald, that young man, defeated early from half and they're well contained here in the right corner. It's the last touch of the set as well. Might have just lost the count there, Maitland. And finish it off in the corner.
Yeah, exciting start to that set there with the run through the middle, but unfortunately couldn't create anything off the back end of it. You can see the pressing defence here by Maitland. I mean, these guys are under 20. They should just be able to run all day, Scott.
Well, they'll have plenty of juice still in the tank coming into the semi-final. Cooper McKenzie gets good flow coming into the last. They come back to him now. And he sends it back out to the right-hand side of the field. They're happy to finish it off in their corner again.
Yeah, definite ploy by both teams to finish their set. It's a beautiful cutout pass here to create some space here. A little bit of toe there for our try scorer in Ashton Porter.
He's going to follow up from acting half as the changes come on for Maitland. And good contact forces the mistake. So Newcastle muscling up there to play the ball.
And straight onto the ball, into their processes here, and this could be a penalty here, yeah. So they had him on the back foot. They got caught up in the ruck there, Maitland, and now they'll get a penalty up near the halfway line for Newcastle. So this could be a good opportunity for Newcastle to try and... Oh, as I say that, there's my commentator's curse. 5 minutes into this semi-final for the 20 boys. Newcastle make an error and Maitland are straight back on the ball.
And they're finding space down the right straight away from their restarts, Maitland. It's helping them get to the box with a little bit more ease. Changes on for them as well. Now punching through the middle. Rip long. Newcastle get the footy back. They're on the right side this time around to restart their set. Just punch three straight down the sideline here.
Yeah, and this is looking good here by Newcastle. We see the wind picking up a little bit here in the stands. Good take there by Newcastle, but they are straight onto the ball and looking to create something here. The orange boots, he's gone straight through. They've called play on, Scotty.
Yeah, no contact made. And the support pops up there with Harley Parker. Oh, you mentioned the boots. Had smoke coming off from there. What a great run from half there from Nate Simpson.
Yeah, Nate Simpson. He just knew what he wanted to do. He had him on the back foot. He sliced through, passed it there, and Harley Parker, all he had to do was put the ball down because all the work was done by Nate Simpson in the flashy pink boots. So we're locked up, 1-1.
It's hard to recover when you have that defender making that diving touch. It just takes another one straight out of the line. Huey there.
This might be play on here for Maitland.
Straight back to Maitland. Just fell into their lap in the end. Now having to reach for the pass, but that didn't stop them from throwing another one. Barnes plays it around the halfway line.
We say it a lot, but that was a perfect case of eyes up footy.
Working their way into the back end. Helsley switches in. They come back to him. In the half again. Another touch. Nice ball. And wow. Out of the hands. And you could just see the 19 there. And Finn Carlson was already starting to head down towards the ground. Might have just needed to hold upright just fractionally a second or two longer.
Yeah, that was definitely an opportunity for Maitland. It came up on him probably a little bit too quickly than he thought. So mark that one down as an opportunity for Maitland, but there'll be plenty more opportunities in this game as we've seen Newcastle make an error right on halfway. Maitland is straight back into it. Gee, this game's a good speed, Scotty.
Oh, yeah. Nice, fast pace game as expected between these two local clubs. Looking to get into the grand final here at the men's 20s. Both teams in good form coming into this one as Maitland rip it. It's another beautiful ball. Porter's got an early double. But this is some sort of pass.
Oh, he had a little bit to do here, Porter. He did a good job. He waited patiently for the ball. And we see the pass there from Riley Rostron. Again, right in front of his support crew. Beautiful pass over the top. Had to run a little bit wider, and it's a double for Ashton Porter. Maitland take the lead 2-1.
It's a good point you make about him making wide. The pass actually almost pushed him into the right position. He was a little bit infield in that late cut.
Are you trying to win that?
It was a pass and a half there from Riley Rostron.
2 tries to 1. Maitland in front. Nothing there for them. One more touch to defend their line. Newcastle just flick it over the sideline. We mentioned before, both teams in good form. Newcastle runners up last year at the State Cup in this division. Maitland winning the country championships this year.
Yeah, so both teams with good form for the past 12 months. We see a penalty there. Yeah, getting a little bit fiery here, the boys, which is not uncommon in under-20s, and it's all part of the passion they play with.
Here we go.
There we go.
There's a few tackles starting to come out.
Yeah, Drystone might get spoken to here. I wonder if he'll take him off for a forced sub. He's talking to him. I think he's saying, yeah, force sub there, and maybe a little, if you do it again, mate, you're going to be off.
Newcastle will get the replacement player on. You can just see him coming on at the top of the screen. Defending now in the right leg position. They're heading in that direction right now. Maitland got a really good look. And the referee liked it straight away. He hasn't pointed to the spot, but he will now.
Oh, I can't wait to see this one on the replay. He's coming back. He's happy with himself. We'll see on the replay how it all played out. He comes in. It's the number 19 in Finn Carlson. Full stretch in between two players. You can see the referee saying ball down. And that's now 3-1. Maitland, they take a 2-try lead, Scotty.
Nate Simpson looking pretty animated in defence, but he looked a step or two short of the line. He said on-field liked it straight away. Oh, short ball punching through. It's going to come back against Newcastle. Newcastle's a call. It's all Maitland at the moment.
Forward pass there, but it was Max Richardson. He was flying through like a rocket in that league channel. And speaking of flying, he looked like he was away there, Joseph Crouch, but the defender came across from Newcastle.
Yeah, they shifted and went down Newcastle's sideline. Trying to catch them napping, almost did. Hedges plays it. We've got numbers. Oh, what about the ball? Gee whiz, they are turning it on, Maitland.
Oh, what are we witnessing here? That pass, it just flew past the Newcastle defender. I thought there was an opportunity for an intercept. Oh, it was just too past. There's a fist pump from the player who threw it, and why not? Geez, that was a pass. It might have been the number 18 in Kyan Gordon, but wow, what a bullet. 4-1.
It's a handy lead at the moment. Newcastle need to strike back, just having to kneel down to reel that one in, and they've taken some space away from Newcastle. Maitland doing a good job in defence as well.
They need to stay with them here, Newcastle. Maitland, they've got the hot hand at the moment, but as we find in most matches, that'll ebb and flow. So they've had the best of the last probably 7 or 8 minutes. But I dare say that might turn if Newcastle can just stick with them and get back into this match, Scott.
It seems like that 3-try margin has been about the barrier for teams to be able to keep themselves in games. We've seen some today, we've seen some in previous days as well, where teams down by 3 have just managed to get themselves back in, completing sets, reverse, putting that pressure back on the opposition has been the key. In Newcastle, they've got a good opportunity here now with ball in hand, good attacking field position. I want to be the next team to score. Stone dancing around. This will help. Quick tap. I think the referee was in position, ready to go.
No, the referee's not going to let Simpson take that quick tap. But it'll be Simpson here working with Jai Stone, and they'll be looking to get back into this match.
Contact made on Stone. Plans the call. There it is. Nice attacking play early in the set. Coming off the back of that penalty. Said Newcastle would want to be the next to score, and they tick that box.
Yeah, and it was Harley Parker getting a double here. But it was Stone to Simpson, and it was just a good use of the passing there. Straight off the ruck. The defender could not get back out there in time, and they definitely needed that, Newcastle. 4-2, back in the ball game.
Maitland pick up and go straight away here from the restart. Running out of room. Oh, but still threading the needle down the sideline. Oh, there's plenty of room.
You don't need much room there, and they love that corner where their supporters are, and why not? We'll see this on the replay. It was Charlie Bury. He just sliced through. He didn't have much room to work with, but as you said, Scott, he didn't need it. He stopped on a dime. He knew where Luke Hedges was going to be. And that takes the score out to 5-2.
Right when Newcastle felt like they were getting back into the game, they score. Maitland, and it was straight away from the restart. There must have been second or third touch. Just pick up and go. And there's a nice dive and a few protests here from Maitland in defence. Not going to change the referee's mind. Giving this penalty, not moving forward off their line.
Yeah, so they get another opportunity here, and you can see they've got Stone and Simpson on again, and that looks like Simpson's ball down, and when they needed it, those two come together, and they're keeping their team in the game.
Yeah, it's just sparked them back to life yet again. Definitely the two key men for this Newcastle team at the moment. Jai Stone back on the inside to Nate Simpson.
Yeah, he set a couple up earlier, and he's worked together with Stone there, and aren't they happy about it? They're back again in the game. 5-3, it's ebb and flowing. So 2 tries we think is definitely not going to be enough in this match as it's play on court here. Maitland back on the charge. Oh,
lovely ball.
Oh.
Very close. Again, the pass just putting the Maitland support into space. Finn Carlson almost going over for another one. They've left it behind.
They're going to get a penalty here.
A little boot from one of the Newcastle players. Good touch made there on Elsley. Maitland haven't been wasting time when they're down this end of the field. Newcastle not moving forward again. They need to be on their toes. Short side might be the play. Dives in early. And they might have been caught short of the line there, Newcastle. What about the dive and the reach from Finn Carlson? He put the ball in right hand and almost Supermaned his way to the line.
Oh, he's done that twice, Finn Carlson. He's got a double for his team, and both were miraculous efforts with the dive. Full-length dive, arm outstretched. We'll see on the replay here. Down a skinny short side, held up the defender, and he's done a great job there, giving his team a 3-try lead again. They just cannot claw that back yet, Newcastle. They're in it, but they need to kind of break these shackles and get a couple of tries in a row.
He's screaming in from the right link. Forces the mistake. And they've got the points in them. They need to try and stop this attacking game of Maitland. Now they're rolling downfield again. Hedges plays it on the last. They rip it out, happy to let it go over the sideline there. Ashton Porter, who's got a double in this game already.
Yeah, he's looking for a hat-trick there, Porter, but it's Charlie Bury, the number 11 for Maitland. He's ripping him to shreds. He possesses a good pass. He's fast on his feet. As we see there, that's nice movement there of Stone. A good start to the set here by Newcastle. They'll look to dish off and gain some extra metres out that right-hand side.
Nice roll downfield so far here in this set for Newcastle. Parker, another man who scored 2 tries in the game. Flat hard at the line. There was some space, big hole there.
There was a massive hole and the player was running straight through. It would have been a try. They just couldn't get the ball to hand. It kind of ripped out of the hands, went in a forward direction, but that was a little half opportunity there for Newcastle.
Maitland's second touch. They're already near their box. So roll over the halfway line now. Nice clean pickup. And just out of the hands. Plays offside.
Yeah, so Elsley took off then, and as the player, he was offside and he went to pass it, but it kind of got knocked out of his hands, so it had to be a penalty there to Maitland.
Full set. Look at him, straight on the run yet again. Well, this has been the theme when they get down this attack again. Second touch, third touch, they're not wasting their time. They're going straight away.
They sure are, and it was Cohen Hill here. They ran the chicken or the out ball, turned the defender inside out, and then he just had too much speed for him. You watch here, he feigns to go in, which means the defender goes in, and then he knew exactly what he was doing. He was going on the out, and Hill's happy about it. And by my reckoning, that's 7 tries to 3, Scotty.
7-3 in front. Maitland pumped up after that one. Newcastle, again, need points. They've gotten the pop back on the inside. Did a good job to make that pass go backwards. Brody White out here. Newcastle, nothing and losing some space. A little flick ball fell into the lap. Maitland gets straight back to work with hands. Nice release out to Porter. Stances down the sideline.
Been solid for them, Porter, out here. As we said, he's scored 2 tries, but he's doing his job here. And you see the wingers on this box side, as we call it, they have to get to acting half often 3 times in a row.
Here's French. Now plays out the back.
Ooh.
Good read, though, from the 7 in Brodie White.
Excellent read there by Brodie White, and they cannot let Maitland score again. If there are any chance, there's 10 minutes left in this game. They're 4 tries to behind. They've got to be next to score.
Working their way over the halfway line now. Maitland getting up nice and early and forcing the mistake. Good defensive pressure in the midfield there from Maitland.
Yeah, they're controlling it well here in attack and defence. You spoke about it earlier, Scotty. They have, every time they get down on that line, they ice their opportunities. And you can see here Bury, the number 11, he's doing a great job for his team. And he's going to come around on the sweep here. They're going to go against it. They're going to go wide. He's going to go straight through there. Darcy Campton, well defended there again by Newcastle. So we've got a bit over 9 minutes to go. The pressure of the clock will start to show through soon on the Newcastle team.
You almost need to be perfect from here as I say it. I should have kept those words in my mouth.
Yeah, exactly the same there. We had Simpson. He would have liked to keep the ball in his hand there. He didn't know whether to pass, didn't know whether to run, and it just slipped out. But as you said, Scotty, they need to be near perfect if they're going to get back into this game.
This is the pressure of the scoreboard. And now the clock starts to come into it as well. And when Maitland just keep getting points for fun, the referee hasn't quite given it as of yet. On field liked it. Sideline confirms it now.
Yeah, and that makes the task even more difficult. It was Riley Barnes here. I tell you what, they must be practicing down at the beach here, because these full-length dives, sliding, our young players, they're doing it from such a young age now. That's not easy to do what Riley Barnes just did. Arm outstretched, diving at the line. He's got a try for his team, and that's now 8-3.
I'll tell you one thing for free as well. The wind has just picked up out of nowhere. Really gusty conditions now as well. Might cause a little bit of havoc for our teams competing in finals this afternoon. Have a quick look at the line there. Nice dive as well.
Ooh, it was good hands out there on the wing for Newcastle. They're going to get a penalty. It was forward off ruck, although the referee's going to have a bit of discussion. Yeah, it's going to actually be overturned, and Newcastle are going to get the penalty because they are offside Maitland. But yeah, you can see the flags here, Scott. They are really blowing. It's behind Newcastle end as we're watching the stadium at this point. Oh, Jai Stone, he's light on his feet as well.
Pretty much every weather box has been ticked today. Had a little bit of rain. Sun's starting to come through. Cloud cover. Wind. Ooh, just got a little clip on the boot.
It was a cheeky one. I mean, I don't think he can really be in too much trouble for that. He came across. He did get him on the foot, but there was, for me, that's unlucky there. It was probably cheeky by Simpson, but for me, he has to affect a touch somehow. He'd thrown an intercept. I think that's unlucky for Simpson.
Urgent announcement for all affiliate coordinators. With this increase in the week, we've had some reports that some of the tents are starting to lift or move. If you can attend your tents.
Now you can probably hear that.
And make sure that
in the
all of your
background, that
belongings
is.
are intact. Could you please make your way, all affiliate coordinators, make your way to your team
Hits the
tents.
deck.
And
Yeah,
just
that is
check
just
that
proving
you're
how
in
much the wind has just really picked up out of nowhere throughout this game. Now all the tents out the back. We need to get some men holding down the pegs, holding down the legs. You can't have any tents flying around.
No, we certainly don't want any tents flying around. I've seen the umbrellas that were up here or out in the sun. They've been put down now as well. As you said, Scotty, we've had all weather conditions over the past 3 days.
And ball down there. The best thing is, though, rain at an absolute minimum.
Oh,
why did I say that for?
Why did you say that, Scotty? What time is it? It is 12:45 on Sunday afternoon. We'll mark that down as a change.
Goodness. I was even looking at you going, why are you looking at me like that for? I'm just giving my weather report to the fans back home who might not be able to be here. If we get some sort of monsoon or rain come, I will be the first one out of here and back on the highway, and you may not see me again.
I thought James was our weatherman.
Oh, yeah. I should be leaving it to him, I guess. Leave it to the professionals. Now, Maitland just goes over the shoulder.
So while we've all been having our weather chat here, it's a bit over 5 minutes to go. The score's 8-3. It's going to need a near miracle here for Newcastle. It's going to be Maitland that are going to go through to the grand final. They won country champs. They'll be looking to do the double and win State Cup as well. That would be an effort.
Ball left behind. Nate Jackson. One that got away here for Newcastle. Maitland on their way to the big dance.
Don't need to do anything silly here, Maitland. They're just taking up the ball, using their sets, and then that man that's been going forward all day, and Charlie Bury, he's had a great game for his team. He comes around on the sweep. They're coming on the inside. Oh, they were looking there for the flying Riley Barnes. Couldn't quite find him, but that's okay. They've finished their set down on Newcastle's line, and they'll just be trying to play out this last 4 minutes.
Space down the sideline. And we may mention Wollongong beat Central Coast in the other quarterfinal. They're taking on Northern Beaches in the other semi-final. So the winner of that game will likely line up against Maitland in the men's 20s grand final later on this afternoon. Newcastle throwing the footy around. 4 minutes to go into this one. Big match coming up next as well. Stick with semi-final action. Back into the Women's Open. Canterbury taking on Newcastle. Really starting to get to the crunch point now in the Women's Open division as well.
That's going to be a cracking game. We saw Canterbury have a very polished performance this morning with a 5-0 victory in their quarterfinal. Newcastle have also gone through the semi-finals. Last year's winners, and they'll be looking to go back-to-back. Oh.
Almost dancing his way through behind the Newcastle defenders.
And speaking of the women's, the other semi-final, Scotty, is Manly versus East, and that is a mouth-watering clash out there. It'll be on field number 1 here at Port Macquarie.
We'll be keeping one eye over our left shoulder, keeping an eye on the score. Yeah, that is going to be some sort of game. Manly been in good form. Roosters have almost been untouchable throughout the competition. Haven't dropped the game as of yet. Last year's runners-up looking to go one better in 2025. Brain back on the inside. Hasn't had too many opportunities in this game, Lath.
They'll get a couple of opportunities here at the back end of the game. They get a fresh set of 6. They're coming around on the sweep play. They go against a sweep. They go long, dropped it back inside, and indeed that is going to be a try to the man you were just talking about, Lath Brain. It's going to be a consolation try for him in the end, but it's great to see that they're still putting in their efforts, running their plays, and coming up with moments like that.
Yeah, nice touch. Solid put back on the inside. Cooper Donnelly putting the final touch on that one, and Brain holds his position, snatches that one out. That's their 4th try of the semi-final. Maitland will be looking to finish this game off strong. Clunky there in the play the ball. Newcastle pleading to get the football back. And they may have said a couple of words here to the referee. He's going to say, on your bike, son. And they've got 6 on 5 at the moment. And 2 to go. Maitland still running it. At the moment, they've got to go out to the right. That replacement play just making his way onto the field. And the dummy is shown. And Maitland get another one.
He deserves a try. It's 21, Riley Rostron. He's thrown a couple of unbelievable passes throughout this game. I was going to say I thought Maitland might just use the set, but it's under 20 boys. They're never going to just play the set. They're always looking to score. And he gets a try of his own, Riley Rostron. Dummies. Slides through, and that's going to be 9-4. It hasn't felt like a 9-4.
No, it was definitely tight, particularly in the early stages. Just multiple tries back to back. They play a positive style of footy, Maitland. They're going to be hard to stop in the GF.
They sure are going to be hard to stop based on the performance we've seen here on the stadium today in the semi-final. It's been a good effort to see Simpson throw a beautiful... Oh!
Did everything but get it down. It was a juggle.
Oh, so close there, Cooper Donnelly. The ball, perhaps in this wind, it kind of got away from him. But Nate Simpson trying to the very death. But they are a juggernaut that are going to be hard to stop. And they're going to be going for back-to-back country champs, State Cup.
So take a look at that replay. Again, lovely ball. Just put him in the absolute perfect space to be able to take that. Would have been tough if he did get it to then get it down before going over the sideline. Positive play for Newcastle in the dying stages of this semi-final, and a nice way to finish. They score as the Hooter sounds. Cooper McKenzie in support. Maitland too good in this one as they progress through to the grand final.
Maitland were on fire. We'll see the replay here. Another consolation try. Pops it back inside. Cooper McKenzie gets a tries for his team. So it's 9-5. Newcastle, good weekend, great tournament. But it's your local team, Maitland, here. Just down the road, they are going through to the big dance in the men's 20 later on this afternoon.
Big game coming up next. We get back into the Women's Open semi-final coming up. Canterbury taking on Newcastle. Stay with us, more to come here from the State Cup.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
I'm a survivor.
We are into the Women's Open semi-finals. Grand final spots on the line. Canterbury taking on Newcastle in this game. Manly taking on the Roosters in the field behind us. We'll be getting some updates as these two games unfold. For Newcastle, they made their way through to the semi-final. The quarterfinal victory, 7-1 over Doyleson. For Canterbury, 5-0. We saw them earlier in the quarterfinal through the broadcast. And a great win, 5-0 over Wallsend. Sees them into the semi-final here. As Newcastle, big opportunity to score first, and they will. Great start here in this semi-final as Adam Collins joins me in commentary. Perfect start there for the girls from Newcastle.
Certainly was, mate. It was a great attacking raid set up down on the line. That strike dump
nicely delivered there. The long bomb coming from number 35 there. You see that long pass. Sarah Stewart it was, found the winger. Nice dive over in the corner as well. Defence came, but not in time.
And speaking of defence, Newcastle have been the best defensive team in the Women's Open. Only the 12 tries leagued so far throughout the competition, sitting at the top, so they can come up with the points. And they're stopping them as well as Flanagan. They'll have to be up and about on their defence in this game, and you got strike power like Flanagan there. Salah Perrott was fantastic for them as well in the quarterfinal, but a nice little hit back nice and early here from Canterbury.
I was just thinking about Logan Flanagan when she was going to take a hold of this game, and she did early there. We can see just a little show and go, held the link up, and then just turned her on the outside, and beautiful put down there, the one-handed. Logan Flanagan, plenty of experience, and that's a great strike back for the Canterbury team.
She was up and about after that try as well.
Shows what it means to these ladies.
Now a little mistake from Newcastle. Canterbury will just take their time here. Get back to work as they try to trudge their way downfield. Ooh, it's a little clunky here though from them. It's a forward pass from the ruck. They almost gave themselves up straight away. And that was an interesting start to the set there.
They're certainly much better than that. You use the word clunky, and that's exactly what it was. Nola Baker came in and it was a forward pass off the ruck. You see Newcastle striking back and gets through that little hole. Let's have a look at that. It was happening just, I'm blocked in my view here, and I couldn't quite pick it up live. Let's go through the replay with you here, Scott.
Well, it didn't take them long to go, did they? Just got caught out of position. Just a bit of ball work. Diving effort there from Silver in the corner to Noel Vale and Chelsea Hindmarsh. She just gets in underneath.
Certainly did. You can't give Hindmarsh a millimetre. She's so quick and then gets to the ground right on the spot there. Well done. They're back in front now.
Interesting start to the semi-final, isn't it?
It has been frenetic to say the least. But Tandek, Flanagan out there working together.
Here's Flanagan within the 7. Now
Long
Palms has a beautiful passing game. Just holds up in the breeze. Tandek back in. And Newcastle will take a little bit of space away from them on that last play. They're now snatching at the ball. Hits the deck. Out of the hands there of Amy Dufour.
Yeah, the pass from Sarah Stewart was just a little bit too far out in front. We like the passes out in front for the player to run onto. But there's a strong breeze here now, Scott. We've just had a warning about some of the tents particularly moving around out there. So that ball would float forward out of the grasp of Dufour, as you called it.
Flanagan down. Tandek comes back in field. Nice ball movement again here from Canterbury early in the count. Get themselves reset. Lenny Tandek now will play it. Flanagan.
It was announced earlier in the tournament, Scott. Claire and Lenny, the first mother-daughter to play Premier League touch out here in the State Cup. Claire, very experienced representative, and great to see young Lenny there as well. Another long pass from Flanagan, this time not able to be taken.
Come back in field for the penalty hit in Newcastle. And they'll just be looking to find their feet a little bit after coming up with some mistakes in the last couple of sets. Good strong run and carry there on the first.
Nice meters.
Dufour follows suit as Mitchell lets the ball go. Links up now with Madison Mitchell. Now pick up and go from Wilson. She'll get herself back in the half coming into the last. This has been a great set here from Newcastle. Gee whiz, that was a good set of 6. They started it all the way back down the other end of the field. Just nice exchange of passing and a top-notch finish off the back of it as well.
Nice ball there from Mitchell off the deck. Picked up the out ball, and then that's all it took for the middle to be dragged into the defence. You can see just there on the inside of the camera, the number 3 defender had turned it back, and that opened the hole up for Alice Mitchell. And a great strike back for Newcastle. 3-1.
Take the early lead here in the semi-final.
Baker on the wraparound. Takes it down to the 7 metres. Long ball to the right. Can't find the player.
Yeah, had to come infield. There's Ali Austin. Again, this win will cause a little bit of havoc for these teams that are looking to go long.
I like what Newcastle are doing here, Scott. They're not going straight to the sub-box. There's good forward momentum before they build that lateral movement. And they're on the back of this one, deep into enemy territory as that last pass goes to ground. But I like that transition play from Newcastle, actually taking metres as opposed to coming straight to the sub-box.
Getting up nice and early as well. Dogs not able to get any metres there on the first.
See the difference here. All of the Canterbury players are within 5 metres of that sideline. Now they have to sweep out, and the midfield is controlled by the defence of the Newcastle team.
Nice and direct there from Tandek.
They're going to earn a penalty there. I'm not sure about that. I thought she'd made the 7 metres before the defenders made the touch, but the referee had the call. And this is a good opportunity here for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, they haven't been down the attacking end too often. Just one try so far. Good opportunity to get themselves into the game. Parrott, ball in 2 hands. Late pass to Indy Bauer.
Called it earlier there. Parrott was exceptional in that earlier game today to make their way into the semi-final. We see a nice ball from Tandek.
Just comes out to Fraser. Turns it back in to Claire. Short side little bobble. Just took some time away from it. Referee's going to blow a penalty here to Newcastle. Forward pass is the call. So missed opportunity there from the Dogs.
Nice metres again. That little second pass gets him behind the line of defence. Few extra metres, and now the sweepers come on into attacking position.
That's probably the big difference between the two teams at the moment, isn't it? Just the way Newcastle are rolling themselves downfield.
Stewart's been busy through the middle as well. It's her with the ball now.
Four will get into half.
They
And
need to go through hands there.
yeah, just a little misdirected pass if it's stuck. Bulldogs have got him well covered out here in the corner as well. Still, they finish down the right end of the field. Canterbury now with work to do. Bit of contact there on the first.
Both teams letting each other know they're out there. There's no quarter given, that's for sure and certain.
Flanagan back on the park. As Winchester gets it down, Flanagan picks up. Has to put the brakes on, has one little look at the referee. Referees are happy.
Tried to draw another penalty there. Didn't pay off that time. Great metres again through that middle third for Newcastle. Now they sweep out.
Madison Mitchell releases. She'll get the footy back here. They're setting up for Alice in half, but they end up linking up as the Dogs held within the 7. Mitchell again, this time decides to go herself. Good touch though.
He got up off the line there. That's the difference. They weren't waiting on the line to make the touch on Alice Mitchell. They came up off the line and affected it before the ball was down. Logan with a great charge through the middle. That's better. Now they shift it. Extra metres on the right-hand edge.
Over the halfway. Just need that punch to continue out of the box. As Law gets them going forward. Nice run coming into the last. Good pick up and go as well. Gets him behind Newcastle. They just sling it over the top.
Indy Bauer, good set of wheels there out of half. She picked it up one-handed, got through behind the line. Then just couldn't find the support player, but much better work there in that transition from the Bulldogs.
Still down by 2 at the moment. Here in the Women's Open semi-final. East taking on Manly in the second semi. Grand final spots on the line. Tymarsh gets it down. Jeffs holds it up. Had a little bit of time to work with there, Rachel Jeffs.
It's more coming. No, they're not going to call that. Wow. Must have called the touch before the knockdown. So it'll be Canterbury off their own line. They need to get better here. Newcastle up in defence, cutting down the space on offer and get a penalty. Changeover, sorry.
Yeah, it looked like an incorrect play the ball there from the Dogs. Facing the sideline. Yeah, this defensive pressure from Newcastle forcing mistakes. Canterbury struggling on those first few touches. Another big attacking opportunity now.
Dufour and Stewart back on now. Stewart, Dufour into half. Off the deck. Short pass. But they're going to call an infringement on the 7-metre line. The forward pass off the ruck. Yes, there's the signal from the referee.
This game's just started to tighten up quite a bit. No one really able to grab the stranglehold at the moment. It's in favour of Newcastle on the scoreboard, up by 2. Canterbury just scrapping in this game.
Newcastle have looked the better, taking more of their opportunities as we see another turnover within their own part of the field from Canterbury. They'll want to fix that transition play. They really need to tighten up there.
Simpson plays it. They'll head back her way as Newcastle still making changes. Ooh, Simpson
Half
leaks
got
back
caught
out
there.
back.
No one was there to take the ball off her.
It's Madison Mitchell.
She'll straighten up. Alice Mitchell now with the ball in hand. She'll go down. Out to the right hand, they skip. There's a number. No, great defence shutting down from the link. But Sailor Perrott out there.
He had to make the touch.
Mitchell gets it away. That forced pass. That could have gone a penalty there for a late one as well, but the referee just is going to award the turnover. So Canterbury will carry it out. Let's see if they can correct it here.
Head back to the mark, so it actually wasn't a penalty, just a roll ball. Canterbury are going to come down Newcastle's sideline. Might as well stay down here because they've got no players out on the right.
Going to run all the way across field there for Perrott. Drops it back on the inside. Straightened up. That's better. Kiana Mitchell it was.
Yeah, pretty good job to get out of trouble there and gets those changes onto the field. Now they're holding off Flanagan. He gets him about 10 metres out from the line. Pick up and go. Looping ball. Holds up in the breeze.
It wasn't the greatest end of the set, but they did much better. They penetrated through the defensive line a couple of times. That little release back on the inside got extra metres, and they built on that. So that's the first time they've been down in the opposition end. As we see a turnover, so they're going to get another opportunity here now.
Yeah, loose ball from Newcastle. No one in position. The pass was actually caught by one of the players that was standing in the sub-box. Good opportunity here for the Dogs. Law feeds it early. Still on her feet. Go back and play it now.
She's dangerous, Andy Law. They'll keep an eye on her. As is that young lady there, Flanagan. Law out to the right. Well read by the defence. Jess Potts. Heavily strapped right shoulder for Jessica Potts. As we see a penalty for not returning the ball to the mark. So that sets up Newcastle here.
Rachel Jeffs takes the tap. Here she is coming down the sideline. All changes. Stewart back on.
That's a great little release as well. Just a slip pass. Stewart now. Out to 4.
And you do 4 again. Pointing, directing. Looking to get Wilson around the back. Wilson with space. Ball out in front. And the referee was actually signaling ball down over the line.
I think Wilson needed to straighten up and go herself there. The link player had gone out as soon as the 2 hands from Wilson went out in front. She spun out to the link. I think the hole opened up there. Unselfish play, but one that could have got a team another try.
Score update in the other semi-final taking place at the moment. East are up by 1 try. Tight contest between East and Manly. As I look out this, have a commentary box
Forward
right
pass.
here. Starting to see a little bit of rain falling. Now, I am completely responsible for this rain.
You brought it with you.
The previous game, I said to Gab, I said, we've seen a little bit of everything in the weather. We've got wind up now, a little bit of smoke haze, but I said, but we've gotten through without any rain. She pulled me up straight away.
Mate, it's not your fault. There was rain earlier.
Yes,
say
right,
in a
yeah,
couple of the earlier
that's-
matches, there
yeah.
was a little sprinkle.
Completely not my fault. Just adds that little extra element into this one now. It's a good little kick
Hindmarsh.
away here from Hindmarsh.
She's got pace to burn as well.
Gee whiz, they had to come back. The 2 number 5s there. Zali Austin for Canterbury making a big touch.
Young defender held a nerve out there, and we're going to see a turnover now. 6 touches. So Newcastle not aware of their touch count, but that was tough defence. She just held that far corner and shut it down. Newcastle looked dangerous. Hindmarsh, keep an eye on her.
She's had a great start to the semi-final. Had her hands across everything.
Law, again, good metres. Great penetration.
Ooh, Flanagan, they can just sense the danger coming there, Newcastle. Solid contact.
Certainly was. It was completely by accident. Defender just coming in to shut it down, and Logan only knows one pace and it's always full on. She's dedicated to this team. Looks like she might have picked up a shoulder injury there.
Yeah, holding that left shoulder as she heads over the sideline. Keep an eye on that. She's one of their influential players. The Newcastle player responsible for the contact gets the forced substitution. Canterbury now looking to attack and just losing footing. And it might be those slippery conditions, a little bit of moisture on top because it looked like there was space available for points.
Up through that middle third they go again. Good meters. Almost up to the halfway line. There's a good release. Picking up Jess Potts. She drives forward into the line. Great touch, shuts her down. 2 touches remain here, but they're already inside enemy territory.
Potts gets it down for Jeffs. Picks up Jeffs. Just looked to straighten up.
Jess was looking for the offside penalty there, but the referee said that the player retreated the appropriate meters before she made the touch. And Canterbury, this is that lateral movement straight off that roll ball. They really try to work to get to the box quickly.
Now, getting those changes around behind their 10-metre line.
They get a penalty for through the ruck.
That'll help their cause just to roll them downfield.
Long blade of grass there, have to move it forward.
So a big opportunity here for Canterbury. They're chasing points, down by 2 at the moment. They can be the next team to score well and truly back into this semi-final.
Tandeck out of half. Short pass, there's one off the deck for Baker. Baker brings it back into the middle. Tandeck takes it into the line. Big dive here. Great shutdown defence comes through Rachel Jeffs and Lucy Spain.
You can see Perrott on screen. Nice diving effort from her.
Takes 2 defenders to shut her down. As I said, they've always got eyes for Perrott. They know how dangerous she can be. Marsh back on now.
Nice release as Newcastle will flow onto the field. G4 puts it on a nice platform coming into the last. Gets Newcastle running coming into the line. And a late ball there from Stewart. Good defence from Canterbury.
Little pot of Dufour and Stewart, they work so well together. They injected themselves into great attacking position then. Nelly paid off. Unfortunately, that last pass not on the money.
Just going up and back,
It
up
is.
and down the park at the moment, these two teams.
A seesawing battle.
Someone's going to have to crack.
Flanagan's back on, that's great to see.
Here she is, ball in hand, picking up from half. Nice ball. Ooh, still playing on.
It was nice, but it was late, says the referee.
East have scored a second try in their semi-final against Manly. Currently up 2-0. Do we see a replay of last year's State Cup final? Shaping up that way at the moment. Can Canterbury get themselves back into this game? Nice release.
Giuliani Ahoy. Straightened up beautifully. As does Maddie Mitchell. Into Alice Mitchell now. Can she get away? She's avoided a touch and
That
back
is
to the line.
Unbelievable.
Great skills on display there by Newcastle. Let's have a look at it in replay. The Mitchell girls on the 7 metres. Strike play for Newcastle here, Scotty.
Alice had spiders on it. Look at this, getting in between, dancing along the in-goal area, and a nice ball right back on the try line.
Maddie just waiting, and that's the best spot. Back on the line, the defenders converge on the player with the ball. Often leave space back on the line there. And that time for a 4-1 scoreline now.
A bit more comfort with 10 to go. Newcastle controlling this semi-final now.
Perrott, can she have something to say?
She might have to be the one.
Andy Law working hard as well.
There's Perrott hovering around, gets it back from Law. They head back in that direction. Newcastle comfortable defending their line.
It's great composure from the Newcastle defence. There was no rushing. You could see and hear the talk. And came up together off the line and shut down that attacking raid by the Bulldogs.
Now they'll make some changes. So Hoy plays it. 4 back on. Simpson there as well. Gets it from Potts. Oh, sharp off the left. They're putting it through their hands. 2-4 now. Comes off the right. Comes back to Simpson.
Great recovery.
Desperation.
Is that
defense. It is.
Yeah, well. It's been penalised. I'm not sure why. The play was general play. She'd been beaten earlier on and came from behind to make the touch.
And apology, yeah, Sarah Stewart had her hands over that one again. And here she is straight away from the tap. Pulls things up.
He's looking for an offside call there. She looked up at the referee despairingly. The referee said no, she'd made it.
Manly have scored in the second semi-final. Margin down to 1, 2-1, East in front. It's Newcastle looking to burrow in at the line through Wilson.
You might have picked that up on the effects, Mike. The referee was calling one of the players out, but the cover came from the inside, made the touch. Referee indicated she was onside, so the touch was effective.
2-4 releases to Lucy Spain. Short side, Spain gets a good look. And she's down on the deck at the moment.
Yeah, just the way she landed there, I think.
Referee's calling over straight away as well.
Teammates came from everywhere, so there was obviously signs of distress. As soon as she hit the ground, we might pick it up on replay. I think it was the extension of the ball, the arm carrying the ball. We'll see it here, and then as it hits down off them, that's where you get a subluxation of the shoulder. You see it. And she rolled over the top of the ball. And she's in a bit of discomfort down there, but being attended to by the medics.
Still on her haunches at the moment. They're just trying to get her.
It looks to be that right arm. But again, being attended to by the medics on site.
And so keep one eye on Lucy Spain. Doesn't look good. That might rule her out potentially for the grand final.
At the moment, they look like they're on their way to the grand final, the Newcastle girls. Just a tick under 7 minutes remain. They're well ahead, 5-1.
He's Flanagan again. Nice pass and beautifully finished off.
Keely Silver.
Well, they needed just a little spark. They've still got a bucket load of work to do. 6.5 to go.
Flanagan, we talked about how important she is to this team. That was a nice pass as well from Steph Winchester. Here it is. That's a great pass. A very quick release and then a put down here by Keely Silver in the corner. 5-2. Plenty of time left. Can they get back into this one?
They need defensive stops here, Canterbury. And nice touch on the inside there from Tandek.
Claire comes across in cover. Not too many beat her on the outside. She reads the game beautifully.
Scores level in the second semi-final. Wow. Manly get another try. 2 tries apiece.
It is a ding-dong battle, that one. Youth and experience in both outfits. Nice little passing chain there from Newcastle, but the referee called one of them late. So the ball back in the hands of Canterbury. They need to go the full length if they want to get another try here. Tandek carries it forward.
They're just going to play simple footy here and get down that other end. They can get another one. You never know. Flat ball back inside to Flanagan. As Barrett picks up, she's got the wheels. They get across and make that touch. Newcastle will get the footy back.
Newcastle making good decisions in defence. They get back the required metres. If they're out of play, they just try to shut down the gaps as much as they could. As fast as Perrott is in, she wasn't able to get in behind the line.
Here's Jeffs. Jeff back on. Sarah Stewart will make her way back on as well. Here's the combination.
With Hindmarsh as well now.
It's Wilson who plays it as 2-4. Looks for some space and for the little bat on.
Good pressure from Silver. She came down to shut it down, forced that error. Great defensive read from Keely Silver. She's worked tirelessly in this game for the Canterbury outfit. I'm not sure if she's been off at all here, the young winger.
2 taps to get them back underway. I feel it probably needs to be this set for Canterbury if there are any chance.
There's Perrott, Flanagan into half this time. Picks up and goes to the left. Tries to step back on the inside. She'll earn a penalty. Before coming to shut it down, she had to, but the penalty was already given.
Flanagan will play it. Law comes out to Mitchell. Nothing available early here for Canterbury. Fraser. Law's going to come back to her. We'll have to come back out to the 7-metre line. Again, this Newcastle defence.
It's all a little bit one out here at the moment. There's no real setup or structure. Flanagan injects herself. She wanted something on. Now she's going to try and create it. One over the top. Late pass.
They've got 1 foot into another grand final here in Newcastle as they look to defend their crown in 2025. They've been impeccable so far throughout the rounds. Haven't dropped a game yet. And they're well on their way yet again. It's Alice Mitchell.
She's been very impressive in this game. Alice. There's Maddie as well. They turn it over on the 7. They won't be too concerned about that with 2.5 minutes left on the clock. Canterbury have to go long. They're still going lateral, looking for those subs.
Nice little release there on the clock. They're starting to get away from them now. 2.5 to go. So down by 3. Perrott gets it down cleanly. They'll come back to an hour space and almost gets away. Desperation again from Newcastle. Mitchell involved again.
Final touch. Newcastle will just keep that solid line. Release for Tandek. They turned something on out of nothing. It was great one-touch play there. Little slip ball back on the inside from Tandek. Goes to ground. And I think that's going to be all she wrote.
Manly have scored 3 tries in a row to now lead the second semi-final. 3 tries to 2 over last year's runners-up East. 1.5 minutes just over to go. Excitement in the second semi-final.
Down to the wire. This one's all wrapped up. Newcastle, as you called, will make their way into another grand final. And they'll wait to see who is victorious in that second semi.
Here's Jeffs back with Potts. Roach releases it. Ooh, it was opening up down the left edge for them.
I think she was setting up for the pass there, Scott, and just lost the handle on that one. As you said, slippery conditions out there. Could have affected the way she tried to get that in the grips of the fingertips to get it away. Couldn't do so. And Canterbury off their line again. So Canterbury now up on the attack. They roll up to halfway through Indy Bauer. To the outside here for Perrott. Perrott looking for options. Can't find any. That's her with a ball in hand again. Out of half. Indy Bauer. Can she set something up? Defence collapses and shuts them down. There'll be a penalty to the Newcastle outfit. 30 seconds to go. Newcastle 5, Canterbury 2.
It's good performance here from Newcastle to make their way through to another grand final. Who will face them this afternoon in the big dance as Jeffs cops a shot. Penalty given. And they'll close this game out as the hooter sounds in the background. Newcastle make their way through to another grand final here at the State Cup. Great performance. Canterbury threw everything they could. But Newcastle too classy in this one. We'll see them later on this afternoon. 2:25 will be the grand final time. Make sure you're tuning in the second last game of the day, and confirmation that Newcastle will be taking on Manly in the grand final. They have defeated East 3 tries to 2, so your Women's Open grand final, Newcastle and Manly Around 2:25 this afternoon. We're into men's open semi-final coming up next. Doyleson taking on Central Coast. Stay with us.
New South Wales would have to win every remaining division. Once again, New South Wales hit the front of the strength out here. That is the shield for New South Wales.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a clear round of matches. The next one to get underway is 2 minutes time. Playing referee, please take the field.
Feels like the first time I made time in a minute. Rock with it, I'm in attendance. How could we pair feelings aside? I got to match the fires to the flame. The feeling just got attached. I got the days fall, the straight fall away, small. The way she started dancing on me, had to take it back home. Time moving slowly, fast forward. Butterflies in the belly, your signs is angelic. And mind through my aesthetic.
Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
Round and round with me, the baby don't mind spinning. Word, put it working.
Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
So thorough, she questions like little pearls. Hair straight of them pearls. Beautiful cause you earned it, making this thing work.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
I'm a survivor. I'm not gonna give up. I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna work harder.
The border. Yeah, it's been controversial. Down here on the sideline with Rachel Jess from Newcastle. Good semi-final performance against Canterbury. Pretty tight early on, but ran away with it in the end.
Yeah.
Girls are pretty happy. Off to the big dance.
It was a really good game. Canterbury really, we had to, be on our game. They pressed really hard and they're a really tight-knit team, so we knew that we had to perform and it was a tight one at the start there, but I think, with our fitness and just our talent across the board, we ran away with it and we're just super happy and super proud of the girls, yeah.
obviously a good feeling amongst the girls at the moment. Looking to defend your crown again. Still one more big game to come. Now, the other semi-final, we just told you the result. Manly getting through. What are you expecting from Manly there in the grand final?
You know, they've got the experience of grand finals, like they've been in it before, and just, you know, they're just talented and a beautiful bunch of girls across the board. So we really got to make sure that we're, you know, staying on our toes and just doing those 1%ers against them. You know, they're really, really good at just getting those yards. So we're going to make sure that, you know, we're pressing really hard and just always communicating. But they always bring a really good fight, and they're just really deadly through the middle. So we got to make sure that, we're just on top of it and hope for a good game.
What's the focus now? You've got a little bit of time to go away. What are you going to be doing in the 10? Is it just relaxation? But it's going to be a big game coming up, big crowd as well.
Look, one of our players went down, Lulu, so, you know, she's a big loss, and I'm hoping that she'll be able to come back, but we'll just get around her and just do this one for her, hopefully, and just stay together and just regroup and learn from our weaknesses and just play to our strengths. So very excited to hopefully go back-to-back.
Well, you're in the right spot to be able to do that. Good luck. Great semi-final performance, and hopefully get another one in the GF.
Thank you.
No worries. Thanks, Rach.
Scotty, thank you very much. Sideline with Rachel Jeffs, a very happy Newcastle captain. They're into the grand final as Lennon produces a bullet pass left to right, arguably the match of the tournament so far on your screens across KO and Sky Sport New Zealand. Good afternoon to all of our viewers across the world. Doyleson Dragons taking on the Central Coast Dolphins, the 2023 State Cup Grand Final rematch and a battle of the Central Coast. James Preston with you alongside Gab Rose. And Gab, I think this is a really tough one to call.
Certainly is the battle of the heavyweights. Doyleson with the ball out the back. They're running a little passive, but well defended there by Central Coast. And as you said, James, this is difficult to pick.
It almost seems like we haven't seen the best of Doyleson so far. Of course, they've been the dominant team for the best part of half a decade. And they'll take the intercept here, but Central Coast Dolphins, they have been coming for them. Of course, they won that 2023 State Cup final. That's the only real blemish we've seen for some time for Doyleson. As now Thompson is out there in the 12. And to watch, and then fires short on this occasion for Zach Sun, who dug into the turf and comes off a little worse for wear as a result. Thompson. Eagleton gets it now. Bouncing around on that 7. Thompson, quick release. Sun under pressure. Stepping up into the channel was Flaherty. He's played at it. And that'll be another set here for the Dragons.
Yeah, if you see that on the replay, I feel that might be the first Falcon for this match. He's claiming it got on his nose. We'll see the replay here. There was a bullet thrown.
Oh, yeah.
Hit him on the side of the head there. So he had a case there, did Flattery. But they're going to have to defend again, Central Coast.
And trying to stop, prop and squeeze. It was close there for Rico Ellis, but denied on this occasion. So Doyleson go back to the 7 once again. Thompson drifting. Now hops in and acting half. Oh, Ellis then straightens up. Launches himself at the line. That was a big play, and the Doyleson Dragons strike first in the semi-final.
On the back of a repeat set, we'll see on the replay, it went to Thompson. Thompson to Ellis. He gets it straight back on the sweep, and he nearly slam dunked it there, James.
That was like Kobe Bryant winding back the clock to the 90s. Rico Ellis, here he is, bang onto the try line.
And you just can't give teams like Doyleson repeat sets on the line.
So 1 try to nil. Talked about Doyleson having not really hit their stride as of yet in the tournament, but they do this so often where they almost intentionally give you a 7 or an 8 out of 10 and nothing more than that the first couple of days. It's happened time and again in the State Cup. And are now shifting it wide.
Yeah, well, no doubt Supercoach Carly Banks, she keeps a few cards in her pocket up for finals days. We see an potential intercept there, James.
Nearly taken by Richardson. Had he reeled it back in, he was off for the prize. There was no one within cooee of him.
So there'll be some trick plays from both teams, but as we said, Carly Banks will have some plays where she'll be running options. She'll have no doubt looked at all the video footage back on KO Sports over the last couple of days and have a specific game plan in mind.
Now Lincoln Little works it forward. Riley Jones in an acting half. Little once again cuts it to about 15 metres of the try line. Thompson links with Jones. Fast play the ball. Thompson back to Jones, getting very low. Great defence from the Dolphins.
And you can already see Dylan Thompson, he's got his hands all over it at the moment. So was instrumental in the first try and nearly set up their second.
And we talk about Doyleson being a little quiet the first couple of days. None more so than Dylan Thompson, who's essentially been put on ice up until this moment.
Yeah, well, if his team can get him through to these big games, he'll bring the A game for them in return.
It's been a real great return to form as well for Dylan Thompson. Always a class player, but the last 18 months he's reached another purple patch in what's been a long career. Back into the Origin setup as well. It's now short ball here for Fitzpatrick. Thompson trailing. Here he is once again. Takes off. Thompson, draw and pass. Oh, so good. So good from Thompson. Links up with Fitzpatrick and then out wide. Now capitalise here. Doyleson have a second try on the board.
Yeah, we'll see on the replay. We were just talking about him, Thompson. He catches him off guard. Off to... And in the end, looks like it might be Harry Cash. He got the cash on that occasion. But as you can see, in the air, he's happy. Bit of chat after he scores, and it's 2-0 Doyleson over Central Coast.
And he's made a deposit there, Harry Cash. Another try in the bank. 2-0. Doyleson in front. Out to this left-hand side come the Dolphins. Lennon. Oh, the footwork from Lennon was special. Still couldn't capitalise, though. Doyleson, great defence. Lennon once more threatening, turns it on the inside this time. Opening up a passage. Great touch made in the end by guess who? Mitch Wilton.
And it had to be made because it was Chris Lennon then, and he was looking likely to set up the first try for his team.
How good is the footwork on Chris Lennon? We talk so much about his wonderful passing skills, but that was sharp. Here it is again on the replay, nearly getting that try in. Good stop, though, from the Doyleson Dragons. Now scooped up here from Jones. Floats it out the back. Wide position, or played at. Had to be played at too, I think.
Yeah, Nathan Cook there, the winger for the Central Coast. He did an excellent job. They were coming out his way. Looking a little bit nervous there, but he should be happy with how he handled that situation.
Now Ardita works it back towards the middle here, of course. Former Central Coast Dolphin in the junior ranks. Stepped up now for the Doyleson Dragons. Made the defection. Lincoln Little back to the 7. Caught there in the middle of the field. Now Zach Sun goes right through the front door. He kicks it down and says, roll out the welcome mat. This is my town.
I'll tell you what, that just looked all too easy for Zach Sun. He comes around, and it just might have been a lack of communication there by the Central Coast. Both have got their hands up. They both went their separate ways, and he went straight through the middle, did Zach Sun, and that's 3-0 early in this match. I didn't expect this, James.
No, not at all. Well, they need a hit back real quick here, the Central Coast Dolphins. If this gets out to 4, I think that's already game over. Against a team like the Doyleson Dragons, they don't let their foot off the pedal.
No, they've come out firing in this semi-finals. We see Lennon, he looks to turn it inside. But again, just good defence here by Doyleson. They're going to just take the ball up the field. They might just want to set where they settle things down. It's been a flurry this first 7 minutes. And you can see they're going straight out of their box. They're going to look for something on the back end. You can see Thompson in there scheming. We'll see what they've got at the back end of this set, James.
Now Langbridge drops it down. Thompson, Zach Sun, catch and pass. Oh, they just needed one more. I agree with that call there from the referee. Yes, he was up in the channel, but the arms were up straight away.
No, I agree as well. He did all he could, Cook, but he didn't give 6 away. 6 to go again.
So Lennon worked it forward. Hasn't had too many chances to strike, though, Lennon. He's looked very sharp with ball in hand, but they've got to try and get him in good field position. Now, for mine, there was a trailing boot in the ruck. However, the referee says not enough control on it. So there's the turnover.
Yeah, I'm going with the referee on that one. There wasn't control in the roll ball. And at the moment, everything's going the way of Doyleson. But as we know in these big games, things can turn very quickly.
Very quickly indeed. Hodges works it forward. Thompson then in at acting half before having a little breather. Ardita will now take the meters on offer. There's one player, if he gets away, no one's catching him. Absolute lightning, Kaya Ardita. Now Jones, good footwork, sends it back to the middle once again. Then resetting this line. Alex Langbridge is out there. Takes off. Has Jones trailing. Doesn't use him straight away. Now needs to find some support. And certainly does find it. And it was Jones. Great patience from Alex Langbridge. And Jones stayed alive.
I'd love to have a look at this on the replay as it comes up. It looks like he did it the hard way. It looks like he could have popped it back inside. No, I'll run a few more metres. Wait till it's an easy passage. And Riley Jones takes the Doyleson team out to a 4-0 lead in this semi-final clash. I can't believe what I'm witnessing here so far.
Well, not to harp on the point, but we talked about it. There were 7 or 8 out of 10 the first 2 days. This is the Doylo we've come to know and love. This is a 10 out of 10 start from them.
And sometimes you've just got to get to finals day and then you can kick in. You've only got to get there, and you've only got to be in front at 1 point in every game.
Dolphins now desperate to get something on the board. Lennon hitting a hole, shut very quickly, this time by Eagleton. So 4-0 it remains. Nearly a third of the way through this contest. A frenetic pace to the opening section and completely dominated by Doyleson.
And they're just doing the little things right, James. You can see here they're not panicking. Simple strategy, getting out of their end, but it's paying dividends at the moment.
Thompson shuffles it on. Short ball now for Langbridge. Then Thompson taking off again. Wilton finds some space there for Hodges. Geez, every time they've got the ball, they look like scoring.
They sure do. And there was nearly an opportunity back there on the inside for Thompson. He trailed, but they're looking for the outside channel. And it certainly wasn't a bad place to finish the ball, although they've now got a penalty, Central Coast. They just need to take a breath. There's still time, and they can certainly get more than 4 tries in 20 minutes, but they shouldn't be wanting to leak any more.
The big question is, and I haven't seen too much of the Dolphins throughout this tournament so far, outside of Lennon, who can they call upon? Because if you shut him down, all of a sudden that creates a real problem with your attack.
Yeah, well, it's going to take all 14 to get out of this hole.
Good
as we see here,
now.
Jesse Walker.
Well, he certainly wasn't walking. That was a sprint from Jesse. Through he went.
Yeah, they've just got to start again. They've got to start with their defence, and then as the clock starts to wind down, see what they can do in attack. But as we said, we know they can score points.
So coming into this one, 6-5 over Bankstown, who were one of the dark horses in the competition. Another one that I liked the look of in patches was the Western Suburbs Magpies, as Doyle once again on the attack. Jones floats it out wide, chance to pop it back to the middle. They do exactly that for a 5th try. Well set up by Jesse Jenkins. Pushing through is Langbridge, and there we go, another one on the board.
Yeah, he's happy with that one, and it's 5-0. Just gone over 10 minutes in this match, and you'll see on the replay, beautiful pass there. It was Riley Jones out to his winger, and Jesse Jenkins summed up the situation perfectly. He didn't panic, he didn't rush, engaged the defender, and there was not much the Central Coast defender could do there in Ollie Jones. But now it's 5-0. Now it's a mountain getting pretty high to climb, James.
This is the best start I've seen in a men's semi-final from any team in the last 5 years. Dawson have hit every single note perfectly. Played here from the Dolphins on the 7. Lennon, can he conjure up something? He's the main man for them. Once again, they won't get their strike dump. They look really rattled here, the Dolphins. Nothing doing. And there is the turnover. So they've just got to get back to their policies, their processes, try and set up those plays, give Lennon the opportunity.
Yeah, I can understand why they're feeling rattled, though, because I don't think anybody here at Port Macquarie or at home saw this start coming.
I hope you're enjoying all the coverage as well on KO and Sky Sports New Zealand. Again, Doyleson looming. Thompson finds a pass, pops it over the top. Cash was trying to pop it back on the inside. It was played out.
And again, I'm happy with that call as well. So, although it's going to be a penalty here to Central Coast, there was an indiscretion, perhaps a forward pass. And that might just be a little bit of a turning point that Central Coast needed. They just needed something to go their way, James.
Get the feeling if they can get one, they can probably get a second behind it very quickly. Just have to try and find a way to break down this Dawson defence, but they haven't really had to do too much defence. They've had all the running of things so far. That's a better dump, though, from the Dolphins. Now a man hits the deck. Oh, great recovery, though. It's Lincoln Little.
He was down and he was up, and they weren't getting past him, but that was really good defence there, because there was an opportunity looming on that left-hand side for Central Coast. But you can see here, James, they just go straight. They know exactly what they're doing, where they need to be, and each person's playing their role perfectly at this point.
Langbridge, then Jenkins hopping in and acting half. Little tip on there from Eagleton, followed by Ardita. Eagleton scoops. They've got so many weapons. Langbridge leaves it, ultimately arrives in the arms of Jenkins. And just coming back to that point on Western Suburbs being a dark horse, well, that has come to fruition. They've knocked off Newcastle, of course, who were last year's runners-up. This year, the country champions beating Doyleson, so 9-8 the score there. A big result, Gav.
A big result, a big score, 9-8. So as you said, they need Lennon here, Central Coast. But it's just not quite there for them at the moment. And we're now heading towards the halfway point. We said with 20 minutes to go, 5 tries was they could get back. As the clock winds down, it's starting to look less likely for Central Coast here, James.
Well, if this is the form Dawson take into the grand final, I've got no idea who can stop it. This is frightening stuff. Up into enemy territory they go. Sun links up now with Wilton. Quick release, Sun again simply kills it away from the Dolphins' box. So even on the quote-unquote nothing sets, it's still pretty strong.
They're just not making any mistakes. They're finishing it down at the other end of the field, and the Dragons certainly are on fire at the moment.
Now, you might have heard an audible groan from the crowd just then. That was nothing to do with what's happening on the field itself. There was a big lightning strike in the distance. So we have been watching for Storms potentially pushing through. Last year, you might remember, it quite literally brought a halt to the tournament, knocked out the entirety of the power in Port Macquarie. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. We've only got a few more to get through, so let's hope those lightning strikes stay off in the distance.
Well, for those who were listening earlier, I'm actually blaming your other lead commentator, Scotty McAllister. He did a weather prediction and said, thank goodness there's no rain about.
Well, I can confirm this. It was raining about 15 minutes ago. I'm not sure if it still is right now. Well, see, this is why you don't bring Scotty in for the meteorological department. Now, a short pass here from the Doyleson Dragons. Ardita goes in. Geez, he had acres of space.
Oh, he won't score an easier try than that, Ardita. There's high fives all around. The score's 6-0. He just popped up the pass perfectly. And it was Riley Jones working with Thompson. And at the moment, Central Coast have just got no answers. 6-0. I can't see him coming back from here, Scott.
So now they charge forward 6-0 the score, 14 and a half to go. Dolphins must get a try. Played at there for mine by Doilo, and that will be knocked down. So another one to work with, of course. West will now take on Parramatta in the other semi-final. So that's going to be a tight tussle. It was a rematch, of course, Parramatta v Manly in their quarter. That was a rematch of the Vorden Cup Grand Final. Now Lennon beats one, tries to beat a second. They got the touch, but the first man was offside.
There's a good touch and cover by Jake Fitzpatrick there. Otherwise it would have been a try to Chris Lennon. And he's going to need every bit of his talent in this last 14 minutes to try and salvage something in this match.
You've got to support him, though. He can't do it on his own. Lennon, great footwork a second time. So sharp, still just 21 years of age. Form player in the world right now. Out to this right-hand side. Scooped up once again. Great footwork. But still Doyleson finding a way to make those touches. Walker denied. Back to the middle it comes now for Hemi Nebel. Nebel drops it down. Lennon on the last. Oh, once again found the right pass but couldn't execute.
Yeah, they're just not quite at 100% so far in this match. 17 minutes have gone. But I think it's just on the back end of what we've seen from Doyleson. It's just been a near-perfect performance.
I'd go as far to say as it has been a perfect game. Outside of maybe one turnover.
Yeah, you're
which,
probably
I mean,
right.
it's not a huge thing in the grand scheme of the match.
No, I stand corrected. I am going to say this first 17 minutes, perfect performance.
Ardita now takes off, good speed. Once again, there's another example of a play that shouldn't have any chance of resulting in points, and they still are creating not just half chances, but three-quarter chances.
There was no room to move down there on that right-hand side, and they nearly created something from nothing. And now you can see here, they're also pushing up in defence to make it very difficult for Central Coast to get off their line. They are full of running, the Doyleson Dragons.
Certainly are. Look at how high pressing that is. So 3 players down, still in their own half. Last one brought up. Oh, we'll come back. Is it 7 on the field here against the Dolphins? So it goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, they just cannot take a trick at the moment, Central Coast. And we've only got just over 12 minutes to go in this semi-final clash. And from here, if you're Doyleson, I know we ask the question sometimes, do they take the foot off the pedal? Probably not. Do they try and give some of their key players a little bit less time on the field while they've got a stranglehold on this semi-final?
Well, the thing is, for the Doyleson Dragons, they've got so many key players, though. Jones, Little, Eagleton, Thompson. They're all causing issues. They've got a couple of them out there at the moment. There is Jones. What an effort that was. Bouncing, stretching out. And that's lucky number 7, and it's all smiles for the Dragons.
Yeah, he's got a little graze on the elbow, does Riley Jones, but that won't bother him too much. He's got a double in this semi-final. We'll see on the replay. It's a massive step off the left, inside the defender. Another diving defender coming across. Ball was down. That's now 7-0. Now we might see if they might take a couple of their players and let them have a little bit less time on the field and see if they can cruise into this grand final.
Gab, you've seen more men's open semi-final action than I have up here in Port Macquarie. What's the biggest margin you can remember?
I don't think I've ever seen a 7-0. We'd have to go to the record books for that, but a 7-0 in a semi-final against a team of quality of Central Coast, this is unheard of. About as common as a 2-day test match in cricket, I'd say, James.
Well, if you're an English fan, that's going to become more and more common, I think. He's now drawing pass for the Dragons. Even when they're hitting the deck, it still goes right for them. Scooped up here. Now they've got numbers galore on this left-hand side. Squeezing through again. Oh, my goodness. This time Wilton capitalises, but every single player is just causing nightmares for the Dolphins' defensive line.
The replay here, he holds up the pass and he just slips through the gap there, does Mitch Wilton. And as you said, James, the touch before, they had a player on the deck, but he just popped straight back up into position. And that's now 8-0 with 10 minutes to go. I cannot believe what I am seeing.
The Dolphins, they've just got no answers at the moment. So they'll try and set up here on the 7. I think they'll get a big cheer if they get something on the board. Might be a few jeers as well. Lennon keeps it alive, played quickly, back to Lennon. This looks better now for the Dolphins, and Lennon takes off. At long last, they're on the board. 8-1 the score. It's probably going to be too little too late, unfortunately.
We knew it had to eventually come with Chris Lennon, so he went on the out ball, it became a foot race, and as soon as he got that ball, it was a beautiful pass there from Jeremy Belcher. You knew Chris Lennon was going to dive over for a try. 8-1, it would take a miracle.
9.5 to go. We've seen stranger things, but this Dawson team has gone to a level we've probably never seen before in the State Cup. This is exceptional. Thompson now. Well, there we go. Finally a chink in the armour. However, they're going to come up with possession. Can you believe it?
Oh, yeah, as you said, even when they make mistakes, things still go their way. That's cruel if you're from the Central Coast, because they thought they were going to get a reprieve. Not to be. Nobody's quick to go and get the ball. It's down the left-hand side of the field. The clocks, I don't think Central Coast are going just as slowly as Doyleson are to get the ball. There's less than 9 minutes on the clock. And for me, that just shows how defeated they're feeling right now, Central Coast.
Spot on, Gab. That's the mentality. The game's done as far as they're concerned. Doyleson just too good. 8-1 the score. Every bit of rub of the green, every 50-50, favouring the Dragons. They just make the touch in time here, the Dolphins, but once again, they were close.
Yeah, it was Rico Ellis there. He thought he'd dive through to score a try, and it was very, very close. Central Coast made the touch, but there's still more to come.
Eagleton and now sent wide here. Fitzpatrick, good footwork. Oh, now the finish from Jenkins, and he's not claiming the touch at all. That's great honesty. Jenkins went airborne. Fitzpatrick, though, in the build-up, great footwork.
Another great try, and you see there, it's a number 14 for Central Coast, Casey Shelley. I've actually known Casey since the day he was born, son of some legendary touch players in Darren and Melissa Shelley, and you see straight away there, we often talk about the amazing attack, but as soon as he got up, you can see there on the camera, Casey saying, I didn't make the touch, and I love that honesty in our game.
9-1. Well, they deserve 10 here because it has been a perfect 10 from Doyleson. Dolphins, though, looking for a second. Flaherty thought the man was offside, but Langbridge got his feet back in time. And you can see there from Flaherty, just a shrug of the shoulders. I don't know what we're meant to do.
No, well, I'm not sure what they're meant to do either. If you're their coaches over in the coaching box, I think you've just got to sit back and applaud and just say, this has just been too good a performance. As you see there, Ardita coming on at speed. They are not done yet, James.
Well, you get the feeling there's probably another 2 or 3 at least in Doyleson. Little now drives forward. Well shut down on this occasion from the Dolphins. They're trying, but it's in vain. They've only really had that one opportunity through Lennon. Every other time, Doyleson have shut things down very quickly. And even as they're rolling backwards, it's not that usual roll you expect from a team in retreat.
No, they're back and they're up. It's like they're just playing, it's like a video game where they're just playing at a different level. And again, you just see those errors creeping in, and they're trying valiantly, Central Coast, but it's just been a masterclass performance here. They've done their homework in their defence, and their attack has been sublime. And you can just see Ardita. They're going to have an error there. He's down, actually, Ardita, so they'll be hoping there's no real serious injury there. They're playing on the referees.
Slowly getting back into his position. Lennon is still out there, though, for the Dolphins. Scooped up once again. And was that played at? Yes, it was.
Well, they're going to give a penalty here and say they were never back on the line. So then there again, another little half opportunity. There hasn't been too many here for Central Coast. They'd love to get a couple more on the board and make the score a little bit more respectable.
So Ardita heading to the sideline now. Actually clutching the back of his head there, which is an interesting one. Lennon then set upon by Zach Sung. So back to the 7 he goes. Still 6 minutes remaining. Hard to believe with all that's happened. Drop down. Lennon back through the middle. Bouncing around. Retreating. Setting up for that second strike. Oh, Lennon finds a great pass, but again, they just can't capitalise, and it's down to good pressure on that occasion from Harry Cash.
Yeah, Harry Cash did a really good job, and we've just harping on about it's been a near perfect performance here by Doyleson. How do they back this up in the grand final, James?
Well, what's the temptation here as well, Gab? Is it taking your foot off the pedal a touch and just easing to the finish line to keep a little bit extra in reserve, or do you really want to put a team to the sword so you can take that brimming confidence into the final?
Yeah, the confidence and the momentum that they're gaining from this, as we see another, it's going to go outside, but they won't be too disappointed with that. It's going to waste some seconds of the clock. Yeah, I don't think they'll take the foot off the pedal. They'll be looking for more tries and really give it to Central Coast, but in saying that, they won't want to use too much petrol in this last 5 minutes.
So Rico Ella's back into the action now. Worked away from Jeremy Belcher as they head out to this right-hand side. Ooh, nearly losing possession, but just reeled back in before making contact with the defensive line. German works it forward, followed by Cody Frost, and Frost again here. Well, those two working in tandem, but not producing a result, German and Frost.
Yeah, they could pretty much drop the ball every set for the last 4 minutes, and they still wouldn't be able to catch up here, Central Coast. So Doyleson, I dare say, will cruise their way to the finish line. They'll keep running through their processes, but maybe just drop the intensity and the speed just a little bit and make sure they're completing their sets.
It already looks like they have, but Ardita, he's back on deck, so he's worked through that injury. Sun now will pick up the speed, though. Jones floats it wide out to Hodges. Ardita's there. Just didn't quite get the right grab on that ball there, Hodges. He was looking to pop it back on the inside, but little juggle before he could link up.
He knew what he wanted to do, but again, even when they have a bad end to a set, they're still finishing it down on the 7-metre line for Central Coast. They've just made it all too difficult for Central Coast to even get a look in this match.
And another turnover here from the Dolphins. In fact, we're going to come well back.
The referee, I'll tell you what, he's the only one running. Everyone else is happy to walk. Conditions are a little bit cooler now. As we said, we've had that shower. There's a good breeze blowing. They look a little bit perplexed, referees, as to what the decision's going to be. But, of course, it's going to be a penalty to Doyleson. Perhaps something was said. He's going to be called out here. And this would be out of pure frustration, James.
It's an odd one, but looks like he might well be at least forced subbed. And, yes, he is. So, off to the sideline he goes. Ollie Jones dismissed momentarily. They will get the full complement on in just a moment. So, here comes the replacement now. Thompson, though. I'd love to really pile on the pain. Fitzpatrick, dummy, then takes off. Was there a catch from the inside? Yes, there was. Sebastian Plaister makes the touch.
Good touch there by Plaister. Still seeing he's putting his body on the line in those key moments, even though this game is gone.
Thompson waiting for it, gets it now. Keeps it alive for Eagleton toward the middle. Strong touch. 2.5 on the clock. A lot of the energy's gone out of this one from both teams. Up very quickly. Well, that has to be an offside. And then really collected him too. Rico Ellis, and the hat went flying.
He's having something to say to him, which I guess when you're winning 9-1 in a match, you can say something. But he definitely collected him. He was off guard already. He came out fast. And he's been forced sub there, the winger in Just Wool shirts for the Central Coast. But he looks like he's okay, Ellis.
Ellis was probably saying, just take a look at the scoreboard. I don't need to respond properly.
Nope.
Thompson, Eagleton threatening through the middle. There is the turnover, though. So Central Coast will survive on this occasion. Just over 1.5 minutes remaining. But, geez, it has been one-way traffic from the very get-go.
Here they go again. They're still working their way. This is probably a better start to the set than we've seen in the last 10 or 15 minutes here. And that's a good run there. Jeremy Belcher. Can they get something at the back end of this set, James?
Lennon has headed towards the sideline, so he won't be a factor at the end of this set. And they really have kept him quiet. He's such a great player. Has the one try, but almost no opportunities for Lennon to weave his magic.
No, they've certainly done their homework here. And there's 1 minute to go. They'll be in no rush. They'll get it over to their sideline. You can see there is some frustration here coming out for Central Coast, and the referee will just take time. We don't want to see it like this. Certainly Doyleson do not want to see anybody given time for doing anything. But I feel like Jeremy Belcher here, he's got a little bit too rough in the touch, and yeah, probably well deserved. Well, they're shaking hands. Their mates, he's giving a thumbs up to the crowd. He knows he's done the wrong thing. Very frustrated though. There's only 40 seconds to go. 9-1. And this will surely be the last set of the 6.
And we've got an update as well. The fairy tale finish continues for the Western Suburbs side. They've already knocked over Newcastle. Now they've defeated Parramatta, the Vorden Cup champions. So this is going to be a great contest. The Dark Horse has done exactly that. They've made it to the final. They're going to have to produce something truly special to overcome the Doyleson Dragons. What a performance here. 9-1. They'll finish with the ball off the back of another penalty. But what a run for the Magpies.
That is a magnificent run, and they're going all the way to the big dance. But they're going to have to be excellent if they're going to beat this Doyleson train, as we hear the hooter in the background. I don't think I've ever seen a performance like that in a semi-final, James.
That was phenomenal from the Doyleson Dragons, and they laid the groundwork from the very opening set, picking up a try with their first use of possession. And I believe it was, 8-0 before the Dolphins got anything on the board. So a massive performance, of course, headlined by, I was going to name a few of them, but it's really across the board. But Eagleton, Thompson, Jones all came up with big performances. The Lanebridge brothers, Wilton. So you look across the park, they're all peaking at the right time. And, geez, how often do we see it? The first 2 days, a little bit quiet for Doyleson, and then they just click into gear when the big stuff rolls around.
Yeah, classic Doyleson. They've cruised their way into finals day. They've put on a masterclass here in the semi-final, beating the highly fancied Central Coast 9-1. And I can't wait for that game against West later on this afternoon.
It's going to be an absolute cracker in just a moment. Scotty McAllister will catch up with one of our victorious Doyleson Dragons. And then we have our first grand final of the afternoon. So the mixed open, the Sharks up against Wallsend, who overcame Warhope in their semi-final. That'll be in just a moment. Scotty will have all the latest from the Doyleson Dragons in just a moment.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Got a shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth, but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the fitness, I'm a diamond and to run it. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. Happy birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
Down on the sideline with Alex Lanebridge from Dawson, mate. Semi-final performance, you boys just really set the tone there nice and early.
Yeah, that was really good. I don't think we've put together a full 30-minute performance this point yet, so to do it there was really good. It gives us a good platform now for round one.
Was that something that you spoke about coming into that semi-final performance, that you just haven't quite put it together?
Yeah, we've done every game we've done.
Up the next round of games, the held-up and drop-off. The next duty here will be for the drop-off only.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, you probably don't know this as of yet because the other semi-final is taking place at the same time. Western Suburbs. Okay. They'll be your other opponent today. What are you expecting from them?
Really tough, structured. Our first game against them was just the first game of the tournament. They were outstanding. They've got a lot of good young fast blokes, and then with Traddy, Spearsy, and the structure that they have, you're really going to have to work hard to break out the process.
You've got such a great record at the State Cup. You're back through to the big dance, looking to go back-to-back. But like we said, great history at this tournament. Got one more in you?
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, we haven't gone back-to-back yet, so that's something that we really spoke about later in this tournament. So it's going to be a nice one.
All right, well, you're on the right track. Western Suburbs await you later on this afternoon. Congratulations on the semi-final and good luck for the grand final. Good luck.
See you, mate.
You too, bro. You good?
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is. Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
It's gonna start pissing down. Yeah, it's gonna start pissing down. So camera is not covered now. I can throw a bag over it, but I don't have any tape or anything to kind of down. Still on three?
set here at Macquarie Regional Stadium. Our first grand final of the afternoon, the mixed opens division. The Sharks, a big victory in their semi-final over arguably the form team in the competition up until that point, the ADF. They were victorious 8 tries to 5. And for Wallsend, well, they've sort of slipped under the radar a touch. They were able to get over the top of Warhope 8-3 in the final itself. And our referees are Brandon Sanderson, Alec Clark and Charlie Cheesley. So 2 big teams with great form here. Wallsend undefeated, but also a draw along the way. But certainly you'd have to say, Gab Rose, the Sharks coming into this one are the favourites.
Well, if you're talking to me, I'm always going to say the Sharks are the favourite. My homegrown club, and I know many of these players here. But it is going to be an excellent game. Sharks came into their own in that semi-final against ADF. As you said, James, they were probably the form team coming out of day 1 and day 2. Sharks got over the top of them this morning. Wallsend on the other side, they've had a couple of draws in this tournament. They've had a big win in the semi-final, so they've come through quietly. And they've both scored 8 tries in their semi-final, so we know attack is not going to be a problem. And this championship game could be won on the back end of defence.
The man that really put his opposition to the sword in that semi-final was Maddox Wright. He was electric. Took about 10 minutes to wind up, but once he did, it was lethal.
Yeah, he's super fast. He's new to the club. He's got all the skills. And he worked, there was the experience there of your Sean Street, your Jai Ayub, and plenty of those other players. But then that second part of that game, he was just on fire in that semi-final.
They've got 30 minutes to sort it between themselves. Kirk Rogan captaining this Wallsend side. I know he's a very proud member of this team, and there's some real talent in there as well. Great inclusion for the Rottimers, especially Jared Rottimer, of course, was playing for the Parramatta Men's Premier League side just a few years ago in that State Cup final.
Yeah, he's a big inclusion with him. Now, these 2 teams also met at the front end of this competition on day 1, and it was a very close encounter. A little bit of controversy over the score. They sorted it out in the end. But no doubt they'll know what each other do, what they do. They've seen how they play, and they just can't wait for this hooter to go, James.
We're underway, and it is Rottimer who takes it forward to begin with. 30 minutes to sort it out. Wallsend up against the Sharks. Grogan hops in at acting half. Rottimer plays it. Back to Grogan. Chance to launch a raid. Oh, he drew them in nicely there. Just couldn't quite link up with Harold West.
Yeah, that was going to be a try in that first set of 6. It took an outstretched hand there by one of the Sharks player. Otherwise, that was a try to Wallsend.
Grogan. Now with the footwork diving early at the line, well, they just sort of sat on their heels there, the Sharks, and Grogan will make them pay as a result. Wallsend strike first.
Oh, you couldn't have got a better start than that if you're a Wallsend fan. It's Kurt Grogan, the number 1. He was close a moment ago. Stepped off the right, stepped off the left, fooled everybody.
Kurt Grogan.
Oh, what a try, Kurt Grogan. Opens up the scoring for his team in this grand final.
Sharks a little shell-shocked there.
I would say so. They thought they'd staved off the threat there, but he came straight back where he was and's opened up the scoring.
So now Vanderbilt works it forward. Donahue trailing. Scoops it up. Then short pass from Maddox Wright. Floats it over the top for mine. That's gone forward. Referee agrees. And that will be the turnover without Hemingway being able to get hands to it.
They'll be happy with that Wallsend. So they've scored first. They've defended strong. And now they've got the ball back in hand.
So meters now for Wallsend. Struck first. A chance to apply the pressure here. Great carry up towards halfway. This time made by Antonio. 1 metres on offer. Trying to work over Vandervelde. Once again, driving forward. Finding the support of Akuhata. Akuhata then finds a good pass there to dummy. Good footwork as well from Edmund. And Edmund just denied.
I'll tell you what, that was an excellent touch by the Sharks defender because that was going to be 2-0. It's all Wallsend in the opening stages. We'll see the replay.
Oh, here's a chance though, Gab. Back with live play. The Sharks have come away with it down the sideline. And it is that man with the speed. Maddox Wright put the foot down. We're going to have to go back a touch here because that came out of nowhere once again for the Sharks. Here it is.
I say he might just have run straight around him like under 10s. That's exactly what happened. He could see the gap out wide. It was a bit of a mismatch there against the female winger and Maddox Wright. He's done that plenty of time. And that's 1-1. That was just too easy, James.
You can't give him an inch because he will take the mile. And he can run at about 90 miles an hour as well, Maddox Wright. Very quick stuff, so locked up at 1 apiece. Now Ayub works it forward. Good carry. In fact, easy meters in the end. Picks up 15 of them. Wolsen really in a touch here. They're really being pushed back in the past couple of sets as now it comes to Colvin. Colvin to the middle, then right. Finding a little pass. Last one brought up. Watch out, here is the danger man. Right again, finds a wonderful pass. They can't get the last one though. Was it played out? Yes, it was.
It was played out there by the Wallsend winger in Daniel Bircher. But again, right, but it came on the back end there. Sean Street, the experienced campaigner, he went straight forward and set the platform for right.
Now bouncing. Floated back to the middle. Taylor stopping on the run. Sends it to this right-hand side. Played quickly inside the 7. They're all offside the Wallsend Wolves. Played out anyway, so they'll get another set to work with. That was very clever work, though, from Taylor.
Yeah, good work by Taylor, but equally good defence there by Wallsend. They're turning him inside out a little bit at the moment, Cronulla. But Wallsend are doing a good job, but they're going to have to be even better here because they've got a fresh set of 6 they're going to have to defend on.
Now Kane Rangi for Taylor once again. Touch is made. Taylor pointing, directing traffic. Grogan out to meet them. It's good work there from Grogan, ensuring there is no penalty blown. And then they just stepped over the mark. So Grogan does a wonderful job defensively.
Yeah, he outsmarted them there, Grogan. So they thought they got him behind the ruck. But not to be. They were off the mark, and he's got the ball back, Grogan, so he's doing the job for his team at the moment.
Now meters on offer here. Easy ones in the end for Wallsend. The Wolves just marching upfield. Grogan, nice little cycle of the ball. Rodimer then playing it quickly, and they were caught in the ruck. So this is a really good passage the last 30 seconds for Wallsend.
Great passage there for Wallsend, and we've seen a bit of the flurry in the first 5 minutes, as often we do in these grand finals while the nerves settle down. It's 1-1, and now we'll just get down to playing touch.
There still is a little bit of rain floating about. The wind is also here. Cool conditions at least. It's only about 20 degrees. Oh, lovely ball back on the inside. It opened up like Sydney heads, and McTaggart takes full advantage of it. 2-1 the score.
He won't get an easier try than that in a grand final, McTaggart. So we'll see on the replay here. Props off the left, passes it back inside. It was well done there by Tyler Moody. He did everything but score it himself. He passed it back into McTaggart, and they've taken the lead. Wallsend 2-1.
So a little bit of work to do here now for the Sharks. Wallsend certainly starting quite well. Van der Velde works it up to the 7, inside it in fact. Plays it quickly. Ayub straightening. Turned away on this occasion, but they will get the penalty.
Yeah, they're going to get the penalty here, so they get a fresh set of 6, and they'll be working here. Donahue, man with ball in hand. He's skillful, and then you got Jai also. He'll be scheming, see what he can find.
Skillful and can certainly jump too. He was bounding through that semi-final a little earlier.
Yeah, I wonder if he'll pull that trick out in this game as well. He did it about 3 or 4 times in that semi-final, so I dare say we'll see it again.
Oh, here's Van der Velde with the speed, sets it up beautifully, and then the width was held nicely. But Van der Velde simply put the foot down, and Ruby Fifield comes up with a try, 2 apiece.
You'll see here on the replay, he let it rip, Donahue. He gave it to Van der Velde, and he set up plenty of tries in that semi-final. It was that little out ball, girl against boy. Fifield looked after she scored. She's looking around, she looked left, she looked right, and they said, that's a try, young lady. 2-2.
So just over 6 minutes transpired in this game. No real clues as to who's going to be the final winner, but this is an excellent grand final contest. Rodimer, once again, short pass for Grogan, who just slipped through the gap. Thought the pass might have been forward anyway, though. Well, they're going to get the penalty for offside.
Yeah, I'm with you there. So he held the ball up, did Rodimer. It looked like it came out of the hands forward, but clearly the referee said the Sharks are offside, and that was the first indiscretion.
Rodimer now turns it out to this right-hand side. You can see the rain taking effect. Ayub then just comes up with a big push. Apologises quickly. West hit the deck. Once again, he's hit the deck. Well, he's on ice skates out there.
Yeah, I don't know how much rain we had, but he's certainly on skates out there. Is Harold West. He's back up. There's been no damage done, but Rodimer's got the ball, and it's going to be hard for the Sharks to hold on here because they're going to make a move up off the line, and you got Grogan attacking them.
Grogan thought they were offside, kept running at them. Back to the 7 he goes. Another slip here, and we can start calling Harold West the clumsy French waiter. Now Grogan takes it through the middle of the line, or pops the pass, and then West just couldn't help put a mitt to it, but Had he let it go, I think it might well have ended up in the hands of their winger.
I tell you what, Grogan's looking dangerous every time he gets the ball. And there's opportunities aplenty for him as this game opens up, as we see a great run there from Jai Ayub. Takes it up straight to the box, passes on to his wife in Leah.
So Ayub now drops it down. Scooped up here from Hemingway, then back to the middle it comes. Last one brought up here for Maddox. Right, great touch again. Geez, hasn't Kurt Grogan had a start to this match?
I tell you what, at the moment it's a heavyweight battle between Wright and Grogan. Grogan for Walls End, Wright for Sharks. They are going blow for blow at the moment.
He's probably a little unheralded, Kurt Grogan. We probably look to the likes of Harold West and Jared Rodimer as the quote-unquote stars here for the Walls End side, but Grogan has certainly been the one doing the bulk of the work.
He sure has, and they'll need plenty more of that if they're going to win this match, Walls End.
Now linking up here with McTaggart, who does have a try so far. Hops in at acting half. Quick release and then a good effort from range. Stretching out was Moody. Moody's turned away, though. Back to the 7. McTaggart, Moody. Catch and pass again. Oh, that was certainly a touch pass, though. They didn't need to release that one there from Claire Spain.
No, she let it go well after she'd been touched. That's a penalty to the Sharks, but I'm liking the combination from Walls End I'm seeing between Moody and McTaggart. It's already led to one try, and they're looking likely each time they're down on that line, James. Uh-oh.
Well, watch out for the speed of Wright once again. Geez, had he put on another left foot step, he would have been on the outside. And based on how quick he is, he would have backed him to go the distance again. Right now, just crossing that halfway threshold. That might be a gear 2 for everyone else, but for Wright, that's only a gear 1. Now he simply jogs into the opposition. Now Street plays it. Wright with a one-handed scoop. Takes off again with some speed. This time shut down.
Yeah, he went a little bit too lateral there, Wright, and you can see as he's coming off in the bench, he's clapping his hands on the head. He knows he needs to go directly through there and use his speed.
Now quick roll ball, about 10 shy of that halfway line. Good metres again from the Wolves. Now a lovely jinking run. Now pick up a further 15. That was nice work from Walls End. Into the hands of Akuhata it goes. Balls come free for mine. That'll just be a neutral infringement. Play on. Yes, referee agrees. And now once again Akuhata links up. Long floating pass. Never really got the spiral working though.
No, they're sensing some opportunities out here on the left-hand side for Walls End. But the Cronulla defence at this point is up to the task. We're going to see a nice cut-out pass here to Ayub. They'll drop it back inside to Street. They've played together for years, though, too. They know exactly how each other play. They coach together. They're good mates, and they'll be trying to lead this team to the victory this afternoon. Oh, as we see an error there by the Sharks, and that opens up the door there. There hasn't been many errors in this game. We're just over 10 minutes in. Is this an error that could prove costly for the Sharks with Walls End coming down to their end of the field?
It's been great handling given the conditions at the moment. Still a little bit of drizzle floating about. Spain takes the metres on this occasion. Waiting for those reinforcements to arrive. Rodimer and Grogan back on deck. There is Harold West as well. Grogan links up with West. Shows it a couple of times. Now Grogan takes off again. Stops on the run. Return serve to West. Hovering around that 7-metre mark. Grogan on the last. Jinking run. Then floats it over the top. What a ball from Grogan. What a finish as well. They're claiming the touch. Oh, I don't know about that at all, Gab.
Oh, we'll see on the replay. I think she did make the touch there for the Cronulla winner, but it's Grogan. He goes one way. He comes back the other. The touch was definitely made there by the winger. She got her on the back. And the referees were in good position, so they're going to say it's play on here to the Sharks. We see Ayub take the ball upfield.
I'm with you that there was a touch, but my question is, was it before the hands were on the ball?
Yeah, well, that potentially the case. She definitely made the touch there, the Sharks winger. It was Phoebe Chamberlain. But, yeah, that was up to the referees to decide whether it was before or after the ball was put down. Went to the favour Sharks. We'll see right there. But he was up against Grogan. So, as I said, those two are going shot for shot. Scores 2-2. Nearly halfway through this game. And you're right, James, it's a difficult one to pick.
It's a great little battle between Grogan and Wright, but hugely different styles. Grogan is sort of this awkward, jinking, creative force, and Wright's just all speed with a long pass as well. So very much polar opposites. Scooped up now around about that 7-metre mark. Turned back here from Antonio, who stays alive in the play. Gets it back once again. Just outside the 7. Quick roll ball. Antonio, that look forward. Back to Antonio through the middle, and yes, the call comes from the sideline.
Yeah, it had to be by the sideline referee, because otherwise it was going to be a try, but it was definitely forward out of the hands. We'll see on the replay here, Yeah, he's standing about a metre in front of him there, Moody. He's done a good job in this match, Moody, of playing the ball, get back on side and be able to create something on that occasion. He couldn't quite get back on side.
You've got to get that right in that position. It's a try gone begging, so it remains at 2 points apiece. Now Taylor, little dummy. Maddox right again with a great scoop. Out to Taylor, 3-on-2. Taylor burns them. Through he goes, and the Sharks finally have the outright lead.
Jimmy Taylor, he put the afterburners on there for the Sharks team. But again, it's that man, Maddox Wright. Because he's been doing so much running, he holds up the defence. So they both turn the way towards him, thinking he's going to take off to the left. He knew better. He knew if he had two bodies coming to the left, there'd be a gap out on the right. And it was Jimmy Taylor used all his speed and given the Sharks 3-2 lead.
A great contest here in our first of three grand finals. Women's grand final up next. Newcastle head back into it looking to defend their title from last year. Manly, of course, a big upset in that semi over Eastern Suburbs. So they'll have a chance to put their own name on that big trophy as Wallsend are denied on this occasion. But, geez, we've got some great matches coming out. Doyleson as well against the Magpies. It's a wonderful way to finish another terrific tournament.
Yeah, it sure is. I was out on the backfield watching that Manly versus Roosters semi-final in the Women's Open. Roosters took a 2-0 lead, but Manly never gave up and they came back and won 3-2. It was a very, very exciting game, James.
As is this one here. Vandervelde turns it back to the middle. Good touch made from Wallsend. Offside at the moment. If he makes that, it's got to be played through. It is indeed. Vandervelde now finds a gap. It's the same man who's come a second time, slaps it down. Eventually back on side, but I dare say if he didn't make a play, it probably still would have been eventually called for the initial indiscretion.
He's had a really good day today, Johnny Vandervelde. He's try-assisted, or had some try-assists probably on 3 or 4 occasions for his team throughout the semi-final and today. And there he nearly set up another one, but he's given his team a fresh set of 6. And wouldn't they love to score here halfway through the match and take a 2-try lead?
Well, they might well do so. Maddox Wright back into the action. There's a useful penalty. First one inside the 7. So 15 and a half on the clock here at Port Macquarie. Little wraparound play from Wright. Wright runs at an offside man. He found him once again. Geez, Calais Adams, he's had his issues in getting back onside the past couple of sets, and Wright pulled his pants down.
Maddox Wright is in a class on his own in this game. We'll see the replay. He comes on the sweep. He kind of half steps left. He goes right, and then he goes straight to the try line here. So you see there, right, left, double little skip, and I'm going to slide the ball through to the try. And he has certainly been the difference so far in this match.
So 4-2 now. Nice little bit of breathing room for the Sharks. Wallsend, of course, led 2-1, so it's 3 straight tries now for the Sharkies. Rodimer in at acting half. Finds Harold West. Grogan's out there once again. This is their more dangerous pot, if you will. Rodimer finds a peach of a pass. Oh, it had to be put to ground. Instead, Spain comes up with the error. There's an issue here too for Spain.
I'm going to say she might have hurt a collarbone there. They're running back to check on her. Taylor's checking on her. She's put the hand up to say she's okay. She landed awkwardly. Let's hope she's okay. It was a difficult one to catch. It was an opportunity there. And Wallsend, if they're going to get back in this game, they're going to need Jared Rodimer to create a few more opportunities for his team.
Well, I dare say outside of Kai Simbolan, Rodimer probably has the best sinker pass in the world of touch footy. I'd like to see him bring that to the fore here. Hasn't thrown one as of yet, but you mention it. Tough one to take. A little bit of rain floating about. Maybe just take the pepper off the ball a touch. Float it over the top. Now Hemingway on this right-hand side called back, so score remains at 4-2 with about 13 and a half remaining.
Yeah, there's still plenty to be played out in this match. We see some good meters just taken up the field there by Wallsend. It might have been that man Grogan again, James.
A whale of a game. So now Rodimer carts it forward. Second pod into the action here for Wallsend. Antonio and McTaggart. Also Mooney out there. This is Mooney now. Eventually picked off here on the last, and no strike dump to work with. Antonio will try and conjure up a miracle, but the Sharks, they're winning those little battles now.
Yeah, they are at the moment. There's still plenty of time in this match, but they're just driving the ball forward as we see an error there, and that could be the opportunity that Wallsend needed. And they'll be looking for McTaggart and Moody, and they'll be working with Antonio here, see what they can conjure up.
So there is McTaggart to Moody. Antonio floating out on this right-hand side. Well, they were looking for the quick roll ball now. Donahue was very messy in the ruck, probably lucky not to be penalised. Here's the touch at long last. Moody threatening or just stopped on his run. That was very clever from Moody. He dug the feet into the turf. Instead of stepping, it was almost like he put on the brakes and then went for it.
Yeah, he did an excellent job there, did Moody. So see there, he got back on side, so he made himself available to his teammate. No forward pass, he learned from a previous indiscretion. And yeah, for mine, that is a try. So 4-3, game back on, 12 and a half minutes to go.
Long time to go. I don't think we're any closer to figuring this one out. Probably the last 5 or 6 minutes overall has definitely been better for the Sharks. But Wallsend, they're that uncomfortable kind of side that, much like they have throughout the tournament, can just creep up on you. Played out there through the middle once again by, looks like Adams. You've got to watch out for Maddox right here. He's been so dangerous. Had a hand in everything once again. A massive semi-final performance. One of the great all-time mixed open performances, in fact, in that semi.
Yeah, and you'll see the issue with it, well, for Wallsend with it, is that he attracts 2 defenders, and then you got the likes of Donahue and Taylor, and they've got speed to burn out there. And
Taylor
it creates space.
Turned it back on the inside. There was nearly an option for Maeve to dive over the line. Maeve once again. Taylor, right looming. Waiting for his chance to strike. Here it comes. Right with the long pass. What a ball. Just making the touch in time. Jeez, they are hitting those gaps so well. Colvin latched onto it. Right once again. Backpedaling. Last play. Now the change of speed. Tries to get away from the first man, but a good touch made in the end by Adams.
There's a good touch out there on the wing by Rhiannon Rodimer there for Wallsend, and one that had to be made because Colvin, she's a very solid player for the Sharks.
So up towards halfway go the Wolves, approaching the final third of this match. 10:50 on the clock. Spain has recovered from that injury. Keeps darting forward. Now West links up with Jared Rodimer. Grogan, good stepping. Stays alive in the play. Strike dump as well. Grogan threatening. Great pass from Grogan. What a ball from Kurt into the arms of Harold West. And they are heading north. They're on the up and up, Wallsend.
I'll tell you what, he wasn't on his skates then, Harold West. He was on a motorbike going straight through the gap, but it was all Grogan. He gave it to West. He hit the hole beautifully. Off the right is Grogan. Beautiful cutout pass. Not much the winger could do there for Sharks, and Harold West has even up the score. 4-4. We knew 2 tries wasn't going to be enough for the Sharks, and the Wallsend, they've crawled their way back in it. And as you spoke about earlier, James, they've been doing that game after game. Will that help them here at the back end of this tournament? They know how to win.
Exactly, 10 to go. Donahue trying to squeeze through a very small gap. He's a pretty big unit, so that was always going to be tough.
He might have needed that big dive there, James.
Yeah, potentially taken out of the book of Nixon from yesterday with the gridiron attempt, jumping over the top of Shah Wakely.
Yeah, we did see a few of those yesterday, and that was probably the one of the tournament we saw yesterday.
A good little dummy here, and as a result, Spain can pick up an extra 15 metres, easy as you like. Moody links up with McTaggart. Shows it to nobody in the end. They'll opt for a little rest as Antonio gets onto the field as well. Now Akuhata finds a little pass, or deep it comes for Adams. Well, they'd opened up the space, but Adams was a little sluggish to push up into that gap.
That was certainly an opportunity there for Adams because they had 3-on-2 and they'd created something out of nothing there. Sharks might have relaxed for a little moment and they nearly had their pants pulled down there.
Now good pressure again. Oh, another injury here for the Wolves. They might actually have to stop things because she hasn't moved since attempting to make that touch. Not sure who it is at the moment. Back up onto their feet now.
It's Danielle Bertrand. Colvin's gone straight over to check on her. And again, it looks like it might be an upper limb injury. They're looking maybe the shoulders out. You can see the New South Wales touch staff straight to her.
It's Ken Maxwell out there just giving some attendance to Bircher. That one looks a little more serious than Spain's, though.
Yeah, it certainly does. She's holding that awkwardly, so no doubt we'll get the medical staff over to her straight away.
So now Taylor works it forward. Rangi. Now 10 metres into enemy territory. Wright once again looking dangerous. Rangi plays it quickly. There's the one-handed scoop from Wright. Oh, was trying to link up with Taylor. And they would have had a 3-on-2 situation if that one stuck.
Yeah, they certainly would have. Anybody's looking for any advantage they can get here. We're in the final 10 minutes of this championship game, and we wouldn't expect anything less than a drawn game as we head into the back end of this match.
Well, it actually deserves a drop-off. This has been very even. It's come and gone in waves. Wallsend dominating the opening little period. Then the Sharks are now back into Wallsend's favour. This man's had a lot to do with it. Grogan gets it once again, tries to find that footwork and then the pass, but nothing really doing on that occasion for Kurt.
No, everyone in the crowd and everyone at home wants a drop-off. We're happy for a drop-off, but I'm not sure about the two teams playing in the competition want a drop-off. They want to win it before that full-time hooter. But there's still plenty to be played out. 7.5 minutes ago as Jai Ayub comes back into the frame.
Good meters here from the Sharks. Last one brought up. Street carted it forward. Now that certainly wasn't played out from mine from Grogan. Oh, they're going to say it was, though. He was up in the channel, but I thought it incidentally hit the shoulder.
Yeah, they might have been hard done by their Wolves. And we'll look here on the replay. Throws it out. Yeah, he wasn't
maybe.
even... Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those 50-50 ones. He wasn't looking at the ball, but his hand was outstretched. And it did stop Sean Street getting the ball. So I'm happy with that call from the referee.
Yeah, initially I thought it glanced the shoulder, but it was actually the lower arm, so that's probably why it's favoured the Sharks there. Now Street with a couple of big steps, and through he goes. In fact, I don't think that is Street. Taking a quick little look there, I think it might have been Kane Mave. Yes, it was. A couple of left foot steps, so Street's just exited the action. Mave on to the field, and with pretty much his first touch, couple of bang left foots, and over he goes.
It was like a two-punch. He got it back on Jai Ayub, on the step, off the left, off the right, off the left again. It was a triple punch, straight through the middle. Good honesty again by the Wolves End player. And Sharks again have taken a narrow lead with around 6 minutes to go.
Oh, Moody straight through the middle now. Well, he thought they were offside. If it's not a try, it should be a penalty at the very least.
Geez, that was good movement for a tall man. Look on the replay here. They get the ball down. He comes through the splitter play off the left. Oh, I reckon that's unlucky for Wallsend. I'm not sure why that wasn't a try.
Very strange one. We haven't seen many playthroughs in this tournament.
No, but that for me was a clear-cut one there for Wallsend.
Now Moody drops it down. Quick release once again for McTaggart. Oh, it was a little too big. They picked the right option. Just couldn't find the woman herself out wide in the form of Georgia Stewart.
Yeah, we'll see on the replay here that long pass that went sailing over her head. We talked about there is a breeze. But I tell you what, McTaggart and Moody, they are doing a stellar job for their team in this grand final.
Now Ayub works it forward. Quick roll ball here.
There's an error.
There is indeed. So a great chance now for the Wolves and Wolves. Can they pounce on it? Forward they come now. So that looks like Bircher is back out there, so she has recovered. Good news for Wolves End. Comes in at acting half once again. Edmund also there. Finally, they get the full complement on deck. So Akahata out there along with Adams. Edmund's actually shifted a little further infield now. Here he is with the ball in hand. Edmund with a big dummy. Fools them all. Oh, that was a neck breaker, the way he whipped it in the arms. They all stood and stared.
I'll tell you what, our cameramen will have done a great job if they've got this on camera. He looked long, he looked short, and he went straight back through. And you can see Sean Street in the background. He's going, oh, no, you got me a good one. And it's all tied up, 5-all, 4 minutes to go. That reaction from Streety was priceless.
Well, Sean Street couldn't find that one on a GPS. So now Taylor through the middle. The Sharks, again, are behind. I think we're having an issue here with the scoreboard. It's 5-4. In fact, no, my apologies. That's locked it up. 5-all now. So Sharks and Wolves End locked up. Right, sends it wide. Donahue, does he have the bounce? Finds a pass. Now the most giant goose step you could ever imagine plops out.
Oh, that was a goosey that went absolutely nowhere. I thought he was going to kick it there for a moment. As we see, that's going to be a late pass here. More hands on head. It was Claire Spain, and that's unfortunate because she's had a really good tournament for her team. But that's going to be an error that she might rue because you're going to see the Sharks. It's going to be 3.5 minutes to go, and Sharks going to get an opportunity to take the lead.
So locked up at 5 apiece. Ayub brings it forward, followed up by wife Leah. Jai once again, carting it through the middle of the field. Maeve waits at acting half. Jai Ayub back to Maeve. High pressing line here. McTaggart makes the touch. Very patient build up here from the Sharks. Played quickly from Maeve. Ayub still staying alive. Oh, Maeve nearly beat 3 of them and then went airborne. How did he make that touch, Moody?
Oh, what a touch. Again, he thought he was diving at Wanda Beach as we see a switch back there. Straight into the surf. Wasn't to be, but Moody, you could have come up with a championship-saving touch there.
Well, we were expecting that from Donahue, not from Maeve. That was insane.
Yeah, they've clearly been doing the sandhills down at Cronulla and practicing their diving at the end of those sessions because that was a cracker. But it took an excellent touch there by Moody to save the day.
Well, we might get a chance to have another look at that effort from Maeve in a moment. Here's another turnover by the Wallsend Wolves, so another chance now for the Sharks coming up.
They're making it hard for themselves here, Wallsend. The last 2 or 3 occasions, they've given away a penalty or they've dropped the ball when they're coming out from their own line. And it could be fateful for them in this next few sets of 6.
So just over 2 minutes remaining. Touch May there, just outside the 7. Back to Maddox Wright. Danger signs here for Wallsend. Wright scheming once again. Now takes off with a bit of speed. Draw and pass, play on the call. Back to Ayoub, who then tips it on to Maddox Wright once more. Wright takes off. Chance for the late switch. Pass Hemingway! Had she reeled it in, that might have just been the grand final.
Again, that was something out of nothing, and unfortunately for Hemingway, it just slipped out of her hand. It was a difficult one to take. It was Wright again. They did the old dummy switch, pass it to Rangi, and it just got away. It would have been a brilliant take had she been able to take it there, Hemingway.
At the moment, we're off to the drop-off. What a game this is. Bouncing forward, West again is on his ice skates. This time he will get the penalty, though. Forceful contact.
What have they got at the back end of this game, Wallsend? They've been up against it the whole match. They're back in, and now they've got an opportunity to potentially win it with 1.5 minutes to go.
And it would be fitting if it comes from Grogan. He's been in everything for the Wallsend Wolves.
And look who's defending him. Right.
Of course, it's Wright. What a great battle these two have had. Grogan! Right foot step! It was big! It's greatness from Grogan in the grand final. Wallsend Wolves have the fangs out. They take the lead 6-5, less than a minute on the clock.
Oh, I've got goosebumps. We'll see here. You called it. It had to come from Grogan. He just went in and away. And then he slipped through. I have no idea how he got through that gap, but the fist is pumping. Oh, how good Grogan. What have they got, Sharks, last set of 6?
It's the game of his life, Kurt Grogan. Now the Sharks with Taylor. Through the middle! Oh, you can't keep a good team down. Taylor with a big left foot step. Maeve pushing up. He was denied moments ago. 6-all again. Wallsend might have one final shot at it. What a game.
Oh, it was Taylor and Maeve. It was tailor-made, I would say. But I tell you what, there's 15 seconds left. Are we going to drop off? Oh, what a match.
Is there one more twist and turn? The ball comes free.
Yes,
there's
there
the penalty,
is.
5 seconds. They've got to get on with it quickly. Rodimer knows it. Plays it now. Brings it forward. West with speed. Tries to get on the outside. Good touch from Ayoub, who saves the bacon. We're off to a drop-off. What a game, Gavro.
Oh, the rain's tumbling. They're still smiling out there. I can see Jai smiling. I tell you what, the bodies will be hurting. I know we're running late this afternoon, but I'll let these guys keep playing. That is an epic match. 6-all. You called for a drop-off, James, and your wish has been granted, young man.
I'll tell you what, I need another lamp. I've run out of wishes.
I'd say Tim Tams. We'll go the never-ending packet.
So 6-all, and just shot after shot, these two teams going at one another. We were questioning before, geez, it seemed unlucky that ADF came up against Sharks in the semi-final, but I tell you what, forget all about it. This is the grand final we deserve.
This is a match and a half, and you'll see the referees, they're taking a well-earned breather and a drink. They've done an excellent job in this match as well because it's been high-pressure stakes. It's end-to-end. There's been some big decisions. I'd have to say the match has been played in an excellent spirit. It's just been all about the skill. Who's going to stand up? Is it going to be Grogan? Is it going to be Wright? I just don't know how to call this one, James.
I'm with you, Gab. I haven't got a clue. Each and every time one team scores, the other one comes back. 6-all. And they're going to go with their secondary pot, it looks like here. So we've mainly seen Rodimer along with the likes of Grogan and then Harold West. Instead, they've gone with Moody and McTaggart out there. And for the Sharks, it looks like it's Maddox Wright and Taylor. So not too many surprises, I suppose. A defensive setup for Wallsend. Taylor to Wright. If he can get a one-on-one situation, he'll beat everybody for speed. Here goes right now. Big footwork, finds Taylor. Oh, Taylor just had to put the foot down.
Yeah,
it opened up for him. Now the last one comes up. Right, shifting through, needs support, looking for Ayub, who finds it. Ayub just denied though. What a touch. It was Spain, it looks like.
We'll see the replay here. As expected, right goes through. Oh.
Yeah, well done, Spain,
Great
just on the
touch.
backside.
So for those at home that may not know too much about touch footy, this drop-off will be for 2 minutes. There's 4 on 4. There's a lot of space out here for the Wolves' end. It's hard to cover. It's anybody's game as we see Grogan take off.
Ooh, a little issue there for Wright. He pulled up awkwardly. Did Grogan see it?
Yeah.
Can he try and exploit it? Yeah, he's still bouncing around with a bit of discomfort there. Grogan drops it down. Last one. Oh, there was a hand in it. There was a hand in it. So we've had about a minute of play. If they score here, the Sharks will only get one more right of reply. They might take a bit of time with ball in hand.
It's going to be very hard for the Sharks here to A, defend a full set and then B, get time.
Rodimer sends it wide. There it is. Spain is on the spot. Rodimer screams out to the sky in triumph.
And they're going to have to be fast here. And Spain saved to try down that far end of the field on Leah Ayub. And she's now scored one for her. So she's put one hand on the championship trophy for her team. We speak about the importance of females in this game, James.
We're not sure how much time is left. The scoreboard clock not operating at the moment. Ayub comes out to this right-hand side. Probably the last throw of the dice, though, for the Sharks. They need another leveler here. Ayub now right with speed. Good touch. Made there by Akuhata. Last play coming up. Wright has to keep it alive. Can he use his speed? Hop in a jink. Now tries to draw the pass, and they put a foot on the sideline. That's it. The Wallsend Wolves have done it. What a performance from them. Led by their captain, Kurt Grogan, who came up with a big try late in the piece, but of course finished by Claire Spain off the back of Jared Rodimer. What a game, Gab Rhodes.
That is one of the best finals I've seen in a long, long time. The Wallsend team have run over in pure joy, and I'm going to say in that drop-off, Claire Spain saved to try down one end of the field, went up and finished off the other end. But you can see the disappointment on the Sharks. Now, I know I'm down from Cronulla and I'm extremely proud of what they've done. They're going to be super disappointed. But in terms of a spectacle for the fans, what a match, James.
It had quite literally everything. A tremendous performance across the board. They went hammer and tong for the best part of 33 minutes. But ultimately, there can only be one winner, and it is the Wallsend Wolves. A tremendous showing. And guess what? We've still got two big ones to get through. The Women's Open is up next. It'll be Scott McAllister and Gab Rose to bring you all the action between Newcastle and Manly as the Newcastle City Knights look to go back-to-back. I'll head down onto the pitch in just a moment. We'll catch up with Kurt Grogan.
And has she got Grip Star socks on? That is the question. Congratulations, Alyssa.
back at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. We've just seen one of the great mixed grand finals, and none other than Kirk Rogan, who was just outstanding in that game. A career performance for you, Kirk.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It was. I don't think we can take away from Tarrant Point or even the rest of my team. Without them, none of this is possible.
And look, you and Maddox Wright, terrific battle between the middle. Was there any words exchanged during that game?
No, we played them in the round games, and it was 8-7 in the round games, and we knew that they were going to be always tough. So it was just a matter of get our own job done, and the result will worry about itself, especially with them winning the toss and choosing to defend first. We knew we were up against it straight away, and we had to do well to come up with the win, and, that's what we did.
Look, a frenetic pace back and forth. How did it feel out there?
Yeah, it was quick. It was by far the quickest game that we've played all weekend. I think we knew that knocked them off, that it was just going to be lightning fast, and we had to be ready to go with it.
A massive celebration at the end of that one. What was said before this tournament started? Did you think you could win it? And in the event that it could happen, what's the plan? What's the celebration now?
Oh, look, we knew that we could win it. We always said that if we put together our best touch, that we could pull that off. And we went away to country, and half of those guys were playing for Wollongong, and they knocked us off quite convincingly, 12-6. So that was a little bit of redemption. As for celebrations, I don't drink, but I don't reckon they're going to be sober for more than an hour here.
Well, Kurt, thanks so much for your time. Great performance from yourself and the team. Enjoy it, mate.
Thanks, guys. Thanks to New South Wales Touch and the referees. Thanks, guys.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Got a shorty clean the business, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth when I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the business, I'm a diamond and to run it. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. And birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
Number 22, Galani Ahoy. 3, Lucy Swain. 4 is Amy Dufour. Number 5, Chelsea Hindmark. 6, Jessica Fox. Number 9, Elise Wilson. Number 11, Maddie McManus. 14 is Tia Young. 15, Maddie Mitchell. Number 16, Billy Taylor. 17, Ava Simpson. Number 35, Sarah Stewart. Their opponents, Manly. Number 1, Steph Mayolo. 2 is Taylor Clifford. 4, Alyssa Medved. Number 5 is Nina Vanderride. Number 7, Danny Norman. Number 8, Lucy McDonald. 9, Grace French. 10, Zara Halliday. 11, Zara Nicholas. 12, Jasmine Vera. 13, Billy Durby. 14, Jess Rosario. And number 15, Ellie Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you to be upstanding for the national anthem of Australia?
Last game of the New South Wales State Cup for 2025. Women's Open Grand Final. Newcastle taking on Manly. Two top teams for this year's competition shaking hands at the moment. It's looking nice and pleasant, but we're about to get into the big dance and see who's going to walk away as champion for 2025.
Yeah, this is going to be a cracker match. They played each other in the round games where Newcastle came out victors, but I was out the back watching the semi-final between Manly and the Roosters a couple of hours ago, and Manly were a different team today. They were down 2-0 to the highly fancied Roosters. They came back, they fought hard, and they got the eventual win 3-2.
These two teams have a little bit of history at this event. They came up against each other in 2022 and 2023, the most recent grand finals. Manly winning on both occasions, 2-1 in 22 and 3-2 in 23, so tight, low-scoring contest. We might get something similar here today.
Yeah, we sure might. If it's anything like the match we just witnessed in the mixed open, we are in for an absolute belter. And you can look at both teams out on the screen. We're looking at the crowd at the moment. The refs are bouncing about. And from our commentary box, we can see here, Manly are in a huddle. They are clapping and cheering. And over on the other side, the Newcastle team is doing the same as well. They've got a few dances going on. I won't try and replicate them and embarrass myself, Scott, but if it's look at their faces, they are happy to be in the big dance and they're going to enjoy every moment.
Nothing to lose, Manly. There we go, fans. Knocked off East, as you mentioned, in that semi-final to make it through to the grand final. Our three referees in this one: Emma Bleedsdale, Savannah Draper, Tricia Port-Smith. Be officiating our Women's Open Grand Final. Like you mentioned, these two teams playing each other in the early rounds. Newcastle getting the victory, 4 tries to 2 there. They haven't dropped a game all tournament, but a few little injuries heading into the grand final. We saw in their semi-final earlier on against Canterbury, Lucy Spain going down with a shoulder injury. Looked like her shoulder actually popped out of position there. Having a chat with Rachel Jeffs, got the hamstring heavily strapped at the moment. She's been nursing that one throughout the tournament. There's a reason why they've made it through to the grand final. They've been playing fantastic footy throughout the State Cup again this year. They're going to have a task on their hands here against Manly.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to go back-to-back, and as you said, that's unfortunate for Lucy Spain if she's not able to take the field in this clash, and it's a big out for Newcastle. But on the back of, you've got Rachel Jeffs, Jessica Potts. They're just star-studded right across the park, and it's blue versus maroon. We've seen that many occasions. It's state of origin level, but it's Manly versus Newcastle here, and we'll see who's ready to get the chocolates in the Women's Open division.
Newcastle looking to go back-to-back. Manly looking to get back to the top of the tree. They've got such history in this division at this event. It sets up an intriguing Women's Open final. Newcastle with the first touch of the footy and kicking away nice and early is Potts, who gets on the outside, but the touch has been claimed. They'll send them back. There's a bit of finger pointing going on. Just didn't feel the contact.
No, it's out there. It's Nina van der Eyden, and she got the touch out there for her Manly team, but gee, that was looking likely there for Potts.
Jeffs now with a little bit of time sends a nice ball out into the corner. They'll be set back as McManus plays it. They stretch as the ball hits the grass. A little bit more rain coming through the back end right before the kickoff for this game. It's like it's just held up momentarily.
Yeah, if the weather stays as is, I think all players from both teams will be quite happy. If the rain holds off, it's a little bit cooler now. Ball will be a little bit dewy from the rain we just saw. But we see a good drive there by Danielle Norman, and they'll be looking to her in this big match.
And he will finish it off. Newcastle will be pretty happy with it. Going to start their set. Jeffs takes a hit up forward. Potts will get herself into half and release. The touch for Rachel. She heads over for a breather. Nice little extra pass and the contact there. Melissa Medved. All arms and shoulders to slow down this running game with Newcastle.
Yeah, it was a solid hit there by Medved. You see, they're coming in here. She didn't miss her. They recycled the ball. And, yeah, she gave her a good little shove for her time.
They get to go short side. Medved again in the thick of it. Making the touch there on Sarah Stewart. Really impressive in the semi-final.
Yeah, the semi-final was a big victory to Newcastle, so they'll be coming in full of confidence coming into this grand final.
Looking to burrow in underneath to Elise Wilson. Last touch of the set here for Newcastle. Wilson has a crack. Little late switch at the line to 4, slings it out. Contact was made as the pass is being thrown.
Yeah, so it's going to be a penalty here to Manly, and they staved off that first threat from Newcastle. But it was Elise Wilson was looking very dangerous there for the Newcastle side.
Now Maiolo heads over into the box. Clifford straight through the middle. Halliday looking at options.
Oh,
show and go. Millie Durdovic.
Yeah, she was nearly through there, Millie Durdovic. She had a really good semi-final in defence for her team and Manly when they played the Roosters, and they'll be looking to back that up again this afternoon.
Tight start as expected here in the Women's Open Grand Final as Jeffs leaves it behind.
And she's been so good for them, Rachel Jeffs. Let's hope that hamstring can hold up. She'll be giving everything she can and trying to get them to victory today.
A player in the final of last year's State Cup. A little deflection there off Newcastle. Repeat set here for Manly around the halfway line.
Yeah, and this is probably the best set start they've had here, Manly. They've been kind of banked on their own end. They've had to work hard to get it out of their own half. And now at the back end of this set, they should get a look at the Newcastle line.
Tidal switches in McDonald. Kicks away from Jeffs. Happy to let it run. Ooh. Tight one back on the inside. Norman picks up. No, they picked it up in the NRL referees. Nice comms.
I think they heard the groans from the crowd and perhaps myself in the commentary box. That was definitely one of those very flat passes.
Newcastle will look to make changes again. Nice little show and go from Jeffs. Oh, cops the shot. Little helping hand into the box. Play on at the moment. They're continuing to flow as Mitchell sends it across. Potts will get it down. Potts busy early on in this final. Dufour, yeah, just a little bit too close. Didle could see they didn't have a half in place. She shot straight up out of the line and got the footy back for her team.
Yeah, smart play by Hannah Dyball there. The rollerballs. We're going to see another area here from Manly. They're making it difficult for themselves in the first 5 minutes of this match. And Newcastle again will have an opportunity. They're going to be strong in defence, Manly, because as you said, Scotty, Jessica Potts looks like she's ready for a game and a half.
She's still out on the pack at the moment and looking to sweep. They're coming to her now.
Oh,
another shot.
Medved.
She's in everything. Number 4 here for Manly.
She played last week up in the Queensland Cup. I'm not sure if she was she quite as rough in those games?
Possibly.
Well, she's been forced sub after all of that, and that's probably the second or third time she's put in a bit of a hard touch, so no doubt the referees had to take control.
Ooh, it almost opened up on the inside. Zara Nicholas was just out of position because they were still making that change with the full substitution. But they hang on, Manly. Mitchell goes to Potts, and it's just out in front of Amy Dufour off the fingertips.
They looked a little bit nervous there, Newcastle. They had a few half opportunities, but they just didn't seem to have the confidence to go for gold there. And Manly, to their credit, their defence stood strong again.
Nice run from Nicholas. Switch. Ooh, couldn't get it away in time. Pressure on Durdovic.
And again, I'm going to say Manly might have completed only one set in this first 6 or 7 minutes of this match. They're going to have to go back here, Newcastle, and get the ball for a tap. But in a grand final, you don't want to be backtracking and getting to your line too many times and having to defend.
Newcastle having the better field position to start this Women's Open Grand Final. No points as of yet. Potts out there again. Feels like she hasn't even come off for a breather as of yet. Jess Potts sitting out in the right wing position at the moment. Wilson looks at options. Manly comfortable in defence at the moment. Now Highmarsh. They come up early on Jeffs, and she looked to pass it. Not sure whether she had it cleanly in the hands. They're going to say that Manly got up too early.
Yeah, they've caught offside there, but Danny Norman, she read that perfectly then. She knew that the ball was going straight back to Rachel Jess, and she wanted to snuff out any opportunity, but she's given away a penalty in the process.
Looking forward to this contest between Jeffs and Norman, the Australian teammates.
Excellent touch there out there in the link. Millie Durdovic again. I spoke about her defence in that previous game, and she came in like a sniper there and got Jeffs.
Ooh, and a little bobble, greasy ball, as mentioned. Bit of rain falling right before the start of this game. Norman trying to get forward. Geibel just got one around the chops.
And they're going to look to players like Steph Maiolo. We saw yesterday in a couple of their games, she was eating up the metres for her team. As we see there, Clifford taking some metres on offer. But Steph Maiolo out in this right link did an awesome job yesterday, and they'll be looking for more of that again in this grand final, where metres can be hard to find at times.
Penalty here to Newcastle. Tap and get back underway. Big crowd here in the stadium. Supporters at each end as well. A big Manly contingent behind the in-goal area on the right-hand side of the screen. Newcastle again with good field position. And a little bit further back this time as U4 picks up, goes. Oh, almost finds support. Ahoy with a little bit of space down that right edge.
I feel like if she'd held on to that Ahoy, she was going to be off for the first try in this grand final. So, again, they're getting these half opportunity Newcastles. They would love to be able to ice one and take a 1-0 lead in this game. It feels like it's going to be a slow-scoring affair, Scotty.
Yeah, well, that's what we've seen, the history between these two teams in grand finals at the State Cup. Shaping up to be the same again here in 2025 as Norman grabs across field, throws a dummy and runs into one of their players. And Medved thought that was the end, threw it on the ground. Now Norman picks up from half, switches in. That was a bit haphazard there for Manly in that set.
It was a bit of a mess at the end of that set. They didn't get the touch count right. They were in each other's way. And you can see there the pictures fanning around the crowd. There is an amazing crowd. Stadium almost full. And why not when you've got games like this on offer at the back end of this tournament?
Nice run coming back through the middle for Newcastle. And Madison Mitchell switches in. Highmarsh gets it down. Potts picks up, gets in behind them. Medved comes back at her and cops one in the chops.
Yeah, we saw a Falcon in the mixed game. We've seen another one here on Medved. She certainly didn't play at that ball. There was no push, but she did get a ball in the head. But she's earned her team the ball back, and they needed it because she had just gone straight through there, Jess Potts. That would have hurt.
Goodness me. You don't want that in the early stages of the grand final. She's in the right position to close it down again. Jess Potts looking dangerous. Getting in behind Manly on that previous set. And the ball rolling. Newcastle back in possession.
Yeah, it's just going end to end. As we said, Newcastle probably had more opportunities in the first 10 minutes of this match. But it's been all Jessica Potts. It looks like she's going off now for a sub, and certainly well deserved because she's been on for the majority of this match already.
Now just holding it up. Wilson, the right decision to make. C4 plays out the back. Another one dipping out of the hands there of Ahoy. Another set starts.
And this is where I feel Manly need to be better. It's just a little bit clunky getting out of the box. I understand it's the back end of this tournament and their legs are tired. They've had some really hard games this weekend. That's better from Clifford on the back end. Norman can get some flow.
Yeah, they're on the back foot here, Newcastle. Norman picks up and goes again. Nice ball out in front. Nicholas started to stretch and I think she was away. Oh, she had her time again. Zara.
Oh, I'm not sure if we'll see a replay, but it looked like she was through. We'll see the replay here. Oh, I feel like she'd beaten the touch there, the outstretched hand, and she knows it. But again, it took Clifford to take the ball forward at the front end of that set. Danny Norman got some flow on the back of it and created an opportunity for Manly, and that's really the first opportunity they've had, Scotty.
That's a live action with Newcastle coming up with a mistake once they got the football back, so Manly back on the attack. And you're 100% right. It feels like it's been an age since they've been down this attacking end of the field. Can they crack this Newcastle defence and come up with first points? Here's Zara Nicholas. Went just a whisker away of creating that first try for Manly in the last set of 6. Norman trying to inspire this team.
Chance.
Ooh, and coming in and getting hands on it. Maddie McManus had to come in. She's a left winger and she almost made that play in the middle of the field.
She came in a long way there, Maddie McManus. And there we saw him in the men's game earlier on. The Eagle, the suit's off. He's staying well hydrated, I can see there as well, but the hat or the head is on. The beak is up.
It's all business. Manly,
Long.
die ball,
Oh.
picked off. Simpson, nice read. Now Stewart takes the first hit up. Abel will follow suit with another touch. Newcastle working for metres around the box and a loose pass coming back in field. Another opportunity here for Manly.
And then Nina van der Ridden takes the ball straight forward for her team, back to Mayolo, and they bring it out this side. Now, the winger here for Manly, she had an injury earlier at the tournament, Ellie Wilson, but she's come back today and she's playing well for her team. That's a better run there by Medved, working with Grace French. Grace French is really light on her feet here, so she'll be scheming here, seeing what she can find.
Here she goes, light on her feet indeed. Just needs someone in support. There's blue jerseys everywhere.
Again, they're working their way into it, aren't they, a little bit now, Manly? They've kind of stemmed the flow of the mistakes that they were making. They've got some field position, but they'll be looking to crack this Newcastle defence.
Yeah, complete swing, isn't it? This is pretty much exactly what we saw from Newcastle in the earlier stages. They had some really good attacking opportunities, couldn't get the points. And Manly, the game's starting to turn in their favour. They're winning the possession, they're winning the territory battle at the moment.
Yeah, and you can see here, Manly going to start the ball 10 metres shy of halfway. And that's a good starting point for any team on the back end of defence. They bring it straight to their box. Could nearly done a shift there, but here, still a little bit messy for Manly. Could have been a Shepherd there. The referee said play on. It'll be Norman. She'll be barking instructions. Just go forward. Let's get the metres. She'll probably just take off here, take as many metres as she can.
That's what she does. It's hopeful that one of the Newcastle players might have been offside.
Yeah, I think she would have just been thinking, let's just get something out of this set. If not a try, we'll get as many metres as we can. Of course, played in the Queensland competition last week, but she's back here for her home club in Manly. I've spoken to her a few times. She's absolutely loving it with this team.
Potts through the middle. Jeffs will come back to her. Oh, show and go! No contact made. Well, it had to be this young lady, Jess Potts. What a start to this grand final she's had. And she does it all on her own there to get the first try.
Yeah, deserves to score the first try in this. She got it back off Jeffs. She just did a little dummy out to the right. It was enough to put the defender off. You can see he holds the ball up, does Jeffs. She did a really good job in engaging Clifford. And, of course, it had to be Jessica Potts to break the deadlock. She's had a belter of a game already.
Newcastle, after 15 minutes of play, get on the board. Now Manly looking to hit back. Dybel, oh wow, whisker away from the line. Newcastle get hands on the footy. I'm going to say that they were offside. Now, interesting if it was offside and a deliberate play. I wonder if there might be a full substitution or anything further. Referees just had the tap.
Yeah, you're seeing the replay there. The defender got caught up. She had to make the touch, but certainly didn't get back on the side.
Now Manly diving in at the line with Mayolo. 2 touches to work with. McDonald will play it. He'll hold things up. As Norman hovers around the back. And decide to hold. Nice little show and go. McDonald needs some support. Newcastle get across.
Touch was made. She went behind the line. I'm not sure if Dybel held on to the ball anyway as she dived. She did a good job. Oh, it's one of those ones. I think Dybel was claiming she was touched before she actually had the ball. One of those 50-50 calls that went to Newcastle there.
Yeah, they're working hard for their metres. This Newcastle team. As the changes come on. Nice little release. And they're just getting over the halfway line now, coming into the last. It was a good steadying run on the back end. Now, this is interesting. It had to be a penalty to Amy Dufour. Almost another similar situation. Players retrieving and still trying to get onside. Just sticking an arm out, stopping the run there. And this time we're going to get a player called out.
Yeah, usually when they're called out, there's a forced sub, so she's going to have to come off the field there. Looks like it might be Grace French. They're going to get somebody on there quick. And they've sent Zara Halliday on to take up the full complement of players, but they're going to be penalised here again. Newcastle is straight onto the board. Dufour there. She's looking for a second try for her team.
She'll get herself into half. Diving in, Stewart.
Yeah, Medved got the touch, but also it was Mayolo out there.
Just gave her a little hip and shoulder on your way back. Onto the 7 you go. She's in the thick of everything. Lewis Method. Now open side. Another good touch. Mayolo this time for Manly.
Oh, and had to be made. She was a long way in there, Mayolo, helping her middle players out. Did a really good job to get back and affect that touch.
Stewart plays it. They sweep around. Looping ball over the top. Just held up. That allowed Manly to come across. Referees have got a penalty back in the middle of the field.
Yeah, so good defence there by Manly. They had a few opportunities. As they went back out wide, it was Jasmine Vera for the Manly Sea Eagles. She is very fast. You don't want to give her the ball in space because she will be away, but very good defence there for her team.
Medved plays it on the 10-metre line. As Nicholas gets him now down into Newcastle's end of the field. McDonald comes out to Nicholas. Last touch of the set.
Yeah, the wheels have spun when they got that try there through Jessica Potts. Newcastle are definitely on top. We've only got 12 minutes left in this match, Scott. It's 1-0 at the moment. Even though there's not many tries on offer, it's been a very good game.
Yeah, it's on a nice edge at the moment. Yeah, you're right. The time has flown through the first period of this grand final. Oh, Jeffs, that had to have gone forward.
What's our code for that, Scotty?
Very flat.
Yes.
I think that one's even a smidge more than flat.
Yes, very, very flat. They couldn't let that one go, the referees. You heard the moans from the crowd. It was an easy decision for the refs to make. So Manly have the ball and they're coming up through McDonald. And we'll see Millie Durdovic. If she holds on to it, she'll go straight forward.
Great job to reel it in. Clifford will get him going forward again. Halliday feeds it. Norman running.
Oh,
great little ball through the hole.
I think that's a try.
Touch made.
I thought the referee was going to the video replay there with that. Oh, I'd love to have a look at that again. It was Danny Norman came round on the sweep. It looked like she'd thread the needle. You see there, Danny Norman. She cut through two players, threw it to Durdovic, and that was a close one. And in amongst all that, Newcastle have made an error. And Manly are going to get another opportunity, Scott. That was close.
Very, very close. Yeah, mistake from Newcastle straight away. Is this the set that Manly get on the board here in the grand final? Norman really starting to inject. And this will be an interesting call. I've got to say penalty. It's a tricky one when you're going that close to phase. It almost looked like as she was diving forward, maybe kept her feet on the line. She's trying to get her back there.
That was close because her actually feet as she dived were on or behind that line, I would say.
Now Dyball trying to burrow in underneath. Touch has been claimed again.
Gee, they're peppering him here, Manly. They're doing a really good defence. You can see Jeff's hand on hips. They are giving everything in defence. It's Jeffs and Pott, the two superstars in their team. And they are aiming up.
McDonald forced to come back out. Manly resetting. Dyball and McDonald in the middle. Hannah looks at options, comes off that left foot again, and Potts is there one more time to make another big touch.
Excellent defence there by Potts and Jeff. They were in the pressure cooker, and they stood up and said, not on my watch. They threw everything at him, Manly, but they're still around at 9 minutes to go. There's more to come in this match.
Potts again directing traffic. Someone go forward. And they do exactly that. Wilson will play it. Comes back into the middle of the field. Highmarsh back on the inside. Good drive coming in from Dufour. Highmarsh takes off. Ooh, they come back at it. And she got away and got an advantage played there from the first offside player.
Yeah, and we're seeing the crowd there. Everyone's in there in their budgie smugglers there. They're looking on. Been plenty of merchandise sold in all our merch tents this weekend. Everyone's happy. It's finals day. Perfect conditions. 1-0 on the scoreboard. Can Manly claw this back?
They're betting from half. Just gets the ball away. No, it was gone late. So a little disjointed. Not the greatest sets there, Manly, when they're trying to claw their way back into the game. Give it a little leg up here to Newcastle. They're going to get themselves into an attacking position on the back end of this set. Boy will skip away. 10 metres out of the line at the moment, but a little mistaken to play the ball. Oh boy.
Yeah, so she's just checking where the mark is Grace French. She'll have to go back. There's around a bit under 8 minutes to go here. So time, they don't need to worry about the time yet, but it'll start to become a factor in the next few minutes, Scott. Great run there by Medved. Straight up to Jeffs.
There's Nicholas.
That's a
So
good
takes
run
another
by
carry
Medved.
forward, trying to lift her team with the meters. And Reedon came onto the field. Clifford has as well. Ooh. Misdirected pass.
Well, she'd like to have that back again, Clifford. She could see Danny Norman looming out on this left-hand side. Couldn't quite get the ball to her. And Newcastle, have they done enough? One try up. Is that going to be enough to win the championship? You said traditionally they're close games. We got no more closer than we're seeing out here on show in this grand final, Scott.
Potts gets another one down. G4 comes back to her and it comes off the fingertips. There's got to be something else. There's just a big moment brewing somewhere in this game. Which team will it favour? Manly doing everything they can.
They've started to fix up these sets. They're gaining a little bit of momentum here. It's Diebold to McDonald. They might get a penalty here.
He's going to come their way.
Yeah, and that was on the back end of getting their box set better. It's taken probably over the first half of this game, these last few minutes. You can see Danny Norman coming back on. Gee, she's done some work.
Yeah, she was just taking a drink of water as they got that penalty, got the call, head straight back out. And here she goes, loading up, comes against the grain. Diebold looks at options, and big defence, Jess Potts. You cannot give her any more praise. There's still 6 minutes left to go in this game. She's carrying this Newcastle team on her back at the moment.
Oh, what a touch. Had to be made or Diebold was over for a try. We see McDonald with the ball. She might score. No, they're not going to get through too much traffic there. Forward pass from the ruck. And I tell you what, they just keep turning him away, Newcastle.
Oh, great tap from Dufour. She looked exhausted as that ball went down on the deck. This is some heavyweight battle between these two teams. Good meters from Stewart, looking to kick away. Alice Mitchell in support. Just throwing it amongst themselves at the moment. Mitchell picks off, gets in behind them, looking for Stewart. They just ran into each other. Good call from the referees.
Yeah, she's asking the question, young Alice Mitchell. She hasn't had too many opportunities this grand final. Back end of this game, 5 minutes to go. Look out for her as well.
And Manly making changes deep down their end. Durdovik getting the arm and shoulder up and about. Medved will have to come back to the mark. They're a little bit stifled. She'll just go direct and hard into the line coming into the fifth. Back now to Medved. Short ball to Durdovik. They got as much out of that set as they could, Manly.
They did. They squeezed the lemon because it was looking pretty sour at the start of that set. And you can see here...
This is interesting because Newcastle decided to hold the ball. They didn't throw it. They probably just needed to play to the whistle because a penalty hadn't been given at that point. Our referees are communicating that it does eventually come to Newcastle. I think it's the right call because they got tangled up in the ruck. The on-field referee was just unsighted at the time. Don't want to flirt with that danger too much there if you're a Newcastle player.
No, correct call was made, but it was Rosario from Manly. She was going straight up trying to get that ball back out from Newcastle because time now is a factor. 4 minutes to go, 1-0, Newcastle holding a slender lead. Can they hold it on and take back-to-back titles in this 2025 State Cup?
Jeffson from half. And just tuck it under the wing. Held the ball. Manly get back underway. Can they get downfield? They haven't had too many decent attacking looks at Newcastle's line for a number of sets. Can they get there this time around? Clifford last can't be picked up cleanly from McDonald. And good intent here from Dufour again. It comes back to Jeffs. Good read there from Nicholas to make the touch.
Yeah, she tried.
Oh! Had a good look, Wilson.
She had a look at it, and it was good defence there from Nicholas. She's trying to will her team. You can see her moving up again. They're looking very tired, both teams. 1-0 might actually get this grand final done.
Stewart rolls them forward yet again. Can Potts create more magic here for Newcastle? She steps in, but Stewart goes away from her. Stewart, ball out in front. They push the pass. He goes over the sideline. 3 minutes to go.
They're at the wrong end of the field if you're a Manly supporter. They're 65 metres from where they need to be to try and even up this game. And you can see Newcastle there. They are still pushing forward. They've got one hand on the trophy. They're trying to get a second one. But you can see here you've got Norman, you've got Medved. She'll go forward. What can they produce?
Danny picks up scoops. Dybel skips over the top. Doesn't get it cleanly out of the hands. 2.5 on the clock.
They might get one more opportunity as the ref gets hit in the back for her trouble. It was definitely an accident there as Jasmine Vera threw the ball back. She's just trying to get the play to move on quickly. But they might get one more set with the ball.
What's the tactic for Newcastle in this position, Gab? Do they continue to play football, or is there a bit of game management? Do they want to take seconds off the clock?
Oh, I think you've got to try and take seconds off the clock, given what we've seen in this game. They won't want to do anything silly, at least not till the last touch. As you see, they've put Jeffs back on. They're going to work here, straight back down, and DeFore looks like she's going to go try and go straight through.
Sends it early. They'll finish it off in the corner. It's on Manly's side of the field.
Probably all Newcastle have to do is get a stop here. They've done the first thing right. They've dropped it right down the end of the field for Manly. And they're going to need something very special. See a good run from Hannah Dybel to get out of this match. They need a penalty is what they need.
Ooh, nothing forthcoming yet. It's just nice, straight, direct running in the first few touches. Last touch of the set. Mayolo rips it out and it hits the ground. Is that enough?
I'm going to say it's probably enough. If they can finish the ball down the back end of the field here, make Manly try and create a miracle in the last 30 seconds. They've just got to hold on to the ball here, Newcastle. Geez, it's been a tough match.
Nice flow coming in. Can they take the game away right here? Potts tries to get in. Oh, big touch.
Oh, there's still a chance. 50 seconds, 65 metres. What have Manly got?
Halliday keeps her team in it. This is their last roll of the dice, Manly. Players down on the deck from both teams. Just over 30 seconds to go. Norman looking for Dybel. Norman decides to kick away. Comes back on the inside to Dybel. No, they'll say it's forward.
She was through Danny Norman. I think the referee's got it right. It looked a little bit forward. Oh, the two experienced campaigners in Dybel and Norman thought they were going to get it out of the fire. But they just didn't quite execute it. We'll see it on the replay. That was the forward pass, I dare say. Yeah, and the referees, it was forward. Correct decision made. 5 seconds to go. Newcastle back-to-back winners.
What an amazing effort. What a big achievement for Newcastle, who go back-to-back in the Women's Open here at the New South Wales State Cup. What a performance.
That was such a tight affair. You could see how tired both teams were. Manly will be very disappointed. They've made a great charge to the grand final this year. But Newcastle, well-deserved winners. On the back of some experience, they played hard, they played strong, and a 1-0 victory in the end.
Oh, what a quality Women's Open game. Low scoring, but two heavyweights going punch for punch for the full 30 minutes. Newcastle get the victory and hold on to the title for another year. We'll head down on the sideline and soak it up with the Newcastle girls. Then the final game of this year's New South Wales State Cup. Men's Open Grand Final coming up next. Doyleson taking on West.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Got a shorty clean the penis, I'm a diamond and to run it back. Used to have a silver tooth but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. I let shorty clean the penis, I'm a diamond and to run it back. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. Happy birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
Like this.
Welcome back. I've got an absolutely exhausted but smiling Jessica Potts here. They've gone back-to-back Newcastle over a very valiant Manly team. Jessica, you were amazing in that game. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. Like, I am honestly so proud of the girls to be able to go back-to-back, like, against a very, very talented Manly side. Like, it's always such a gruelling match against them, but I'm just so proud of the girls. We ended up losing a player in our semi-final, so we actually played with 13 players that game. Not many subs were happening, so I'm absolutely exhausted.
She was puffing coming over here, but it's definitely worth it. Mum's in the background there taking photos. You've got to say hi to Mum.
Hi, Mum.
Hi, Mum, on TV.
Thanks for the support.
And in live. And it takes a village for these tournaments. And your team, as you said, you're one player down in the grand final with Lucy Spain hurting her shoulder in the semi-final. It was tough out there, 1-0, traditionally low scoring, and it just took your one try to win the title. You must be feeling so good right about now.
Yeah, no, I'm like over the moon, but obviously like a 1-0 scoreline, it takes a whole team for the like no tries, and for me to score that one try was not just for me, but it was all the girls that helped me out there. So thanks to everyone. The girls are amazing.
Plenty of celebrations tonight. I'm not sure if there's any work tomorrow, but back to back, it's hard enough to win one title at a state cup. To win two back-to-back, that is unbelievable. So enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you.
Excellent game. I've got Jessica Potts, double winning back-to-back 2025 State Cup. Back to you.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport.
The anthem rings out across Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Two proud teams doing battle. This is the Men's Open Grand Final, the last match of what has been a brilliant three-day tournament across the New South Wales State Cup for 2025. A very good afternoon to our viewers across KO Sports and Sky Sports New Zealand. James Preston and a legend of the game in the form of Jason Stendon to take you through all the action. Doyleson producing one of the all-time great performances in that semi-final, humbling the Central Coast 9 tries to 1. And for the Western Suburbs Magpies, this is the fairy tale story. They barely scraped into the finals, winning just 2 of their 5 pool games, but here they are in the big dance, Stanto.
Yeah, very excited here to be joining you, James Preston, the voice of touch. I'm very excited. I don't mind, I don't think Dawson or Carly Banks will mind me being a bit biased, being a West boy. It's an absolute fairy tale. This is a David and Goliath type setup here. Dawson have been definitely setting the benchmark for at least, last 5-10 years. Coach Banks and the boys doing a great job. And West, I think it's been a good think it's been a good 15, maybe 20 years since they've won a state cup. So certainly they're riding that wave. Are they going to be brought back down to earth by the Dragons, or can the dream continue?
That is the big question. Dawson, as you mentioned, they have been the benchmark. They've appeared in 4 of the past 5 grand finals. They've won 2 of them. Of course, the Central Coast Dolphins were the last team to upset them in that 2023 decider. That one was won late in the piece as well. Drama last year with Dawson claiming it. Right at the end, of course, with the seconds ticking down against Newcastle. And as you mentioned, Magpies, it's been a long wait in between. They've done the hard work. They've got here some great results in their finals matches. 9-8 over Newcastle, one of the favourites of the competition in that quarterfinal. And then, of course, defeating the Vorden Cup champs, the Eels, 5-2 in the semi.
Yeah, good semi. I think the quarterfinal, I wasn't on the call for that one, but I think it was extra time possibly. So Newcastle probably seen himself a bit unlucky. They would have had one eye on maybe taking out the title this year. But, West, like I said, bit of a fairy tale. They weren't even in the top 4, I don't think, in Vorden Cup. So Coach Tony Tradd, obviously one of the greatest coaches of all time, has done a good job, given a bit of belief, I guess, after losing 3 games Friday. I don't think a team's ever lost 3 games on Friday and won a state cup. So they've definitely got all the odds against them. The Dawson, even red-hot favourites would be understating it. Dawson setting the benchmarks, and they played really well. I think Dawson beat West, was it on the Friday? I think they did beat them.
Yeah, they did a round 1 fixture, 7-5, so it was tight. They did push them, but one thing I said to Gab a little earlier when we called that semi-final between Doyleson and the Central Coast Dolphins is that Doyle seemed to only be maybe a 7 out of 10, 7.5 out of 10 at best across Friday and Saturday, but they just turned it on in that semi.
Yeah, a bit of a shout out there too to Coach Banks, doing a great job. Teams that build through tournaments, they're generally the ones that come out on top. So here we go, strap yourself in.
Underway, the final match of the 2025 New South Wales State Cup, Men's Open Grand Final. Eagleton finds a short pass and now sends it a little bit wider. Fitzpatrick straight away slams it down. The dummy comes in. Well, this is looking ominous. It's very similar to how they started against the Dolphins.
Yeah, nice little set piece there. They ran the splitter coming back. West had to be a bit more committed to that. They can't ball watch in this one. That winger's got to be right up on the link. See this long ball there? The winger's got to be up, or they've got to stay out and give the inside help. So Dawson, very clean execution. West a little bit guilty of ball watching there.
Biggest stage that the Magpies have been on in some time. Can they rise to the occasion? Lagos takes them on. Great run from Manos Lagos. He's got the West fans up and about. Identified it beautifully and put the foot down.
Yeah, same thing. They've run the splitter again, but they've dummied it and thrown it to Lagos on the out. What a talent this kid is. Manos Lagos got to the outside. Look at the finish. Superb finish there. Looked nice and close there, but referee Skelly's in good position. And just like that, it's 1-1. That'll give him a bit of confidence.
Speaking of our referees, David Baggio, Kim Skelly and Tony Calabria. 1 try apiece here, so we haven't even had 2 minutes of play yet. It's been non-stop as Lincoln Little plays it inside the 7. Ardita gets a poor pass. As a result, can't reel it back in. The Magpies, they look up for this one.
Yeah, good start, only a minute in. I think one of the things to look for our viewers at home is whether either team can disrupt the drive a little bit like Dawson is starting to do here, because both these teams with clean ball, running their moves exactly on the 7, they're very hard to stop. So have a look for the active defence like Dragons are doing here.
Last one brought up and now taking off on that right-hand side. Was a good little run there from Guy Luca Conti, but we'll leave it behind. So Doyleson now working away from their own end. Ardita, good metres there in traffic. Now Little on this right-hand side and then finding support in the form of Hodges up over halfway as he keeps that ball cycled back toward the middle. Fitzpatrick carts it forwards. Well, the first try of this match, Eagleton, then Sun. Nice little one-handed scoop, floating a pass that was well and truly too far in front of his supporting players.
Yeah, Dragons look good there when they come on. They're the best team in the world, definitely, at when they do their substitutions and they come on in a wave of 2 or 3 players. So that's one thing that they're definitely the best at, and West need to really meet them. We're talking about the active D. Look at the Dragons here getting up. This is where the game's going to be won and lost, James, here, the midfield.
So Matter with a nice drive, and then JP Catalano follows suit. Speaking of good drives, he's one of the best in the world at it. Junior Catalano worked it forward. Unfortunately, didn't get the right roll ball. And then it's one of the golden opportunities of touch football. The referee, Falcon Stanto. I'm up and about.
Oh, James Preston loves a good Falcon.
Especially on a ref, Stanto.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what the call was for that. He got in the wrong way, so it's probably well deserved. I don't think referee Calabria will mind me saying that. Well deserved. He got in the way. But, yeah, it's a shame for West on that driving set. They're going to have to be perfect, remember? This is a real David and Goliath contest. The Dragons are the champs, and West have got to be perfect.
Here's Ardita now with that speed. Oh, found a pass. What a finish from Jenkins. They'll have a little chat here, the referees. Apparently, he's bounced it. Let's have another look here on the replay. Might have even taken the sideline. Great work from Ardita. Sends it wide. Ooh.
I think he put it on the sideline in goal
maybe.
line, maybe, by the looks of it. Referee, you mentioned we've got 3 awesome referees. Badjo there right on top of that. Great call. But the Dragons just seemed to have him for foot speed there, didn't they? Magpies were a little bit passive rolling. They've got to be active. I haven't liked the last couple sets from Magpies. They need to adjust. Remember, they are in the game, but they've got to be perfect, James, because this Dawson side, class 1 through 14, and a great coach in Carly Banks.
Certainly are, and they seem to have identified perhaps a perceived weakness here with Blackwood, who's been caught a couple of times in that link position, not sliding across quickly enough. Ardita's caught him out. Fitzpatrick got him on that first try. Now a lovely pass there to Thompson. Thompson under pressure, trying to link up out wide, but they will get the ball back.
And a great call there from the referee. I was actually waving at James here in the box saying the Maggies are offside. Great call there from Badger. So this is going to be a real test. Dylan Thompson, the master. What's he going to come up with?
He was excellent in their semi-final. Quick release from Thompson. Straight to Zach Sun. Well, you called it, Stanto. The immediate delivery. He just knows how to provide. Didn't muck around with it. Straight off the deck into the hands of Sun. And in they go once again.
Yeah, they just got to back himself. You actually pointed out James Blackwood was coming in helping a fair bit to try and help the middles. But if he does that, the winger's got to come with him. That's that. We often talk about the defence has to be connected, James. So if the link's going to come in and help the middle, the winger's got to come with him. A bit of indecision on both those trials, and the Dragons have made him pay.
Now Joey Matter up towards the 7. So 2-1 the score. Doyleson leading after around about 5.5 minutes of play. JP Catalano then links up with Lagos. Over the top it goes from Matter. That's a speculator. It's a special one. It's backwards. It's a try. It's Sedenary.
The Magpies, they're throwing everything at him to try and stay in this one. A beautiful pass over the head. I think it was Joey Matter. Hasn't he had a tournament? Over the head to the winger and try. Just like that, it's 2-2. At the moment, it's the class of Dragons, just with Magpies just throwing everything they can, aren't they? The Dragons have had the run of the game, but they'll be looking up seeing 2-2 on the scoreboard.
Well, Stan, I was talking to you off air before this game got underway about the unpredictability of the Magpies, that they can just conjure up something unusual that can break apart such a well-drilled side like the Dawson Dragons. So it's actually quite a good matchup for them.
Yeah, I think so. We're waiting for Dylan Thompson to put his stamp on the grand final. We haven't seen much of Junior Catalano as well, so we're only about 5-6 minutes in. This is really forming to be a good contest, especially if the Magpies can stick with the more fancied opponents here.
We already got one of the all-time classic mixed open grand finals a little earlier. Wallsend claiming that one in the drop-off extra time, 7-6 over the Sharks. And now the Magpies trying to find a pass out wide. Would have been called back for being forward regardless. But that one hits the deck and they can't find Sedenary.
Yeah, Magpies, one of the things that Dawson's doing good, even though it's only 2-2, they are controlling the midfield a bit better, James. You'll notice that West haven't really been able to go coast to coast, like the whole field, because the Dragons are getting up off the line. So even though the score's 2-2, I'm liking the Dragons at the moment.
And a very hard team to roll. It's now Lincoln Little, the US international, brings it forward. Thompson, quick release, back to Jones, finds a nice pass to Hodges, but geez, they got it right that time, the Magpies. No issues with their links pressing a little too close to the middle. That was good defence.
Yeah, so you probably, for our viewers at home, you probably heard it over the last 3 days about we're talking about connected defence. It doesn't mean you have to come in or out, but you've got to be doing it together. If the links for the Magpies are coming in to help the middles, the wingers got to come with them. They did a really good job on that occasion. This is the issue for them at the moment, this drive. They've got to knock down that front door a little bit better than what they're doing so far.
Decent yardage nonetheless, though. They'll play it back quickly, all flat pass now. Play on the call as they start to get going in the right direction there with Charbel Azzi. A little bit wider still. Conti runs out of real estate. And the Dragons have done it once again. Of course, a couple of winners floating around the grounds here as well. That's what they're vying for, that gold medal around the neck and that big State Cup trophy, Stanto.
Yeah, it's down there for grabs. They definitely are. They don't hide it. They walk out with the trophy. The anthem sounds. There's a lot of excitement, a lot of pressure on our athletes. But for the so far they're delivering here. Still 2-2. Still the Dragons haven't put their mark on the game just yet.
Full grandstand as well here at Port Macquarie Regional Stadium. Sun works it forward. Couldn't get the scoop on that occasion. Alex Langbridge. They really have kept the Langbridge brothers out of this game so far, the Magpies.
Yeah, they have pretty good defence there from Ronan Abird. It was only not long ago he would have been in probably coming through Div 2, Div 1. Now he's in the top team. And the mistake from West. This is the coach killer. We're coming up to the 10-minute mark. And you've got to be perfect. If you're a big underdogs like this, you can't afford to give the Dragons this sort of good ball. And West definitely on the rack here. I'm expecting a Dragons try.
Now Eagleton drops it down quickly. Sun going at them hard. Good touch made from Junior Catalano through the middle. Even though they've nullified his drive so far, he's been very strong defensively. At around about 10 minutes of play, so still 2/3 of this contest to go. Fitzpatrick. Now Jones showing it a couple of times, squeezing through, finds support. It's Zach Sun to get his second in the grand final. Great start for the young man.
Again, we're seeing indecision from the West defensive line, and the Dragons, just too much class. That's just a standard 4-on-3. It's a basic shutdown. You'll see here the defensive outside players for West, middle link winger, just got to come in and force the winger ball. Again, indecision. And the Dragons, I think West have made only 3 small mistakes. 3 tries for this Dawson team. What a class team they are.
They will punish you each and every time. Eagleton on that occasion squeezing through the line. Now JP Catalano, lovely little double pump. Now for mine, they were never onside. That should be play on. They've called a stop to things here. There's bodies all on the deck. Geez, I'll tell you what though, I don't think that Daniel Langbridge ever hit the line though.
Yeah, that probably a bit unlucky there for the Magpies. I felt like that should have been a penalty or at the very minimum a play through, but they'll just have to be patient. There'll be more chances for them. Dragons out by 1 now. Here's that good drive. It's this midfield that's going to be the problem. I'm sure Coach Trads over there is already thinking about it. They've got to make some adjustments.
Look at the speed of Jones. Stepping up was Matter. Apparently didn't play at it. I can tell you now, I think he might have. That might be a little square up there from the referees.
Could have been. I think he probably could have been offside too. I felt like the drive from the Dragons was very strong. So this is the area that West have got to be better in, right here.
So roughly 11 minutes gone in this contest. Blackwood back into the game. Carts it forward. Now options here with Catalano. Had to stop on the run, but a nice little recycling of the footy. Then a great one-handed scoop. Here he goes. Catalano came up with a flick pass. Geez, that was dangerous though because Little was waiting for it.
Yeah, I don't think they would have caught him either. So good to see Junior with the ball in hands. He's been doing a lot of drive and defence, but I think if he can inject himself into the attack, that's West's best chance to try and stick with the Dragons. I think most of the fans here are just waiting for Dawson to roll over the top, but West are hanging with him for the moment.
Eagleton now drawing pass once again to Sun. That's been a golden combination so far. Back to the 7 they go. Last one called here by the referees. Nothing doing for Sun. Turns it over, so we've had just over 11 minutes as Junior Catalano gets a little bit more expressive with the ball. Out to Blackwood, who then finds support. Good meters on the back of it here for the Magpies, so 2 plays are nearly at the halfway line. Now Junior Catalano with that great drive again into enemy territory. 3 plays down. There's the 4th. Now linking up through the middle here for Nathan Bashara. Last one brought up. Good chance here for Azzi. Links up with Bashara. Oh, they simply had to keep going. They'd already done the hard work, and now Dawson through Cash is away, but I'll tell you what, had they just continued into that link hole, they score. Bashara had already opened it up.
Nathan Bashara had the try line right there. That could have been locked up. Look here, he's got the space, the short ball. I think it was Ronan had to just hit the hole there. So a missed opportunity. Dawson controlling the tempo of this one. You can hear it from the fans. Hey, they don't mind the underdogs. They don't mind the Maggies trying to lock this one up.
It was a collective groan from the grandstand because everybody could see it except for, unfortunately, for Abood.
Yeah, missed opportunity. Like I said earlier, they'll have to take all their chances. This Dawson side's a great team, a lot of experience, a lot of smarts. Very hard to take down such a champion team.
Now Ellers finds Wilton. Lovely step, then diving from range. They've only just got him. I think it's JP Catalano in the end. No, in fact, that's Sedenary, Azzy it is. Azzy's got to ground, and he's a little bit worse for wear off the back of it. It's a great effort from Wilton. Back to the 7 he goes. Langbridge then distributes to Wilton once again. Langbridge now taking off on this left-hand side. Tries to find a pass. Will find a penalty, though.
I'm not sure what that one was for. They did look like they'd hit the line. Might have been another infringement, but now this is the trouble again. I called the earlier one. Dylan Thompson's got his eyes on him. It's a repeat set. This is where Dragons are at their best.
Although Thompson has left it behind, I think that's a bit of gamesmanship there from Thompson, trying to act like there was some interference in the ruck, but they'll be called for the offside anyway. That's now 2 inside the 7.
Yeah, I didn't think that was a bit lucky there for the Dragons. I didn't think there was a lot in that. I think Dylan Thompson, he milked that a little bit maybe, and he's got the call.
And trying to get that third penalty as well. Jones flicking it off the ground back into the arms of Thompson. Beautifully read, though, from Michael Jukador. Back to the 7 now for the Dawson Dragons, approaching the halfway point in this match. Thompson, short for Ellis, who drops it in the attempt of putting it over the line.
Oh, it's a shame there for the Dragons. That was a great play. Ellis coming around the corner. There was just too much speed. Too well executed. Look at the drag around the corner. He's not onside. That's a try, but he's dropped it. So a missed opportunity for Magpies. Missed opportunity for the Dragons. We've still got a game here, everyone.
A little bit greasy with the drizzle coming down. Rain a little earlier too. A nice little wrap around here with JP Catalano. There's the dummy, now the speed. Oh, they're going to call it through. Great turn of pace there from John Caccia, who found support on the outside. And it will be awarded, so we're locked up at 3 tries apiece, and it's finished off by Michael Jukador.
A great try from the Magpies. I think it was a bit lucky there. I think it could have been late. We'll see he's got through. Coming around, touch 50-50. Calabria's right there. That's a close one. The ball's away. You've got to play to the whistle. And Dawson probably lost a bit of focus there. I think they've had the run of the game, and they'll look up and see 3-all at the halfway mark and think, well, what's going on? We should be up by a few. Magpies are tenacious, aren't they? They're not going away.
And they've taken their chances, that's for sure. Now out wide go the Dragons. Jenkins pops it back on the inside. Oh, that's special. Basketball skills. Jenkins is pumped up. What a finish.
You've called it a couple times. Dawson seemed to be really trying to hurt the West in that link wing combination where they're not sure. You see the long ball again. Outside ball, inside. They've just got to connect a little bit better. You'll see when the ball goes inside here, the winger should have stayed with his winger because Blackwood had his player. So a bit unlucky there. West, a bit of lack of communication, but the class from Dawson, it's just almost a quarter of an opportunity and they take it. What a champion team they are.
Well, that's what they were doing in the semi as well, as he works it forward. Now, JP Catalano sends it wide. They're going to try and do a Doyleson on the Dragons. Good cover defence, though. Turned away was Zach Sun, who got there in time. Back to the 7 they go. Last one brought up, well, Wilton was miles offside. If they simply ran at him, they would have got the penalty, the Magpies.
Probably should have been a penalty anyway, I think, because you don't have to run at him. If they leave the line early, it should have just been a penalty. So maybe West a bit unfortunate with a couple of those close calls, but definitely the tries that have been scored is from class of Dawson and indecision from the Magpies defence, or, a lack of communication. So
now Ellers with 13 minutes to go, up by 1, the Doyleson Dragons. Quick release for Riley Jones, who was great in that semi-final. Thompson, Jones, stepping. Once again, looking for that little traditional pass that he does have. Right below the ground, that's a real trademark of his particular work. As Azzy now takes the meters on offer. Pretty good meters too. Then JP Catalano showing it. Couple of dummies and takes another 10.
Better drive there from the Magpies, but they're going to need to get their subs on. They should almost slow this play up, give the players a chance to get around the corner. Here they come. Big chance for the Magpies here.
Goss, great one-handed scoop from Junior Catalano. Takes off. Late switch for Blackwood, but well watched from the Dragons.
Yeah, I felt there was space down there on the right, bottom of your screen. That's where they could have hurt the Dragons, but look at this drive. That's only first, second touch. Dawson putting on a bit of a clinic with this midfield driving.
Fitzpatrick, and then into the hands of Alex Langbridge. Just got it away in time. In fact, maybe they didn't. No, it's going to be the latter of the incidents here. That little push as they were making contact with one another.
Yeah, and Dawson don't really need to do that because they've got West measure for the moment. They don't need to be giving them any free shots. This Magpie team's been growing in confidence since Friday. They're getting better. I tell you what, you give them enough ball, they'll make you pay.
And Ducador. JP Catalano simply spirals a pass out in frustration. That's unlike JP.
I think we missed the touch count there because they only just got a penalty. That couldn't have been last.
Well, the arm was raised, so Magpies knew it was last.
They just took the tap. Not sure, maybe I miscounted on it. Looked like there was only 2 or 3 touches there, but anyway. Look, here comes Dragons when they're substituted on. This is when they're most dangerous, James.
Back to Sun. Sun catching pass. Good read again, though, from Ducador to shut down the space along with Conti. Conti then to Ducador, who floats it over the top. Links up a little wider still, this time with Benji Matter. So Dawson just trying to muscle up defensively here. High press as we approach the final third of this game. Geez, it's flown by. Now Joey Matter into the action as well. Was very strong in the opening exchanges. Haven't seen too much of him since. Now Azzy trying to squeeze a pass around the outside. It was dropped anyway by Matter, but he was caught out of acting half.
Yeah, it was a close one. Good call there from Skelly. Referee's doing a good job so far. Pretty even contest. The Dragons just looking to add to their... Is it a dynasty? Should we call it a dynasty?
I think it is. It's been a half decade where they've been either the champions or thereabouts. Now Little carts it forward. Last one brought up. Little dummy again from Thompson. I must say they've really kept Thompson under wraps, though, the Magpies.
Yeah, they've held him so far. It's a little bit ominous, too, because players like Dylan Thompson and like Junior Catalano, some of these players, they're not going to stay quiet for long. So Magpies doing a good job with Dylan. The Dragons doing a good job with the Catalano brothers.
Oh, now speed here out wide. Hopping the skip for Conti and Sedenari in the end. Now Junior Catalano drops it down. One-handed scoop, another trademark. Junior Catalano found a pass, but they just couldn't hold on to it. So dangerous when he goes for that scoop.
Just a little bit static through there. I'd like the Magpies through the midfield to be, doing double dumps, like a drive, another drive, scooping on the run.
Oh, Blackwood knocks it up in the air, takes the intercept, and he gets there in time. James Blackwood, he's been in the wars, hasn't had the happiest of matches, but that's a big moment for him and a big moment for the Magpies. We're locked up at 4 tries apiece.
That's what we want to see. I don't think the fans will mind me cheering for that one. Look at Blackwood, pops it up in the air, grabs it back. Thank you very much. And we're locked up at 4-4. The fairy tale is still here. The Magpies will not go away, James.
And he had the quickest man on the field chasing him too, Kaya Ardita. So he did a good job to outlast him. Didn't have to travel a great distance. I think if there was another 5 metres, Ardita gets him.
He just got there, and you mentioned we'll come back to that in a second.
Here's Jenkins looking for that little pop pass back on the inside. Blackwood, what a moment again for him. A great 1 minute period after his earlier troubles.
I was about to say that they've isolated that link wing channel a fair bit. And
oh no, from Sedenari, throws a pass back on the inside. Blackwood claiming the touch. Jeez, what was Sedenari thinking though?
I'm not sure, but you don't want to give too many leg ups to this Dawson Dragons team. Here come the subs on. The Magpies on the rack here. They had the momentum, and they just flicked it across and said to Doyle, take the ball.
And for the Magpies, take the touch. You've already picked up good meterage down that sideline. Just continue to build into the set. Sedenari with a brain explosion.
You can see how close Blackwood. See the West Links, how much close they're coming in to help. That's creating space out
wide.
Oh,
lovely tip on into the arms of Hodges. That was so special. Daniel Langbridge with some finesse. And he got it away just before they made the touch. So Doyleson back in front But you got to say that comes down to that turnover from Sedenary.
It was a bit surprising. It could have gone either way, that one too. The tap-ons are sometimes a bit 50-50, but you're 100% right. Self-inflicted by the Magpies. The intercept got him back in the game to get it 4-all. I felt like there was a bit of momentum, and definitely the fans here leaning forward on their seats, thinking could the big upset be on, but they've turned the ball over. A bit of a coach killer, and the Dragons are back out in front.
Can they strike again, though? JP and Junior out there at once now. The two Catalano boys. It was Catalano to Catalano, but it comes apart. Ball hits the deck. Again, though, question marks about whether Dawson were onside. They'll get this call, though, so the Magpies can launch a raid once again. Junior's hopped off. I would like to see that combination. That was the first time we saw it, JP and Junior on the field at the same time. I'd love to see him stay out there, Junior.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of D and drive, James, so it's a bit hard to play both ends, but he's doing well. Magpies, I know it's 6 minutes to go, but they've got to score here. I'd have to think they're going to score here because the Dragons are very experienced. West have got to stick with them the whole way.
And there's one penalty inside the 7. Smart work there from two of the youngest players in the team, JP and Manos. JP Catalano drops it down and had some good footwork. There's a second penalty. They've got to be very careful now, the Dawson Dragons.
Yeah, so we already know what we've been saying it for 3 days now. You get the 2 penalties, get right back out to the 10, force them to come up, ask questions of the opposition. You want to have 2 or 3 dives. Sorry, James.
JP Catalano just had a little look at the line there, but lost his footing. They certainly are trying to work for that third penalty. They're out to the 7 each and every time. And another man that left early. However, there's the turnover. Well, I was taking a close look there. I think it was Daniel Langbridge in this left link position. He left a mile before that was played. In fact, it's Alex Langbridge, is it? Yeah, it is.
Yeah, a little bit of gamesmanship from Dawson there. I think they're anticipating the touch, and the links and wingers are getting way back and leaving early. And it's just probably experience, James. You could say, oh, they're getting away with it. It's a bit of a balance. They're showing experience. Touch is eminent. They're taking advantage of that. And West with 2 penalties really needed to get the Dawson links making touches and bringing the whole line up instead of just doing a middle option. So they're not out of it yet there, but missed opportunity for the Magpies.
So 5 minutes remaining. You fancy, though, if Dawson can get out to a 2-try buffer, they'd be very hard to reel back in. Magpies, I think you're right, Steno, need to be next to score. Matter now thinking expansive. Out to that left-hand side he goes and then follows up with a little run. Good work so far in this set from Matter, who now has a break. They continue working up towards halfway. Blackwood back into the action. Scoops it from acting half. Links up out on this left-hand side to Bashara. They just had their winger overrun them on that occasion. Oh, there's a chance again for the intercept. This time taken from Abood.
Great work, running Abood. I don't like. Yeah, all right, I won't comment. Maybe I've got my black and white eyes on. I don't see what the issue with that was, especially given the Dragons defenders have been getting a head start for the last 10 minutes. But a bit unfortunate. They'll all even out for sure. Dragons definitely playing the better footy, James. They deserve to be in front. West have got to find extra gear. They've got to find something special now.
Now Sun, draw and pass out here for Eagleton.
7 on.
Oh, it's 7 on. Jeez, I don't think I've ever seen Dawson ping for 7 on. Carly Banks is the queen of that subset. The rolling forward and ensuring that you get that smooth transition.
They're the best subbers in the world. They actually substitute and sweep on better than the Australian and New Zealand sides. They're amazing at it. Kudos there to Coach Banks and the crew. So that was a bit of an uncharacteristic error, but West have got to be good enough to capitalise. Could we be going in extra time?
I think it deserves it. It's been a cracking contest so far. 3.5 minutes remaining. Junior Catalano sweeps and then finds JP, plays it quickly inside the 7. Great ball! What a ball that was! The Catalano boys stepping up when it counts. They link up with Jukador and we are locked up. Have a look at it again here on the replay. Quick one from Junior. JP popping it past and Jukador on the spot. So all the J's combining.
Look at that Jukador. He done something amazing there, James. He actually had overrun it. Had to take a couple steps back to catch the ball. He was hitting the previous hole. He's made a very difficult skill look amazing, but they're not out of the woods yet.
Oh, what a ball back on the inside. Jeez, that's good for the Langbridge boys. Well, they've seen what the Catalanos just did and said, we raise you a Langbridge.
And that's why they're a champion team, because West just keep coming at them. Look at this, the trail play. I spoke about it earlier today. When you get fatigued, you're off your feet late on a Sunday. The trail play comes in and West just weren't across it. Beautiful footy IQ from the Dragons to pick up on that. They hadn't run that yet in the game, and right on cue, they got their nose in front and a couple minutes away from being State Cup champions yet again.
And yet again, it's turned over by the Magpies. They just can't afford to keep offering good field position to the Doylestown Dragons. They're trailing, but more to the point, it's just such a strong outfit. You're not going to get too many chances at them, especially with now just 2 minutes remaining. Ardita works it for. This game has gone by in an absolute flash. Played here by the Dragons. Jones back out there as well with Little. Catalano Jr. up to meet him. Once again, Little drops it on the 7. A try here would end it. Oh, what a pass from Jones. Ardita finds the gap, and that might just be the grand final. Doylestown are looking to go back to back.
They've heard him in the link wing channel. We'll see it again here. It's been happening all day. The outside, the link wingers of West have not been connected. And Coach Banks, Dylan Thompson and the crew, they've picked it up early and they've been running at it all day. Absolute deserved champions. They've been class, haven't they, from Friday right through. Never in doubt. What a champion club.
Now Matter switching here for Blackwood. If they could score a try on this final play, they would give themselves just the slightest glimmer of hope. No, that's it. Matter shut down. 50 seconds on the clock. And this one is well and truly headed to the Central Coast. The Doylestown Dragons, once again victorious, back-to-back winners. That's now 3 championships in 5 years. What a team that's been assembled by Carly Banks.
She's done a great job. They're also developing players too. You've got to bring the good players in, but you've always got to develop a few to be champions. And if it wasn't a dynasty before this game, surely we can say it's a dynasty now. Big congrats. And also, I wanted to shout out to the Magpies. What a tournament they've had to come back from that. Coach Trad's been developing lots of players there at the Magpies, and they've really stood up this weekend. So a bit of a turning point maybe for the club. So big congrats to the Magpies, but the Dragons will be victorious in 2025.
First time they've gone back-to-back in a long time as well. Eagleton takes off, gets through, but they'll shut him down. And the Dragons breathing fire once again in Port Macquarie. Scenes of jubilation. What a performance from the boys from Doylo. The Magpies threw everything bar the kitchen sink at them. It was an entertaining fixture, end to end, but you can't deny the dynasty. Doylestown, champions of the New South Wales 2025 State Cup. Jason Stanton.
There you go, print some T-shirts with the Triple D on it. Doylestown Dragons Dynasty. They have been amazing. Big congrats to Carly Banks, Dylan Thompson and the crew. I particularly like how they dissected the West defence there, because West really stepped up and had a great game, but they identified, I think you mentioned it earlier, that link wing channel a couple of times with Blackwood, where they were really seeing that he's helping the middle. They were able to exploit that, so it was a very clever performance from Dragons. I think if they just played an average game, the fairy tale might have been on, but they made some adjustments, and very big congrats. Couldn't ask for better champions.
Well, Magpies can still hold their heads high. Interestingly, the same score as that round 1 fixture between the two teams, 7-5. So ultimately, the Dragons take this one out. We'll take a very short break and then catch up and get all the feedback from our winners, the Doylestown Dragons. Don't go too far across KO and Sky Sports New Zealand.
Hey, used to have a silver tooth and I was just a pup, yeah. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the pumps. I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. Now the shorty clean the business, I'm a diamond and the run it back. Used to have a silver tooth, but I was just a pup. Now I got some killers who got shotties with the I don't wanna catch the feelings, I be trying to see what's up. How that shorty clean the business, I'm a diamond and the run it back. First order of biz, no snitch, and I try to keep it silent, but the kids don't listen. The birthday, got another hit, no flinch, and I tell them send a watch that I can fit both.
Are you okay? If you feel like something isn't okay, a friend or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay?
The people in your world don't always tell you if something is troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen. If they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
Quick announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Due to the conditions that are closing in on the venue now, we are moving the presentation to inside the Penrith tent, which is just down at the southern end of the grandstand.
Like if you could have a
Due to the
superpower,
conditions that are approaching the venue, we are moving the presentation undercover.
So please
in
ask
the
someone today,
large
what are you
white
waiting
Penrith
for?
tent at the southern end of field number 1.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time, and if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high-profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, you know, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Welcome back to Port Macquarie Regional Stadium, the conclusion of what's been an epic 2025 New South Wales State Cup. Here with Alex Langbridge, a very happy Alex Langbridge, mate. Big moment between yourself and Daniel, that go-ahead try right at the end. Take me through it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a play that we run all the time, so we're super confident, and that's one that we go to when we need a try. So, yeah, just it's a special moment. Yeah, really lucky.
And look, it was a terrific final. Had a look in that semi-final, and it was probably the most dominant performance I've ever seen from a men's Premier League side. 9-1, you put your 2023 opponents to the sword. So nice little bit of revenge there, given they won back then. But coming into this final game, I suppose the Magpies are a team of unpredictability. Is that what you were expecting?
Yeah, and I think they've built really well throughout the tournament. They're a good, tough side that are well coached, and it is really pleasing to see West getting strong again and getting back to probably where they should be. So, yeah, and they gave us a terrific game. They're super talented, young, fast and tough, so that was good. That was really good.
What was the message from Coach Carly Banks sort of midway through that match?
Just to stay composed. We've got a process where that we wanted to go through, and that was probably the game where we really stuck to it. Throughout the tournament, we hadn't really managed momentum very well, and that's something we'd really spoken about, and to execute it in a grand final, it's a testament to our team. It's really pleasing.
Look, myself and Stanto mentioned in the call DDD, the Dawson Dragons dynasty. Can we now officially call it that?
Yeah, if you want. Yeah, no, it's we've had a pretty good run. We're pretty fortunate, and the really good thing is we've bled some young blokes, and they're just amazing players. I think this tournament they really stepped up, and me and Tomo and even Dan, like, we can sort of take a little bit of a backward step, and those boys step up, and they'll continue to grow, and we'll be strong for a long time to come.
There's some young players like Riley Jones pushing through Kaya Ardita, so good speed about the place too.
Yeah, we've got some foot speed, which we need, because as us old blokes get a bit slower and older, those young fellas can cover us.
Alex, another awesome performance from yourself and the Dawson Dragons. Lap up the victory. Congratulations on your 2025 state title.
Appreciate it, mate. Thank you.
Alex Langbridge there, and of course it has been another massive tournament here in Port Macquarie. The lightning is coming through, so we're going to clear out before we get electrocuted, but hope you enjoyed all the action at home on KO and Sky Sports New Zealand. A big thank you to our Vision team as well, Bar TV, bringing you all the shots, to the staff here across New South Wales Touch Football. It's a massive event with thousands of players, more than 300 referees, so there's a lot of moving parts, and of course to our referees, no game without them. We've really been treated to a show over the past 3 days. The players have put in, and thank you for tuning in as well. We'll catch you for the...